Duda, Carlsen, Giri, Wojtaszek, Caruana, Ding, Firuza, Nakamura, So, Aronian, I don't know, Soczko, Macieja, Bartę, Tomczak, Dragun. Yeah, I'm done. Not so much. Yeah, I know. I was trying to, find the shortest names, but actually, after some time, I got, confused. Yeah.
Air quality isn't the first thing that comes to mind when you think about chess and esports, but it affects our focus, decision-making, health, sleep, and more. What's in the air you breathe? Find out with Air Things.
The Grunfeld is a very good opening for those of you who are striving to get a double edge.
In this video we're going to look at the latest developments in the 6 bishop g5 knight draw.
I'm going to start with sort of my first official Stonewall game.
The idea is not to fight against any opponent move, prevent everything, defend and so on. No, it's just to know.
He played the Berlin, which I sort of expected, but I didn't really know what to do against, because in reality very few people do.
When we are playing an even game against someone of similar strength to us, usually we need to give something in order to obtain the initiative.
Just how shrewd and cunning Alireza can be, even with very little time.
I want to show you a game just to prove that I play these lines that I played against former world number 2 and a bit of a superstar, Gatakamsky.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the endgame with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Krzysztof Sulecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
He will go queen h5 check with a double attack. Attack the king and attack the pawn. And you thought, no, can't have that. I don't want the double attack. And so, with this very good insight, you chose the move g5, trying to block the queen's access.
As a kid, I spent hours every day reading about chess, about openings, chess history, and games played between world champions, grandmasters, all of them. My apps make learning much easier. Everything I know you can find in my apps: Magnus Trainer, Tactics Frenzy, and Play Magnus. You can learn the basic rules of chess, train with our 400 lessons, and even play against my digital self. Download and try my apps for free.
Okay, so let's send a challenge.
Here is challenging. Nice graphics, easy to see. Oh, what are you thinking about? You're looking how it can be the most painful?
Exactly. Okay, fine.
That I give him up a phone. He wants to be even rude.
Hi guys, it's Anish Giri here. In this video, we're going to take a look at the game that I played against a Spanish hustler on streets of Barcelona. It's a quick and a very exciting and action-packed game, so do check it out. It features one of my favorite openings, the Knight of Defense. Let's go. Okay, actually he's not really a hustler. Ruben is a very nice guy. Starts with e4, c5, knight f3, d6. What's your rating?
1750.
Opens Sicilian. Ruben knows his stuff. Knight f6, knight c3, a6. I asked him what his rating was, just to be sure he doesn't know too much theory. Bishop e2, reasonable line, trying to castle. e5. Yeah, he knew his theory. Knight here. Bishop e7, castle, castle. Both sides castling now. He should develop the bishop. I should develop my bishop. Or he can go for the f4 plan, which eventually he does. King h1, preparing f4, going out of this diagonal. Rook e8, all theory, I was prepped. f4, bishop e3, f4 first, f4. Knight c6. If f5, I'll go for knight b4 and d5 perhaps, or b5, b4. Bishop e3. Now I take. The bishop lost the tempo on bishop e3. Bishop takes f4. h6. Preparing bishop f8. Awaiting bishop g5. Queen d2. Wants to double. Bishop f8, rook d1, knight e5.
Welcome everyone. It is day 5 of the FTX Crypto Cup. We've got 8 of the world's best players, top grandmasters, mixed up with the biggest talents, and what an event it's been so far. Pragnananda and Magnus Carlsen looking unstoppable in the event. We've seen tilts by player, we've seen action and drama over the board, we've seen winning positions blundered away, and it continues as we edge towards the finish line. Let's bring on Peter and discuss all things FTX Crypto Cup.
Yeah,
Peter,
hello.
how are you doing?
Yeah, hello Tanya, hello everyone. Well, just as you said, yeah, we have witnessed already everything. I don't know if we can still be surprised or if we can still be shocked. But that's exactly what we love. Yeah, the incredible dramas, the lot of roller coasters, all the emotions. I mean, it's just a big mix.
I am loving all of it, and a big welcome to everyone who's joining us on YouTube, on Twitch, on all our platforms. Tell us, chat, what has been the most incredible thing for you guys so far? We've seen scintillating chess by players, especially by Prague. Let's bring up our standings going into this very critical day 5. There we have it. That's quite a big lead there we see, Peter, between Magnus Prague and then the 3rd place for Alireza with 8 points. Levon Aronian's got 5 points, and then Duda Anish at 4. 3 for Liam. Hans, the nightmare continues. I have to say, I'm hoping for a Hans win. It's sort of heartbreaking to see the kind of tilt he's been on, but of course, it's all about these guys at the top.
Yeah, I mean, the whole system of this tournament is very tricky, yeah, because you can end up having 0 points, but it doesn't mean that you don't play kind of good chess, yeah, and we have seen, knowing, you know, that in this field, how difficult it is to win a single game, and then you even have to win a match. It's incredible, tough and challenging. We have seen many great games by Hans, but also, of course, a couple of dramatic losses, heartbreaking losses. Just the consistency is not there, yeah. And in this field it matters so much. And what really strikes me, and there was a very nice comment in our forum on our YouTube channel. Thank you very much for it. That Peter is so excited about Prague. Yeah, the reason why I'm so excited, I mean, he's 17 years old. He's not only winning games, he's winning matches one after another. 4 games, 4 matches won. Yesterday beating Levon Aronian against a player whom I have been suffering all my life, you know, also in my prime. And Prague just wins. Just amazing.
I completely agree with you, and I couldn't get that queen trap out of my mind, thinking about it, beating a player of Lev's stature in just 17 moves, and that move rook a2. Also, this is a match format, right? It's not a one game thing where, let's say something goes wrong and then you manage to win, but here you have to consistently show that you're the better player on that particular day over 4 games, and that's always harder. So it was really interesting. Also, chat, this means that Peter is looking at all the comments and the forums. So go out there and write everything that you have to. We'll bring it on the show. Let's see what the chat has been enjoying a lot. A lot of excitement there for Hans' interviews. And of course, also support for him, hoping that he does do well in the remaining round. Peter, again, a lot of love for you as well. Everybody's saying a big hello to you on our YouTube chat as well. Let's also take a look at the chess action that's coming up. Here are our matchups for the day. And the boy who's been on fire, Pragnananda, up against Liam. Peter, while we're discussing our match formats, we're going to run a poll as well for our chat and take their view. But also, let's get your predictions for this one.
Well, Liam against Prague, very big challenge. I mean, I don't think, looking at the tournament standing, one could think like Prague is a favorite. No, not a favorite at all. 50-50. That's all I'm giving to Prague because he's super impressive, but we know Liam is just extremely experienced. Yeah, he's so focused, and we feel like also yesterday against Magnus, he was quite close. He played a very good match. I think he's getting back to form. It's a very tough call.
Indeed, a close match there between Liam and Magnus yesterday, something that Magnus commented himself. It was a tough fight. It was only in game 3 when things got really complicated that he was able to break through, but Liam has found his consistency. This is not going to be easy for Prague. I think Liam is one of those players, when you see his games and his style of play, he just has this very natural and quick feel for where the pieces belong on the board. And it comes to him so easily, whether it's tactics or whether it's strategic play. I think a very well-rounded, universal grandmaster here. So it's going to be a tough one for Prague. And we've got our poll with 80% to Prague and 19% to Liam. And once again, where that 1% goes, nobody has any idea. But Peter, chat is underestimating Liam.
Absolutely. I mean, first of all, then let's give this extra 1% to Liam. I mean, then he's already 20, and that's 30 more. Then I think you get the reality. I mean, I also understand the chat. Yeah, that Prague has been so super impressive. People are expecting that he will win the remaining 2 matches, and then in the last match between Magnus Carlsen and Prague, everything will be decided. But we have heard Prague, and he knows exactly. He is very much on earth that he should just forget what happened so far. He should be enjoying that he's in a good shape, but I mean, he should never take a win granted, and he's absolutely not doing it. He knows that this is going to be a very big challenge. And Firuza, I mean, Alireza is just 4 points behind. So imagine, for example, Prague losing, Firuza winning their match, and there is already only 1 point gap between the players. So one shouldn't be carried away by numbers, just focus non-stop on the new challenges.
Interesting. All right. Well, chat is saying the 1% goes to you, Peter. Let's bring on our next matchup that we've got. And this one, this is going to be tough for Hans. One more time, Alireza has definitely found his consistency, his rhythm in the event. Hans struggling, but hopefully between these two teenagers, one a 19-year-old, the other 18 years old, we can expect fireworks on the board. Definitely a big day for Alireza, because if he's able to overcome the Hans challenge, then he can really try to cover up and make those points towards the leaderboard. Let's see what the chat says. Wow, we've got some big favorites going on today. Alireza at 82%, Hans at 17%. And I feel I understand that more than the previous poll.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, here it's absolutely clear. I think it's even nice that people still kind of believe in Hans. I mean, 17% is already something, especially if they were giving 19 to Liam, then this is just fantastic. But I mean, I think that these two players haven't really played against each other, so they have not much information. It will be probably one of their official first big encounters between them. This is always a very special one. Yeah, also with the age category, two very young players, both want to prove something. And for this reason, I feel that there is a little bit more drama here than what, if you just look at the standings, so you would look at the ratings. It's gonna be, I mean, something is in the air. I feel it won't be easy.
All right, and the two players who have played a lot against each other, a big matchup here as Jan-Krzysztof Duda faces Magnus Carlsen. Interesting insights there by Duda in his interview, where he mentioned that he's really struggling with calculation. And Peter, that's what I was also mentioning to you. It feels like he's shaky in the event. He's had some good games, but Duda is just such a force to reckon with. And we haven't seen that Duda in this event so far. He mentioned it, that he's really struggling with the lines and decision making, and that's been a big problem for him. He's here today playing against Magnus. He needs to make sure that doesn't happen. And once again, for our chat, a big favorite, Magnus at 85%.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, I feel like Duda had quite some nice intuition in some of the games, but really when it comes down to this very precise calculation, decisive calculation, then something was missing. And if he highlighted it himself, then it's obviously the case. Magnus so far in his comfort zone. There were a couple of matches which were tough, but he anyway managed to pull through, and he has won all of them. clearly a favorite. We also have a lift-off, so the last remaining pair between Lev and Anish Giri, I think we can talk about while we discuss the positions.
Absolutely. By the way, I'm loving that jacket by Lev. That's some red hot action that Lev is planning to bring up. By the way, this is going to be a big matchup because, of course, Anish has been struggling. He managed to win his first match yesterday against Hans. But Lev, for him, it's super crucial to keep it going, to bounce back from his loss from yesterday against Prague if he wants to catch up to leaders. And we've got an English opening.
Yeah, and with a slight twist, because usually if you play after c4, you are intending to play c5, then usually you do it immediately. But Anish opted for knight f6, knight c3, and then c5, and suddenly Levon is thinking. You know, there is quite a big story. When I started commenting in the first time, I think in the 2018 World Rapid and Blitz, everybody was playing against Magnus c4, e5, and I was commenting and was telling that no, why do you play c4, e5? Magnus just had that World Championship match final against Fabiano, and it was clear that he is very much into the c4, e5 territories. Just go c4, c5, and you have no problems. And nobody was listening to me for like 3 years, and now suddenly we see more and more c4, c5s again. I'm very happy about it.
So you're happy with the opening choice that Anish has made. He's clearly taking your advice, as you mentioned, Peter. What can you tell us about this opening structure? Because the one thing that I always feel stands out in this is the d4 square. And very often, white has to break with d4.
Exactly. However, Levon is playing now the move bishop e2. He does not want to start to push d4 himself. Yeah, this is the trick. Yeah, that if white plays d4 here immediately, then he can occupy the center. But after cd, knight d4, black plays bishop b4. And after knight takes c6, which is kind of forced, we get these pause and structures with b takes c6. And black was actually having quite nice results by putting the pawn on e5. And Levon wants to keep the tension first with bishop e2, but now black can strike in the center first with d5. And after cd, ed, e5, knight e4 on, no, not yet. So, yeah, because there is knight d7 and there is knight e4. So it's up to Anish to decide.
All right, while Anish decides whether to go knight d7 or knight e4, some really hot action, red hot action going on the other board in the opening between Liam and Prague. Peter, we've got to take this from the top because I haven't seen this so often.
Yeah, not often at all. Well, actually now it gets more and more played. I think Levon was playing it in the Road to Miami event. And also at the Olympiad we have seen, no, I think in the Road to Miami, yeah, that d takes c4, e4, and e5. For last couple of half year, the new tabia was b5, a4, c6, a b5, c b5, knight c3, and some queen b6, total madness. What we have been witnessing in some of those games in the Grand Prix. Levon was very much involved in all of these games. And suddenly I have no idea what's the state of theory, but assuming that now black is the one who is switching to e5, to the old main line, it means that probably these sharp lines are not that much fun after all if white is prepared. Now after e5, knight f3, bishop b4 check, bishop d2 takes, e takes d4, bishop takes d4. We see a kind of an old line. I'm not a big expert of this thing. I haven't really studied this e4 system for the last 20 years, I believe. Castles, queen f6, and b4. I mean, with the speed how quickly Liam was playing this b4 move, it's clear that knight takes b4 should be kind of prepared. He doesn't care about taking this pawn. How it goes exactly, I don't know, but black played knight e7 also fairly quickly, so it's clear that black also kind of sticks to his plans. b5, knight a5, bishop d3 back, castles e5, and queen b6, rook e1. That's the current position. It's a very, well, I would say typical position for this line, because it's often the case that white plays for initiative. He just leaves the d4 pawn there and tries to create some play on the king side, and based on his knight's pieces, hope for some initiative.
Very interesting. So an early pawn sacrifice there, but one can definitely see the compensation here with this bishop on d3, black's knight stuck on a5, all these ideas with even a potential sacrifice with bishop h7, knight g5 jumping in. We might even see a rook lift at some point with the rook coming onto the game from e4. Of course, it needs to be timed well. I'm kind of loving the approach that Liam has taken against Pragg. Pragg making the move 8-6, making sure that there's no knight e5, knight e4, knight f6 stuff. Makes a lot of sense, but it also weakens the diagonal. Peter, this one's going to be quite an epic fight in the middle game. I don't think Liam cares about the pawn at all. He's eyeing Pragg's king. Let's move on with our opening tour and take a look at the Magnus board.
Yeah, Jan-Krzysztof Duda against Magnus Carlsen. We see no, I wanted to see a Catalan because this position looks and resembles very much of a Catalan, but it actually happened from a Bogo Indian. Knight f3, bishop b4 check. It's always a big question. Yeah, white has two completely different directions. Knight bd2 leading to some very sharp positions, or bishop d2, the old classical traditional way of playing for a small plus. And now we see after takes, d5, g3 that we are in fact transposing to some kind of a Catalan, which caught my attention immediately as c6, bishop g2, knight bd7 castles, d takes c4. It's very typical Catalan move, trying to grab that pawn and hang on to it. Of course, white plays the move a4, and to be honest, I'm a little bit shocked because what is this? I mean, white is not supposed to be taking back this pawn so easily. Can't I just play knight a3 and win the pawn back? What is going on? Where is the trick? I mean, we can play knight a3. What is Magnus doing?
Is knight c5 and no, knight c5, your queen is not even pinned. So knight c5, e5 ideas don't work. b5 is not an option.
No, maybe actually knowing Magnus, he's, I think, counting on e5, in fact.
But takes on e5, let's
And
say
then
you go
knight
d
takes e5. This is Magnus.
Ooh, that is nice. That's a trick that does work. So after queen d8, you have the intermediate knight f3 check.
Exactly, yeah, solving the problems, yeah. So, okay, this explains, yeah, because I was like shocked. You are not supposed to let this happen. Okay, one could argue that maybe white has a tiny bit of an edge, but okay, black goes bishop e6, bishop d5, should make an easy draw. So that's all that is behind Magnus's choice. So basically then maybe I have to sidestep from e5, but then I have to lose an important tempo. Very interesting. And a5 played, yeah, Duda goes a5. He makes sure that the knight is kind of protecting the d2 queen as well. So this e5 trick does not work.
Well, e5 doesn't work. Does black have the option to try and go c5 instead?
No. I mean, c5 now already that you have committed c6. It's not a good idea because then the bishop on g2 will be so much more superior to the bishop on c8. The pawn on c4 will be lost anyway.
Absolutely.
I believe he needs to play for e5. So maybe queen c7 or queen e7 followed by e5 is something that I'm expecting. And in fact, I would even argue that Duda will try to play something like queen c3 in order to stop this e5 move. No, not to let that happen so easily.
All right, so it's all about Magnus trying to get in that e5 break at the right moment here, while Jan-Krzysztof Duda will try to make sure that doesn't happen so easily. Peter, let's get an update on the Lev Anish board because the knights are jumping all over. What is going on here?
Well, it was very funny because I believe after e5, my very sincere and honest kind of automatic intuition was that we will see knight e4 or knight d7. Yeah, those two moves came to my mind immediately. And then Anish opted for knight g4 for a third option, which is very similar to knight d7, but something in me was telling that hang on, it's some very, very old knowledge, like from 98, when Wróblewski was supposed to be an expert in this line. I think Wróblewski was playing these positions. Then, and then this bishop b5 move, that for some reason I recall that knight d7 was important. But as I said, it's some fragment of memory from 98. I'm not sure if it's correct. Bishop d4, knight e4, bishop e7 played, and now I'm absolutely not liking black's position because white will have the chance to destroy the pawn structure with bishop takes e6. Yeah, Levon does it immediately. The knight on g4 is some kind of a target, yeah, because white is threatening to go h3, and where is this knight heading to? We definitely don't want to go back to h6. It will be a terrible square. Besides, white can even take it with bishop h6. So I'm not really understanding what Anish is doing.
It is looking a little unpleasant for Anish, no, with this h3 threat, and he wants to probably try to get an f6 break in after shot castle. But where is the time? If you go shot castle, white can immediately go h3. Can you start here with, let's say, f6?
Well, f6 runs into h3, and then there will be queen h5 check at the end, yeah?
Let's just show that. So you trade on e5, queen h5 check. And how bad is this, Peter? It looks quite bad.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you know that I'm loving those questions, how bad it is. It means it's bad already, yeah?
Yeah, this
he goes queen d5.
Bad. He goes queen. This is nice because h3, the main idea is to put pressure on e5, right? And most importantly, after queen d5, you won't have queen h5 check in many lines. So let's say you first have to defend e5. How are you going to defend it?
Yeah, maybe bishop f4. I mean, I still feel like it's too early to open champagne with black in this position. It just, I mean, it's, I recall something of Rublevsky games. It was in the informant from 98 that, and exactly this type of position, because this is the kind of position when black was playing badly, the opening, and white got the chance to show the real ideas of the position. And I feel like if something really goes wrong here, then Anish should put the blame on me, because I was insisting to him that you should start playing c4, c5, but it was not intended to end it up like this.
All right, well, he does find himself in this position, and he has taken a bit of time as well. We see Levon grooving to some tunes. Anish absolutely focused and serious. Now bishop f4 on the board, defending e5. Peter, let's try and take a look at some lines in which black can solve some troubles and hopefully eventually open that champagne. So bishop f4 played, f6. I think this idea that you mentioned again with h3 takes on e5 and queen h5 check is still quite troublesome for black. What happens if black goes shot castle? You go h3 anyway.
Yeah, probably after castles we just go h3, yeah, because if you have to go knight h6 and I get the chance to eliminate this, then okay, this pawn structure is, the two bishops give you some hope. I mean, it's not hopeless, but doesn't look nice. I think we can agree on that it's definitely not nice. Besides, maybe white can even include rook c1, settling rook takes c5 because of the knight f6 check fork. Also something to really pay attention. So you don't want to let this happen. In this regard, then f6 or h5, I mean, two moves which you also don't really want to play, but you have to do something. Another move, bishop f5, that comes to mind.
Peter, what about... Okay, no, I wanted to ask you about f5 here, but it feels a bit extreme.
Okay, but since the position is out of control and it's not nice, it's really the right mindset to take a look at all moves.
Oh,
yeah, because
and maybe if you move the knight, I can even go g5. Can I do that?
So, I mean, you mean if I come back to d2, yeah, then you go g5?
To d2 or to g3, wherever you move the knight, g5 might be a possibility, no?
Yeah, I mean, if I move the knight, then definitely I want to move it to d2, yeah, because it's kind of harmonious. But yeah, who knows? Maybe g5. The first question is, what happens if we just take, yeah, ef, knight f6?
Okay, this is a better version because we were trying to get this with f6, but you always had that queen h5 option after h3, at least no h3 anymore.
Exactly. I mean, this is some kind of an achievement. So basically, f5 might be the move to really consider. Yeah, will be interesting, but also I see so much action in, for example, the Liam board against Prague. Yeah, things are heating up. After e5 h6, he just played the quiet rook c1, bringing the last piece into the battle, and Prague goes c5, knight e4, and he immediately sacrifices the pawn back, trading this terrible knight on a5. I believe that Prague is kind of happy and relieved that he manages to trade this knight. Bishop takes c4, knight c4, rook c4 on the board. Okay, the knight is heading to d6, so white will have some pressure, but still it already feels like we're not going to get mated. That's good news.
But still a bit scary because the d4 pawn is hanging, the knight landing on d6, maybe a knight f6 check potentially. After rook c4, does Prague have the time to pick up the b5 pawn? Because if not, white might just end up winning a pawn. Do you go for queen b5 immediately, or do you start with bishop e6?
Well, it's a tough call. I mean, intuitively, you want to do both, yeah? So, if you want to do both, then it doesn't really matter. That's what I wanted to highlight, yeah? That, okay, we can then start with bishop e6, rook d4, and take on b5. I don't know. I don't really feel like hunting the a2 pawn. So, yeah, let's take on b5.
Maybe put in an a4 move here.
Yeah, a4, and then we move the queen to a5, and I feel like we are kind of happy because the e5 pawn is also a little bit weak. Bishop on e6 is kind of solid.
And after knight d6, what do you do?
Yeah, after knight d6, I have to start to think. Yeah, that's clearly the big question. I mean, maybe I have knight c6. I'm not sure.
Looking tricky.
Yeah, I mean, okay, with the knight on d6, you have some initiative. It's obvious.
All right, so this one, so what's our live board? Our live board is rook c4 played, and Prague is having a think. We see our eval bar. It says that Prague isn't in any kind of trouble, but from a human perspective, there are a lot of problems still to be solved for Black, as we saw in these lines. Peter, let's head back to the Jan-Krzysztof Duda versus Magnus board. A lot of trades have happened in this one so far, and looking at our live board, C6 weak, A7 weak. I mean, it feels like if anyone's going to push this, it's going to be Duda.
Yeah, well, it's a Catalan, yeah. That's how you have to approach such positions, because it's really like the Catalan gives very nice fundamental way of, you have security, and out of security you are putting pressure. We have seen that after a5, Magnus actually voluntarily destroys his own pawn structure, because now after a5, white has the chance of destroying, because due to the pin on the a file, black can't take with the pawn, so takes with the queen. Rook c1, rook b8, knight a3 played, bishop a6. Magnus very nicely makes sure that he trades this terrible bishop. Knight takes c4, takes on b2, takes, and bishop f1. I mean, this last couple of moves, I mean, if white has to go passive with bishop f1, I feel like the worst has passed for Magnus. On the other hand, if white would have played the more natural e3, then the f2 pawn would become vulnerable, yeah? Who knows, some knight g4, knight e4, targeting the f2 weakness immediately was certainly a concern.
So bishop f1 on the board. Well, at least white has got two threats with the a7 and the c6 pawn. So what do you recommend for black here?
Well, to be clever. I mean, when you have weaknesses, you have no. I mean, you can't just make a hand move and then hope that something will work out in your favor. You have to know what you are doing. Magnus opts for rook c8. I mean, it's slightly passive, which means that after rook a7, he wants to simply push c5, or.
But you can't, because then you can also just take c5. Let's just show that line that there's a back rank
rank
issue.
Yeah?
So let's just point that out, and why g6 was played, Peter.
Yeah, because black needs to lose a tempo, because c5, d takes c5. I mean, if we just go along the trades, then there is a checkmate on the back rank. So for this reason, black needs to lose a tempo with g6. But now the big question, will he ever get the chance to pushing c5? Yeah, that's the...
Peter, I'm just wondering, in chess, do you think this back rank stuff, this tactics involving back rank, I think it's the most common tactics that we see in all levels. We often don't see it actually happening, but so many ideas becoming a reality because of the back rank weakness.
Exactly. For example, now I'm also highlighting that strategically, I believe white would really love to transfer his knight to d3, yeah, which stops c5, and then black will be stuck with a weakness. But after knight e1, we suddenly counter it with rook b1, and after knight d3, we jump maybe knight e4, but the knight on d7 is hanging. Okay, this is a problem, because otherwise knight e4 followed by ideas with rook takes f1 and knight d2 check, yeah, forking the rook was kind of very important. But Duda doesn't want to have any of it. He just retreats with his rook to c1.
All right, but now that we've got a luft on the king side, can now we try to just get rid of the c6 weakness with a move like c5?
Yeah, but the problem is that now you don't have a problem with the back rank, but you still have problem with the pin.
So do you just continue attacking it with rook a5?
Maybe we just, I mean, it's not so simple, because then suddenly black's knight also gets active. Yeah, the knight on d7 doesn't need support. So I'm not sure if that's the right move, or maybe just this knight e1, knight d3 suddenly is an option. But knight e1, you go rook b8 back. Yeah, very nice. Then
Oh, that's a nice touch, Peter. That's not an easy move, you know. I know it comes naturally to you, but retreating the rook from the 7th rank, where traditionally, conventionally, you think it's the strongest square on the board, all the way back to defend the rook on c8.
yeah, but I want to ump him myself, and basically that's the only last problem, the only last hurdle for black that he has to solve, and then the game is over immediately. Yeah, then it's a draw. Now I'm really curious to see what happens, because we see the evaluation bar, and the evaluation bar indicates that white has an advantage, which shows that c5 is not possible, or it's not working so nicely. But I fail to see yet why it's not really possible.
Not easy to understand. So c5, the point is that you want to go rook b8 next and try to get rid of this weakness. Peter, is there an idea like c5, e4, e5?
Yes, exactly. That's what I also wanted to highlight exactly at this moment, that maybe after c5 there is e4 idea, but it's of course completely crazy. But very move per move-ish. Of course, e4 is a big weakening also for white. So I'm not sure at all what to think about it. Yeah, c5, e4. Maybe
But
the
it's
knight
interesting.
moves.
This is fun. This is fun.
Yeah, I mean, okay, I move with the knight to b8 and hope to hit on e4 with the other knight.
But then and then if you go e5, you hit on the f2 pawn.
Yeah, then I jump to e4, exactly.
So maybe I can go knight g5 instead of e5 and start with knight g5 here. And before you hit my f2 pawn, I'll hit the f7 pawn.
Yeah, but then can I get active with knight c6? I think
Very tricky
no,
stuff.
wow. Rook takes f7, knight takes e4, you take back knight e4 and forking with knight
Oh,
d6.
that is stunning.
Oh my god, yeah. How much little tactic is in the position?
And you don't expect so many subtleties and tactics in the endgame, but this is a beautiful line that shows the richness of the position and why Magnus is actually in a bit of a think tank and thinking for a while. Peter, we'll come back and see whether Magnus decides to go for these complications with c5 or not. Let's head over to our other leader, Pragnananda against Liam. So we are seeing a couple of moves there. The queens have been traded off.
Yeah, and very interesting that how did this pawn got to b5? I mean, so yeah, this is the moment, and Prag opts for bishop g4. I see what he wants. Yeah, basically he says that if I will trade my bishop for the knight, then the knight will eventually target the e5 pawn, and then your knight on d6 will become loose. Yeah, that's kind of the strategy behind bishop g4.
I like this move also because it indirectly defends the d4 pawn. You can't now pick up rook into d4 because it just completely ruins your structure after bishop f3.
Exactly.
So it's a nice way to play.
Exactly, it's a nice little tempo, and now he follows it up with a6. That's how he wants to bring his rook into the play. Very smart play, I have to say. We have to see how good it is, but it's definitely smart. So takes a b5. If white captures on b5, black will take on a2. So Liam wants to use the momentum for activity. Rook c7, knight c6, he takes on b5, and okay, he will collect the pawn. It will be some kind of a suffering for Prag, but maybe manageable.
But I have to say those knights in b5 and d6 do look a little bit scary, and it looks like it's going to be some kind of a 4 versus 3 position that we might land up in. Because look at this, he's created a luft for the king. Again, a back rank motive, Peter, if we just back up a little bit and see that white could not have gone immediately for rook takes b7 because of the tactic with knight e5, once again taking advantage of the back rank weakness in Liam's position. So h3, creating a luft while hitting that bishop on g4. And to me, it seems like black is going to end up with an extra pawn and quite a bit of a push in the position.
Yeah, white will have the extra pawn. White will still have the knight on d6, but for some reason, we also see the evaluation bar is not panicking. Yeah, this is a sign that maybe there is something. For example, somehow this targeting of the e5 pawn. On the other hand, with knight on d6, we are stopping any kind of rook e8. So how should black...
This knight on d6
hang on. Do you have rook e2 now?
Oof.
Do you have the move rook e2?
That's a stunner. All right, but can white... That's actually a really nice move. You get rid of the defender of the e5 pawn. So if white takes rook takes e2, bishop e2, And now I don't want to pick up b7 because you'll go with e5. By the way, he's gone back with the bishop to e6. The Evalbar approves of that move. Maybe f4 now, just defending that e5 pawn. And once again, black's pieces just seem so much more passive than white's.
Yeah, exactly. Despite almost succeeding of eliminating everything, but you definitely don't want to play something like this. This is just way too passive. Yeah, even though it's not clear if it's bad, yeah, because black has counterplay, but you just definitely don't want to play like this. So Pragg, wow, he has spotted maybe some computer type of play. Yeah, he opts for bishop e6, and after knight b7, rook c8, he trades this very powerful rook, and afterwards he wants to say that, you know what, I'm gonna go g5 and isolate this pawn on e5, and draw like this.
But Peter, still, I mean, there's still work to be done here by Pragg. Knight d6 hitting that rook, so we're expecting rook takes c7 because you can't really allow that rook on the 7th rank to live for too long. So let's say rook c7, knight c7 now. Do you want to stop f4 with g5 immediately?
Exactly, I want to play g5 and I'm kind of settling some rook a5. It might not be so bad, yeah, because if you take on e6, it's very tempting, but then you might end up losing this pawn in long term. Maybe Pragg has good chances of holding this. I mean, if he doesn't get the move g5 in, then it will be a long torture, very unpleasant. It's all based on this, that he can isolate this pawn on the board.
G5 on the board.
No.
Well, you know, one gets the feeling that Pragg is really in top class form. I mean, just if we look at the sequence of moves that he's played with black in this game, being under pressure, starting from that move a6, and also the way he's handled the trades in the last couple of moves, it just goes on to show that he's really feeling the positions super well.
Yeah, I mean, his intuition is definitely very good. I mean, he got out prepared because actually he usually plays the Nimzo and Ragozin, I believe, or Semitarash or whatever. I mean, he's not really a Queen's Gambit accepted player, yeah? And Liam has basically out prepared him a bit, but he's fighting. Yeah, Pragg is not letting it go so easily.
Fun fact, by the way, chat, on all our 4 live games, the queens have been traded off. We're already in endgame in all the games.
Wow. Yeah, that's actually quite astonishing. Wow, what happened in Levon's game? Yeah, because I see that Anish is perfectly fine. I mean, what kind of magic? But Anish is down to 1 minute 50, so he really burnt all his time. Bishop f4, he went for f6. And Levon just ignored it. He just wanted to play for the galleries with castles, giving up the pawn like this. I'm not sure if this is objectively justified. And systematically, Anish actually has solved his problems. Yeah, I don't know. Somehow, to my taste, Levon is playing way too quickly. I mean, it's very nice to put pressure on your opponent, but I feel like Levon has missed a couple of momentums in his games due to playing too fast. I mean, now black is perfectly fine. I mean, okay, yes, we are behind on the clock, but we have nothing to worry about position-wise.
But this has been Lev's strategy throughout the tour. He really plays fast. Most times it does work for him because the clock is as important in these formats as the position on the board. But it does feel in this particular case, he has rushed up a little bit. Peter, why is our Evalbar saying that black should be happy with the position? I mean, I see 4 pawns on the board, and I think it has to do with this knight on c3. That's a monstrous knight.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, simply that white has a weakness on a2. The bishop and knight combo is super strong.
Not just that. The b4 pawn and the knight on c3, that combo, that's a BFF combo.
Yeah, definitely. And also the rook is joining the party. Yeah, white's rook is quite passive. I mean, black has all kinds of ideas with rook c5 kicking away the knight and eventually getting a5 in. Yeah, so Levon correctly trades this pawn immediately as quickly as possible. h3 takes. Okay, now we are heading to a draw. I believe that now Levon is perfectly safe. And simply because of his clock situation was trying to simplify a little bit too much. And actually, maybe now Levon will start to play. This is now suddenly we talk about the weakness on a7 and on f6.
But can you actually keep that pawn alive for too long? You've got to play rook c7 to make sure that you don't lose it immediately.
Yeah, and okay, with rook c7 on the board, and now Levon will start to just squeeze this position. Maybe king f1, king e2, just bring the king closer, rook a5, very typical. Controlling all the squares, getting that, because suddenly now his knights are dominating.
Nice. Also stops all kinds of trades, potential trades with knight c5 at some point. Nice little move activating the rook. Peter, we'll come back and see if Anish actually the clock comes to haunt him or not, or he manages to survive this one. Let's head over to the Magnus board. And wow, what do we have here? Somebody has an extra exchange, and it's Jan-Krzysztof Duda.
Yeah, but I feel like Magnus is quite happy. I mean, he got rid of the weakness on c6. That's what really matters for him. Yeah, I mean, forget about the action.
How did he do that? Let's back up.
Yeah, he probably didn't know what to do because there was no real good move. This c5 e4 disturbed him. He opted for h5. And anyway, Duda, just to illustrate that he anyway wanted to go e4, he goes e4. I'm not sure if this. I'm not sure if it was required. Maybe now it was time already to go for this positional knight e1, knight d3. In any case, he went for this tactical position, which I believe Magnus was trying to provoke. Rook c6 takes, rook c7, rook takes f2. So he had foreseen this sacrifice of exchange. Knight g5, knight takes g5, king takes f2, and knight f6. And what I'm loving that actually black has a good play against the d4 pawn. I'm also dreaming of some knight g4 check and knight h6 protecting on f7, opening up the way for this other knight to start jumping. I don't feel like black is risking much here.
Yeah. And also, let's not forget, white can't go king e3 defending the d4 pawn because of the fork on d5. Knight d5 is in the air as well. So actually, white has to find a way to keep the pawn alive. And it's not easy because you don't want to disharmonize your rook either by stepping back.
Yeah, it doesn't really feel like you want to do that.
But you might have to.
But on the other hand, you have to do something. Yeah, it's but practically, I absolutely feel that, yeah, white goes king e2. Black has nothing to worry about.
All right, he can even just pick up the d4 pawn. It seems
no, then h4, then h4.
Let's take a look at that, Peter. Rook takes d4. That's a really nice idea. So here you're saying h4, targeting the f7 pawn. And is there a good jump? Knight e4, knight g3. Is that something that helps?
Well, I don't know if it helps. You definitely have to do it, but
we don't have an option. The only thing is that if you go king e3, well, at least I might have knight f5. So where do you go with your king?
Yeah, so then already you revealed the right square. Yeah, I have to go to f3.
King f3, and it doesn't look like this is so easy now.
Yeah, somehow everything is hanging, and of course, if you lose the f7 pawn, you a little bit lose the soul of the position. Now black's king is vulnerable. I mean, maybe it's fine, but yeah, you definitely don't want to get into those messy things unless you see very clearly what you can do.
All right, fair enough. So black should not get greedy with the d4 pawn. Peter, we'll check in with this. Let's head back to our Prague game because Liam has got an extra pawn and the structures that we were discussing where the bishop on e6 has been picked up. Let's just go back a few moves and quickly come to this live board that we have.
Yeah, it's actually not much had happened. Yeah, g5, finally there was nothing better than to take. Yeah, this bishop had to be eliminated, but now the pawn is really isolated. Liam jumps back knight c4, king g7, rook d1, rook a4. I'm not really seeing how white is putting any pressure. I think it's just fine for black.
Absolutely. And we have a result. Hans Niemann has drawn his first game. So that's the first result of the day for us.
Yeah, it was a very solid performance. I mean, there was not much of an adventure in that game. It felt like Hans just wants to, play quite dry against Alireza's style. And Alireza did not want to be provoked. So it was like a nice little Catalan endgame and ended in a draw.
All right. So, Peter, what do we make? Are we expecting this one to end in a draw? And then the Magnus game also looks like it's heading towards a potential draw. By the way, he decided not to go for the d4 pawn and instead knight d5, rook d7, a trade offered.
Yes, I think that this is probably the most interesting of all the positions at the moment. I mean, because there is a material imbalance and we see that despite white is an exchange up for a pawn, the computers claim that it's kind of 0-0 position, it's equal, dynamic equality, and Magnus immediately goes for counterplay, and this justifies, now the knight on d5, he's threatening to give a rook c2 check, and all of a sudden, Black's knights are in a very nice range against White's king. Yeah, because look at this: if Rook C2 check happens, then King D1 runs into Knight E3 check, King E1 Knight F3 checkmate already. So one really has to care about Rook C2 check. It's not just a check; it's the check.
Wow, so you're saying despite being an exchange down, it's Magnus who's actually trying to build the initiative against White's king and try for something, well, more than just a bailout in this position or a draw. Rook C2 is a big threat. The only way that it looks like you can combat it is perhaps, I mean, Rook A2 you can't play because there's Knight C3, so watch out. You've got to get the king on then. So King D3 or King D2 comes to mind. King D2 runs into a lot of checks. What happens with King D3? You've got Knight
then
B4
the Rook
anyway.
C3 check, and then you are also in this kind of mating net. I'm not sure. It suddenly looks very
Dangerous.
critical.
I'm just wondering why our Evalbar still seems to think that White is doing fine, and he goes for H4, and it looks like that's the way.
Because computers are fearless, yeah. But wow, and Magnus goes Knight B4 check, instantly blitzing out. Why not Rook C3? I mean, he had the
He'll
blow
go
at
Rook
hand.
C3 now, maybe, Peter. Now he can play Rook C3.
No, but now it's already it's not the right moment. I mean, this is I mean, but why? I mean. Now Knight D5 check can be met by Rook takes D5 and then H takes G5. Yeah, so Magnus somehow just rushed.
Wow, and Tar is informing us that this is already better for White, and the turning moment was this Knight B4 check after Rook C2, King D3, but he had to go Rook C3 check.
Yeah, he could have given Rook C3 check, and then White is forced to come back King E2 and Rook C2 draw. That's it. I think Magnus just thought like, okay, now Knight B4, Knight D5 is the draw anyway, and he just blundered that Rook takes D5 is possible. An incredible costly mistake.
So you think he missed this, and Magnus there shaking his head. He's definitely missed something. He's gone Rook C3 check. King D2 runs into Knight E4. Peter, what's the square for the king? Is it King F4?
Yeah, King F4, yeah.
Rook F3 is not a mate because the G5 knight is hanging, so you can just pick that up. And Magnus in big trouble because the F7 pawn is hanging.
Yeah, and Magnus going completely crazy. Yeah, you can see on his face.
Where do you move this knight? You don't even have a good square.
No, just when it looked like with Knight D5 Rook C8, actually White is the one who has to be careful and should be quite happy that allowing the perpetual check. Magnus probably anyway wanted only perpetual check, but suddenly blunders it with Knight B4 check. Wow.
And our chat predicted by saying Magnus may end up losing by over pushing, and maybe, Peter, that's exactly what we saw, what happened with Knight B4.
Wow, I mean, okay, this is really kind of shocking because Magnus had like 4 minutes on the clock. I mean, 3.5 for sure. There was just absolutely no reason why he needed to rush.
And that was the moment that he could have actually just repeated with Rook C3, Rook C2, and now he's in big trouble. This was that turning point, as we can see, where it's impossible for White to escape because all the squares are taken up by the knight. And there's nothing better that Duda could have done than just go King D3, King E2. He gives Rook F3 check, but now you can just
he goes King G7,
Rook F5.
exactly.
Rook F5 is a big threat on the board.
But it doesn't work because Bishop H3 just wins now, yeah?
And Rook G3?
And then King F4 back. And then Rook takes F7 is coming, yeah? And Bishop H3 also opens up. Bishop takes E6, yeah, it's on the board, Bishop H3.
So Rook G3, King F4, and there's nothing there. So instead he goes for Knight to D3, trying to get that Knight to F2, and then E4 would be a checkmate again.
Yeah, but Knight
Duda
G4
immediately plays G4. So Peter, what's the point? Can you explain us what happens after Knight F2?
Yeah, now Knight F2 has to be played, but I'm assuming that after Knight F2 there should be something.
There has to be something. We see the eval bar. The point is that Knight F2, Bishop G2 is a beautiful checkmate after Knight E4.
Yes, but I mean, basically White can just take GH5.
And go King G4. That is so nasty. Let's just show that. Knight takes H3 with a check.
Yeah, maybe Magnus had actually foreseen all this and blundered that White can save this, but yeah, this is not just winning. Saving and winning, yeah.
Oof, king g4 is a nasty little touch there. Hitting that rook on f3. By the way, we might be seeing this knight, Peter, this line, Peter, with his knight on f2. And after king g4, as we were mentioning, knight takes h3, king g4, hits that rook, hits that knight, the pawn on f7 under fire. This is busted for black.
Yeah. That's it. Yeah, Magnus fights with knight g1, but this...
Maybe just h6 here and pick up the f7 pawn.
Yeah, that's very professional.
Also, there's a nice little rook a1 on the board.
Yeah, but I mean, this h6 feels...
better, no? Because, okay, at least after rook a1, you might take gh5 with a check and still the game continues, but h6 looks easy.
Yeah, it just feels so tempting to destroy the pawn structure also. Okay, black will have knight e2 at the end of the day, but I mean, takes, and then the knight jumps to e2, but we can just protect this pawn with rook d7 and it's an elemental win. Wow, okay, Duda even takes hg.
So he wants to go maybe h5. So the idea is after king g6, he'll give h5 and then he'll go h6.
Yeah, basically he has such a wonderful position.
Rook a1, Peter, no more gh5. That's the point.
That's
and
it.
Magnus immediately resigns. What a nice touch there. You get rid of gh5 and then a rook a1, winning the full piece on the spot. Liked songs on Duda's screen. And that was a very well-liked game, Peter.
Wow, I mean, okay, it's heartbreaking for Magnus. It will be very difficult to, you know, overcome this shock, yeah, because it was a completely unnecessary loss. He was under pressure after the opening, then he got out.
Peter, let's hear it from him.
There, and then it was just an overlook?
Yeah, I mean, I thought there were two ways to give a perpetual. There was rook c3 and also knight b4, king e3, knight d5 back, and then you can just take. I mean, that was, I mean, it was not a great game to begin with, but that was moment of pure insanity. Like, rook c3 was the one that I saw first, even, like, that was the most natural, but I don't know, for some reason I decided that knight b4 was more forcing, which is, I mean, I took 2 seconds. It was really stupid, but 3 more games.
Good luck. Magnus was saying it was quite stupid. How did you perceive this whole game, Jan-Krzysztof?
Yeah, it was, the final outcome was is a bit unexpected. Yeah, actually, right after opening, I thought it was basically going to be a very short draw because everything seemed to be, you know, like exchanging, and yeah, but somehow after rook c1, I understood that I am at least a little better, and it's very unpleasant for him. Still, my follow-up is probably not so good. Perhaps I shouldn't have rushed, you know, to sacrifice the pawn e4, play knight g5 instead or something. Maybe even instead of e4. Yeah, I thought I was pressing, but I of course forgot that he could have taken g5 straight away. I just calculated rook takes f1 first, and only then knight takes g5. When I thought I perhaps you know, had some chances. Yeah, after that I lost control. Also, I thought that king e2 is super smart, but very sophisticated. But yeah, actually, actually he could have drawn the game if he wanted. Possibly he was yeah, hoping for more, and he overpushed.
Does this change anything for game 2? Do you play differently now?
And yeah, I'm of course in a better condition right now, in better situation, but still, it's a lot of rounds to play and a lot of runs to play, and Magnus is of course very, very strong and extremely strong when furious. So I will have to stay strong, yeah, not to lose.
Good luck, Kansas.
Thanks.
We did some extraordinary insights there by both Magnus and Duda. First, Magnus pointing out, as you mentioned, that he missed this little tactic when he went knight b4 check, that knight d5, and then white can just take on d5, win that piece in that moment. If you can just quickly bring the position that Magnus was speaking about, that he intended to go rook c3 here. That was his first thought. But then he just took 2 seconds and quickly played knight b4, thinking that it's going to be more forcing, completely missing that after white moves the king, knight d5 check is impossible because white picks up that knight and picks up the g5 knight as well. And then Duda coming back on and saying that he felt that probably Magnus missed it because he was pushing for more. But in fact, just a slight tactic that cost Magnus the point. Peter, we've seen that happen once before in this tournament when Hans took the early lead against Magnus, winning that game 1. We saw Magnus come back straight on in game 2 against Jan-Krzysztof. Duda. That's not going to be easy.
Yeah, and it was two completely different games because there Magnus kind of paid a high price for one strategic blunder, yeah, with this c4 and got outplayed very nicely by Hans. And now he just made an incredible tactical insanity, yeah, like he put it, because okay, you can't even call it a mistake or blunder, whatever, because he only spent 2 seconds on it, yeah. He had 3.5 minutes. I mean, if he just spent 5 seconds, it would have never happened, yeah. He will be kicking himself, and all the more interesting that how quickly he will get over it, yeah, because this is what we are always speaking about, that you carry all these negative emotions, but Magnus is the type of player who actually overcomes these critical moments much faster than the usual players.
Yes, and in chat, he always comes back hard. Indeed, he really does. And we've seen him do that. In fact, in the very next round, you get an angry Magnus, and that's even more dangerous than the usual Magnus. We'll see how he deals with it in the second game. He's going to start with the white pieces. We still have this live game on between Lev and Anish, and the feeling is this should end in a draw.
Yeah, this is very drawish. I mean, okay, both sides actually have some nice extra little knights. Yeah, knight on e5 for black is a monster with a pawn on f6. Clearly white's knight on e6 also protected by the f5 pawn. But there are some weaknesses in white's camp, yeah? So white has to pay attention. Rook f3 check, followed by rook takes f5 is the set, rook takes e3. So it little bit also comes down to the fact, can white just now force a perpetual? Okay, he first goes e4, making sure that now both his pawns are kind of protecting each other. Yeah, Anish goes pawn hunting with rook e3. He targets the weak pawn, and Levon immediately goes, this is a very clever, nice shot, hitting the h5 pawn, basically inviting that, do you want to repeat, or do you want to trade on e4 and then I take on h5 and you go knight g4 and it's a draw?
I think we're going to see that. Knight g4 has to be played to defend the f6 pawn, and maybe white can try to get the king into the game, then go king g2, king f3, but he goes king f8 because knight f6, that's a nice tactical trick, is met by rook f4, rook f5.
Yes, this is actually then cleaner, yeah, because he will always have this rook f4 check. So even if white is not doing something like king f2, he can just force it by rook h4, yeah, and knight f6, rook f4 check is still in time.
Anish down to 30 seconds. This one looks like it's heading towards a draw. And if it does, that would mean that only the Jan-Krzysztof Duda Magnus was a decisive game. Let's take a quick look at what our chat is saying about the result that we've had. Magnus has something to prove after losing the first game. Well, I think that's true. I mean, he still has to overcome Duda in this match to keep up his lead and his performance. And there we have it. This one ends in a draw as well. That's 3 draws in our first round, while Magnus Carlsen is playing catch up to Duda. And one who plays careless should get punished. Even Magnus. Interesting. That's actually true. And against with these guys, if you get careless for even a moment, then you do pay a heavy price. That's a nice sight to see, Peter. Lev and Anish discussing their game.
Yeah, I think that they were both kind of intrigued by the opening, that how quickly white got the upper hand, and then also how quickly the advantage disappeared, yeah? And I'm also kind of curious later at night to check out that what really happened there, because it was too much of a sudden change of direction which the game was going.
Yes, absolutely agree. By the way, we are being asked in chat, what's the score between Magnus and Duda? Maybe we can just quickly bring up their head-to-head scorecard that we've got. Let's see if we can pull that up, which actually gives us some insights on how it is between these two. And we see their fighting chess index at 60 for Duda, 65 for Magnus. And in the this is just their these are their matchups during the tour. In the 22 season, it's one win for Duda, 2 wins for Magnus with 2 draws, while in the 21 season they played against each other. Jan-Krzysztof Duda took a win, but also even in the over the board, of course, one of the most epic matchups that these two had was in the previous World Cup, where Jan-Krzysztof Duda knocked out Magnus Carlsen in the quarterfinals. And there we see our arena.
Yeah, it's always a tough match between Duda And Magnus, of course, whenever you hear Duda, then he says, yeah, Magnus is a very tough opponent and so. But I mean, when you look at their record, it doesn't look so easy. And probably Magnus also feels that, yeah, whenever he plays Duda, it's a very tough match.
It is a tough match, and that's what it's turning out to be for the world champion, as Jan-Krzysztof Duda has taken an early lead. The other 3 games end in a draw. Round 2 action coming up. It's really quick. We will be back after a short break.
Duda, Carlsen, Giri, Wojtaszek, Caruana, Ding, Firuza, Nakamura, So, Aronian, I don't know, Soczko, Macieja, Bartel, Tomczak, Dragun. Yeah, and then not so much. Yeah, I know. I was trying to, find the shortest names, but actually, after some time, I got, confused. Yeah.
Air quality isn't the first thing that comes to mind when you think about chess and esports, but it affects our focus, decision-making, health, sleep, and more. What's in the air you breathe? Find out with Air Things.
The Grunfeld is a very good opening for those of you who are striving to get a double-edged.
In this video, we're going to look at the latest developments in the 6 bishop g5 knight draw.
I'm gonna start with sort of my first official Stonewall game.
The idea is not to fight against any opponent move, prevent everything, defend and so on. No, it's just to move.
What's up, chat? How are we doing? We've got a big game 2 coming up on this day 5 of the FTX Crypto Cup, and I have to say the most shocking result, a big result there that can turn things around on our leaderboard, has been the win by Jan-Krzysztof Duda, who so far was struggling in the event, right? He also mentioned that the way he's been calculating, he would lose a game to a monkey. But then some massive turnarounds, and today his calculation was on point, although of course a big miss by Magnus there in the end with this tactic that we were mentioning earlier. Otherwise the game would have ended in a draw. Interestingly, Duda mentioned he missed some chances as well. We've got a few minutes and I thought we could chat with chat and see what you guys think is going to happen today. Also, I remember in the Oslo Esports Cup, we had Magnus and Prag leading throughout the way. And then from somewhere, Jan-Krzysztof Duda first started playing spoiler to other people's tournament and eventually went on to win the very first major of the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour. So, can't write off Jan-Krzysztof Duda just yet. A big win there. And let's see what's going on in chat. By the way, let's also have a poll up. Do you guys think Magnus is going to strike back in round 2? Not the whole match, but will Magnus strike back immediately in round 2? Yes or no? Liam is strong, not easy for Prag, 100% agree. I think Liam has such amazing experience and he is a very tough player to crack. So it's definitely going to be a very exciting matchup and far from over. We've got our poll running. So chat, tell us, do you think it's going to, you have to predict the game 2 result. Also, if any of you, by the way, I really am interested to see where are you guys from? Which part of the world you're from? I am here doing live commentary from Miami. Peter is at his place. The players are all here. Tell us in chat, where in the world are you chilling with us on this broadcast from? And just in case you find yourself in Miami, there are some really cool activities, chess events happening over the weekend from tomorrow and day after. So do drop in and check out the program on Chess24 on the website. You'll have all the details. We're going to be playing some Banter Blitz. We're going to be playing, there's a simul planned, there's a meet and greet with the players. So lots of cool activities. Manila, Philippines, Bangalore, Poland, India, Finland. Wow. So we've got people from all over there, from Norway joining in, from UAE, from Mars. Well done. We have a far reach audience here. Venezuela, Tbilisi, really? Wow, that's so cool. Peter, we've got audience from all over the world.
Yeah, this is always super exciting and so nice to see.
And we were just discussing, the poll is on that will Magnus bounce back immediately in round 2? We've seen him do that often enough. He starts with the white pieces. Duda's got to be very cautious in this one.
Yeah, but is it the right strategy to be cautious or try to meet fire with fire? Yeah, that's also kind of, because okay, it's not this very critical moment. Yeah, like Magnus lost, he wants to bounce back. He is willing to take probably more than the necessary risk. Yeah, he will be very aggressive, and then if you try to be super solid, you go on the defensive, you give the initiative to Magnus. Yeah, I mean, it's always very difficult to understand what is the right strategy. Maybe just to confront him, stand your ground in complications. It is also something to think about.
This is going to be a fun round. And we've seen the one thing that I noticed today. Now, usually every day the games are full of this very combative play. We see all these tactics and complicated middle game, but it feels like the players were in a bit of a calm mood today. You know, we saw the queens being traded off early on, going into the end game. What do you think is going on there?
Yeah, it was completely uncharacteristic for the event, and I feel like this is the quiet before the storm. Yeah, it means that the heat is gonna come towards the end of the day, because yeah, the players. Okay, Hans, we could see that he is deliberately, trying not to take any risk. He tries to control the game as much as he can. If his opponent plays well, make it a draw, that's it. Now, of course, Alireza will be in a completely different mood with the white pieces, so I'm expecting a very tough fight immediately right from the start. Magnus is in the need to bounce back, so we can't be talking about any endgames whatsoever. And Prague with the white pieces against Liam. In the previous game, he got into some kind of a trouble, so he was quite relieved to end up in this endgame, which he managed to hold quite comfortably with very impressive defense. And the last game, Anish Giri between Leko and Aronyan, okay, those two heavyweights, they know each other very well. That's always very tricky.
There we have our matchups and the scorecard from round 1. Meanwhile, Peter, chat is just informing us where they are watching the broadcast from, and it's really amazing to see from different parts of the world people joining in for this. And yeah, this is going to be fun.
Yeah, and all the different time zones.
What opening will we see Magnus play? Will it be the Catalan? I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a Catalan.
Well, but it was just Duda who played I know it was Bogo in them, but it turned out to be some kind of a Catalan. That's true. But what is Duda playing against? Sometimes D takes C4, C5, a very solid system. I don't think Magnus is in the mood for it. I mean, if the match would be equal, then okay, give me a little better Catalan. Might be tempting, but not with this course. I'm expecting something different.
And there we have our players one by one stepping into the arena. Alireza, the first one to take his place, and then we have Jan-Krzysztof, Duda. So very soon we're going to have liftoff. Is Magnus stronger with white or with black? I think he's a beast with both colors. It's so hard to pick. There's a reason why he's the world champion, and it doesn't matter what color he's playing with.
Well, I mean, if you are in a must-win situation, I mean, not exactly a must-win situation. He still has 2 more games a part of this, but still after losing, you feel like with the white pieces, you have things in your hands, yeah, that you are the one who can dictate the course of the game. On the other hand, on this level, it's so difficult because everybody is very well prepared against anything. But I'm somehow expecting e4 from Magnus. That's kind of my take.
Not just you, Raul, as well, saying 1e4 best by test. I think we might see 1e4 being played out, but also the fact that he's white, it might push him to take extra risk. And he's got to be careful to not over push against Duda as well, and not, you know, he needs to buffer those risky decisions and hedge them really well, because very often a player can be a little bit on tilt and try to over push. And there we see Magnus. Well, we do have a little secret that Magnus does like to listen to ABBA while he's playing, Peter. You would approve of his music taste.
Yes, I mean, ABBA, anytime, any place, it's a wonderful choice. I'm wondering which exact songs is he listening, or he's just listening to the 20 greatest hits and that's all. But that remains a secret, I guess.
I think one of the songs he's definitely listening to is The Winner Takes It All. And he starts with 1e4 as you predicted. Are we going to see an Italian, or are we going to see the Spanish?
Yeah, well, since Duda, I think, has opted for the Berlin before, I believe bishop c4 will be more likely. Let's see. Magnus is trying to toy everyone. I mean, just waiting. He doesn't want to reveal his third move.
Well, he needs to reveal it sooner or later. It can't be a secret for too long. I think he's actually just thinking about what he wants to play. I have a feeling, Peter, he hasn't pre-decided.
Yeah, but it's also very tricky.
He goes for it, and we're going to see a Berlin.
Okay, yeah, then definitely fourth move d3, and he goes for the same line with knight b2. We have witnessed this yesterday between Alireza and Duda. I think the game that Alireza won in the very first round featured this line. Interesting to see how because it has a very good reputation. And yeah, Magnus goes a completely different route. Alireza went for knight c4. Magnus goes knight f1. He might even be thinking about going g4, knight g3. I mean, just play a complete street fight. I mean, forget about objectivity. Just trying to play as complicated as possible.
By the way, Alireza and Hans have decided to go for the same opening. You were mentioning that he played it earlier in the event. And if we just skip over to that game as well, we do have the anti-Berlin with d3 and knight d2. So the same line, but bishop e6, a deviation.
Yeah, bishop e6. It's the move that Hikaru was doing also in the candidates tournament. It somehow, you know, that there was also some hint by Hans towards Hikaru yesterday, that Hikaru was giving him some advice. Is there some connection? Did maybe Hans work with Hikaru during the candidates? I believe we will not find out, but let us speculate about it a bit. Whenever we see somebody playing the same lines, like someone of the top players, there's always some kind of a sense that maybe there is a connection.
Interesting. Maybe if we get a chance, we'll ask Hans about this. Peter, as you predicted, Magnus is in the mood for a big fight, and he's gone for the idea of g4.
Exactly. I mean, basically for a experienced eye, if white chooses the move knight f1, it's clear that it won't be followed up with knight g3 just too soft. Yeah, it's just clear indication that Magnus just wants to go g4 next, no matter what. Yeah, castle g4 on the board, rook e8, knight e3 immediately, a5 played. So we are heading towards those typical positions, very complex, very fighting positions. White is usually putting his knight on f5, goes h4, h5, or puts the rook on g1 and then goes h4, h5. Very complex position. And I believe that because this was popular when it was like 2017, 18, I don't think that Duda was following all these developments back then already so carefully like Magnus, yeah, who had those world championship matches at that moment, and probably he was heavily analyzing this type of positions.
He's making his intentions pretty clear, right? He's putting the pressure on from the word go. And from a chess psychology perspective, it makes a lot of sense because, you know, your opponent, he's high after the win he's had. It is the time to try, if possible, to put as much pressure on him as one can. Very often, some players prefer to take it easy and stop the bleeding, but Magnus feels it's the time to strike, and he doesn't waste any of it. Goes for the most direct lines with g4, h4. This promises to be a fun middle game. Let's do a little bit of an opening tour and take a look at some of the other boards that we've got. 2 anti-Berlins with d3, similar stuff. How is our other tournament leader, Prague, doing?
Well, Prague is doing something very interesting. He challenges Liam in a Vienna variation with the pawn sacrifice, the gambit, which has a very good reputation. The only trick is that Liam himself is a big specialist from the white side. We have seen him play the same line against Duda with the white pieces. Duda there was in a kind of must-win situation, and he provoked bishop d6, knight g5, all these crazy complications which could have backfired heavily. Liam goes for the traditional bishop e7, and Prague is coming up with a slightly unusual queen c2. I don't really know this move. I haven't seen it. It looks like a waste of tempo, but I mean, if Prague does it and breezes out, it means there is a clear idea behind. After short castle bishop, no, first rook e1, and knight d7, he opts for bishop d6, targeting this pawn on h7. He kind of asks Black, please sir, show me how you want to deal with this problem. And when Liam goes h6, immediately jumps queen e2, so he wants to somehow get his queen to the diagonal. Okay, one doesn't see that it should be so dramatic because Black will always have knight f6. This is also what we are seeing in the game. c5, queen e4, knight f6, queen h4 on the board. So bishop takes h6 ideas are coming. I mean, it might be kind of tolerable for Black in a classical game. You can think a lot, but in rapid it could be very dangerous.
Peter, let's just back up to that moment of queen e4 where white set up that battery, and so here it's clear that g6 or f5 both lose a pawn, so knight f6 was pretty much the only move, and Prague blitzing out the move queen h4, putting his queen voluntarily on the diagonal with a potential discovered attack, showing, well, once again, heavy preparation. But the question has to be, where is the queen really headed? For example, let's say a knight jump. Knight d5 looks like the most I don't know, natural response to this move. If you go queen e4, I'm happy to repeat. Well, maybe I've got other options. f5 is one more because c3 is under attack as well. But where do you want to really place your queen?
Yeah, well, definitely, since I have sacrificed the pawn and I showed my intentions that I want to attack, so maybe the move queen g6 is the most natural, threatening bishop h6.
And can I continue pursuing your queen with something like bishop d6?
Yeah, then I have knight e5, which is very sympathetic. This is looking very dangerous. Knight gets to e5. I'm still setting bishop takes h6. And I mean, you have to answer some questions.
All right, so there's clearly some ideas and pressure here. Knight e5 looks like this is the kind of stuff you want, and Black doesn't have time to pick up on c3. Is there something better than bishop d6 then?
Well, that's a big question, but already I'm not sure if I prefer to move the knight from f6, yeah, because that knight on f6 is also kind of a good defensive piece. On the other hand, bishop takes h6 is a real threat, yeah, this piece sacrifice, destroying Black's king side, and then some rook e5, rook g5 will join the party and will deliver checkmate. So yeah, it might be Black might be forced to go knight d5, and then after queen g3 play the move like king h8. Still, it looks very scary.
Or maybe after knight d5, queen g3, bishop d6, knight e5, Black can simply defend the h6 pawn with something like queen f6, and I'm still threatening knight into c3. How is this position?
Oof, I mean, okay, if you can survive with a queen on f6,
is that bad?
I mean, I feel like that's some kind of a world wonder. I mean, okay, this is how long you can. I mean, maybe I can go rook e4, rook g4. I mean, I'm bringing this rook as well into the attack. I mean, the problem is that if at one point there will be a threat, it will be devastating.
So knight c3 here, what do you do?
Well, knight c3. First of all, I hope that I scared you already enough to.
A little bit. No, I'm always scared looking at lines with you, Peter.
Yeah. Okay, that's good. But I mean, okay, rook f4, for example, or rook g4. One of these moves. Okay, let's go rook f4.
I really want to try to get some tactic in with knight e2. So what is happening? Let us take on e5 first.
Yeah, you take on e5, d5, queen e5, and then finally after bishop b2, you have knight e2. That was your trick. And
actually, my trick, the other trick that I know it doesn't work with queen g6. Oh, by the way, knight d5 on the board. Queen g6 is another pretty move, but you've got rook g4 options and things like that. So it's not something, but queen e5 is nice.
Yeah, so basically it means that I should probably not rush with rook e4. Maybe I should just develop slowly with bishop d2, keep the position and then go rook e4, because after all there is nothing much that can happen. By the way, we are getting closer and closer to this position. Knight d5, queen g3 on the board.
Wow, so now we're gonna see, and it's clear that Prague is the one who's better prepared. Look at the clock, Liam, down to less than 10 minutes. Prague has got 16.5 minutes. That's way more time than what he started with, blitzing out the moves. And this also puts pressure on the opponent. In a classical game, of course, you've got time to figure out the subtleties and what's going on. But in this format, where clock is such an important factor, this can really come to haunt Liam later. So really keeping up the pressure there by Prague. Peter, let's go back to the hot opening on the Magnus Jan-Krzysztof Duda board with g4, h4. Oh, by the way, bishop d6 as well played. We might be
bishop
seeing
d6 and knight e5 we will see as well. Yeah, it's a very logical sequence of moves.
I don't know if we'll see queen f6, because queen f6 looks a bit, I mean, it's very shaky. You want to make it in your analysis because, all right, why not? It's not a real game, but queen f6 is a scary move to make.
Yeah, on the other hand, it's on the board.
It's on the board.
It's understandable. I mean, okay, there was not much of a nice reaction, yeah, because you also don't feel like moving with the king to h8, allowing maybe somewhere some knight f7, queen g6. At the moment, it does not work, but you always have to constantly with those ideas.
Queen f6 on the board. We were just calling out this line, Peter, and now, well, big questions to Prague. What does he have in mind? And it's the first time that Prague slows down.
Yeah, I'm kind of finally then expect him to just keep the tension with bishop d2 and then probably prepare rook e4. On the other hand, it's not exactly clear what my strat is after rook e4. I'm still not settling anything. It looks nice and it looks frightening, but maybe then rook h4. Yeah, just try to go like this and then start harassing that h6 pawn at all cost. Maybe, but okay, it's very complicated. Let's take a look at the other games. Well, Magnus is following in the logical footstep. Yeah, he makes all the moves that are necessary.
Peter, let's just go back a couple of moves because there aren't too many and see how it got here, how he's built up this. So h4 was played.
Yeah, h4, a4, knight f5, b5, bishop g5, f6, bishop d2. It's a typical idea. I think that in 2016 Moscow candidates Fabiano used it against Hikaru, this bishop g5, f6, bishop d2, and after that it became a very classical idea that this is a super smart idea, provoking f6 weakness, so that eventually later you will have a better break with g4, g5. So black sidestep with the king on h8. Now, of course, you can't hurry with g5 because then black would immediately basically almost win the game by taking e4 and opening up the position on white's king. So I'm expecting a move like queen e2. It's the typical move. Also, eventually maybe intending long. What? Magnus goes G5. What is this? Takes e4, resigns. What is Magnus doing?
Wow. What just... Wait, Peter, we've got to look at this. We saw Revalbar just go straight down there. G5, it's a forcing line. You trade on f5. I mean, he's got to have some idea in his mind. What is it that we're missing?
I mean, what guy? Just before Magnus played the move g5, I was saying that, yeah, white wants to play g5, but it's bad. It just does not work. What on earth is happening? I mean, takes e4. It's going to be blitzed out. And let's see Magnus's reaction.
And has it been played?
Not yet.
But it will be an e4. I mean, okay, so you have to take on e4. I don't see an option there.
Oh my God. I mean, okay, this e4 you just never allow. I mean, how you can handle...
This looks really bad for the white king. So your knight is attacked. ED3 is a big threat. What happens? Let's just, Peter, if we can just get our analysis board up as well. After d takes e4, what is the line that...
Well, we just take, for example, rook e4. We don't do anything fancy. We just give a check. You have to move the king to f1. Your king is in a terrible danger. I have some queen d5. I have million ideas. Yeah, with queen c4 check, bringing the other piece in the board. I mean, whose king is weaker? It's a total tragedy.
This is unreal stuff. This is just, let's get a close-up on our players and head back to the arena and take a look at what is going on. Duda also surprised there that Magnus has allowed black to get so much activity against the king.
Yeah,
and so
it's on
far,
the-
Magnus looks unfazed.
Yeah, it's on the board, and like Duda is leaning forward. Yeah, like what am I missing? Why isn't this so good as I think it is? It's just shocking. I mean, okay, I believe Magnus is now holding his poker face. I mean, inside he's burning. That how on earth again he allowed something like this?
So we have this position that we were looking at. Have they gone for D4, rook e4, king f1?
Yeah, this was blitzed out.
All right, once you allow e4, you don't have much of an option. And now some pleasant choices for Jan-Krzysztof Duda, but this is a dream position with the black pieces. Look at our eval bar. The eval bar says white is busted.
Yeah, and basically for a reason. Yeah, I mean, you just feel like it's no way. Okay, after queen d5, some bishop c3 is white's idea, the only idea. But I mean, I just don't believe that it can work.
Also, I'm getting an update from Tad that we asked our chat what they thought about whether Magnus would make a comeback in game 2 straight on. And 59% of chat thought that he would immediately level the score. 27% predicting a draw in this one. 12% for Jan-Krzysztof Duda. Chat, I have to say, it looks like we were all wrong on this.
Well,
Because
I mean,
this
okay,
looks like
the chat
for
can
black.
say that how could we have expected Magnus to blunder like this with g5? It's uncharacteristic. Just play queen e2 first, get the control, and then later you're gonna push.
All right, and queen d5, like you said, on the board, bringing that other rook into the game as well. You want to place it on d8 or on e8, queen c4, rook g4. Lots of ideas here. f5 pawn is hanging. How is Magnus going to survive this?
Well, the only question is that can white play the move bishop c3? That's the if not, then he's just in a lot of trouble. I mean, gf first, but I'm even not sure that we can include gf, so I have to go bishop
so
c3.
let's start with queen f5. Let's take a look at that first.
Yeah, and then I take on f6.
Okay, so queen h3 is a check, and you want to go rook g2 here.
Yeah, queen h3, rook g2, because I'm settling fg, and gf bishop f6 is always checkmate. Yeah, once you move the queen. So
I
this
mean,
is...
Peter, even queen h3, rook g2, knight g6 looks quite dangerous for white, no?
Yeah, well, that's that's a nasty move. Yeah, avoiding.
I mean, I hide. I want to jump in knight f4. I want to
Yeah.
get in rook g4. There's just so many threats. And my
Yeah.
king is super safe on g8, by the way.
Exactly. Actually, it might be just game over. Yeah, because knight f4 is coming. But if basically white is not able to play bishop c3, then white is just busted. Because I mean, that was the move that was putting some pressure on black. I mean, otherwise you can make a move which is not a catastrophe, but the position is a catastrophe. And then, yeah, gf played.
Wow, Magnus looks like he's in a bit of shock. Just shock from where he's landed himself at.
But hang on, now after gf at least played. Now after bishop c3, this exact same variation does not work already. But okay, bishop c3 anyway. You take on f5, and there is no good way of using this momentum. Yeah, the knight can't jump.
You
because
can't
of
go
mate.
to g5. Unfortunately, f2, queen f2 is a mate.
Yes, exactly. This is super important. Yeah, because otherwise with knight g5 there would be knight f7 checkmate idea. But and rook g5 is met by queen h3 check. Yeah. And then the rook comes to f4, protects the pawn and attacks the knight, and it's clearly all falling apart.
Magnus is listening to take a chance. Richard, I think he's just taken a very, very bad chance with the last couple of moves that he's played. And it shows on his face that he realizes that it's been a big mess up straight from the opening. gf6, queen f5 is a big threat on the board. Peter, you remember in the Oslo Esports Cup as well, we saw Jan-Krzysztof Duda. He was always sort of in the middle, in the mix of things, but never leading the event. But the last couple of rounds, he struck, and he struck hard, winning the whole thing.
Yeah, I mean, he got into the final and everything. Yeah, it was... I mean, okay, Duda in this match format is a beast if he gets his flow. Yeah, we also have seen during the tournament that he also can be shaky sometimes. Yeah, and but if he's so sharp, but also Magnus is making his life easy. Yeah, and this is how you are building up your opponent. Yeah, and it's so uncharacteristic. In the first game, Magnus, instead of giving the right perpetual check, he blunders and loses. Now he makes a premature move and gives Duda the chance to counterattack. I mean, okay, Duda will be on fire after all this.
All right, let's try and see how white can try to keep the game alive. Peter, I like your move bishop c3, at least putting it on the long diagonal where potentially there could be a threat. And after queen f5, first I wanted to go rook g5, but I realized that you've got queen h3 check, and it doesn't help us. If we can just make the moves on the board, queen f5 here. And does it help white to maybe stop your idea of going queen h3? Let's say a move like rook g3, and I'm just dreaming. I don't even know what I'm dreaming, but maybe queen d2, queen h6 is what I'm dreaming about.
Yeah, but actually the sad news about this position is that black even has the chance eventually to push b5 before kicking the bishop away from the diagonal, yeah? And also not even to mention the idea that you already highlighted, that knight can also join the party. We should not be forgetting about that knight as well.
Actually, knight g6, knight h4, or even maybe directly rook h4 might be a possibility.
Yeah, I mean, anything. It's if basically white is just completely lost, there is nothing to talk about, yeah, because black is kind of pawn up. If he grabs on f5, he has the strategically winning position. White's king is more in a danger. I mean, there are just no arguments which can really be on white's side. I mean, a terrible big miss by Magnus.
This is absolute insanity. I mean, just to be to just voluntarily allow bishop f5, ef5, e4, it looks like some kind of a blind spot or what happened there. Maybe we'll find out after the game. But Peter, let's jump to Prag's board because this looks like it could be a disastrous match for Magnus.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, Hans is also in a lot of trouble, just like Magnus. The anti-Berlin worked not terribly for black. I mean, black has a big pawn on b6, yeah, because this is not really a bishop doing nothing apart of protecting the c7 pawn, but that's it. White has the d file doubled, and black is not able to challenge the d file. Knight on f5 is a monster. Black's knight on f8 has to stay on f8, otherwise it would love to jump to e6, but then white will immediately have the invading and destroying move rook d7. So the knight can't really move, and white is just maybe next move just goes on to play h4, maybe plays queen f3, h5, and puts the pressure, and I don't see any counterplay for black. Bishop c1, also very nice move, already targeting, some bishop takes h6 ideas, maybe rook d3, rook h3, and maybe Alireza is going for a mating attack.
It just feels like the two anti-Berlins have worked to perfection in this round. I mean, both these games started out with all these similarities and the exact same line. And in both games, black looks like he's in big trouble. Rook d3 is a threat. Well, c4
No, sorry. I mean, in the other game, exactly that the two games are vice versa. That Magnus is in a lot of trouble with white, and here black is in a lot of trouble. Yeah,
absolutely. Thanks for checking me on that. White in big trouble on that. In this one, black. Rook d3, you're mentioning h5 played. Wow, usually they say the side that you're under fire, you don't push your pawns on that side. But Hans says he's taking the more active approach to stopping counterplay, wants to go g6 next. But do you have time? Can white anyway go ahead with your idea of rook d3, rook h3?
Yeah, I think that Alireza will just crush this. I mean, we know Alireza with his initiative, with his skills to attack. I don't really see him surviving, but I feel like Magnus' game might be over anytime soon. So maybe let's just get an update there, and then we take it from, what happened. So Magnus finally opted for this bishop c3, queen f5, rook g5. There was nothing else. King g1, rook g4 check. So the dangerous rook is traded.
But now the other rook comes out, no, Peter? But bishop f6 is a threat, so you still have to probably waste one more move. Or is knight d7 a possibility? It's not where I want the knight, but I'm really trying to get that rook to g8.
Yeah, it's also a big question that how much is this bishop takes f6 of a threat? That also Tadeusz actually highlights that after king g1, rook f4 was game over on the spot, which we already, I think, had even on our analysis board. The move rook f4, protecting the pawn and hitting the knight on f3. So Magnus at least survived this scare, but the position is not much better. I mean, Jan-Krzysztof has such a big choice here. I mean, everything is good, and he's also pawn up.
All right, but at least you're not getting mated with white, which is already a very big achievement. Might not, you look at Magnus and you can see he feels like there's been no achievement in this game so far. He looks pretty disgusted with the way things have gone. And Peter, I think we'll still have a couple of moves more in this one. We'll keep an eye out and jump back to it. I want to take us to Prague's board and get an update on what is happening there.
Well, actually, really now Prague gets a big chance. Yeah, if he wins today's match, he can use Magnus's mistake and weakness to his advantage. So, but the big question is, will he be able to use his momentum? I think the best way to do that is just not to follow Magnus's match at all. Just focus here. So what happened? Knight e5, queen f6. Prague actually opted for d takes c5. Because, okay, bishop takes c5 runs into knight g4 and then knight takes h6 check. So that's why black was forced to give up the bishop. Bishop e5, rook e5, rook d8, bishop d2, knight e7, trying to stabilize. Yeah, it's a logical way of rook e1, bishop d7, c4, knight f5. And yeah, black's position should not be underestimated. It's a very solid, it's a rock. No, not easy to break this construction.
All right, well, this one you're saying is not easy to break. Meanwhile, on the Hans board, I think it's going to be broken very, very soon. I see our eval bar, it loves white's position here. G6 has been played. Is there a direct way to make the most of the position? Because it seems to say that white is completely winning here.
Yeah, and he goes for knight h6. He wants to follow it up by g4, I'm guessing. Yeah, he just wants to break, but okay, this knight h6 is a move you only make it if you have already foreseen the follow-up. Because queen e6 looks natural. I'm assuming queen e6 will be played, and apparently Alireza has spotted something. I'm not seeing yet the killer punch.
Let's try out g4. It's the move that came to your mind, and it looks like the most direct approach. And we know Alireza likes to keep things direct, so g4 might happen. How is black responding to this? Because h takes g4, you just go knight g4.
Yeah, I felt like intuitively I want to close it with h4, but that might run into some, I don't know exactly. It's of course terrible. I mean, okay, the position is very bad, but the point is what I wanted to say, that if white wants systematic approach, he could have just played knight e3, knight c4 with very big advantage. Yeah. So if someone, instead of choosing the strategically clearly advantaged position, goes knight h6, means that he already has a very clear vision of how he wants to destroy black's construction.
But perhaps also black would have some time to go rook e7 or start with knight e6 and put his own knight in a good square if you fall back with the knight, giving some chances. Instead, he goes and g4 on the board. Queen g7 was the square of choice for Hans Niemann. And after g4, he jumps knight e6. But I don't think it really helps. Can't you just pick up the pawn on h5? Or do you start with rook d7?
Yeah, this is a big question. Yeah, that do you include rook d7 or not? Because Hans is definitely hoping or dreaming to jump with the knight to d4, releasing avoiding any rook d7 pressure anymore, releasing the tension of the d file, and then hoping to survive the kingside assault. But very hard to imagine that this could happen. Besides, hang on, what about Magnus? Magnus is running with his king, so
we're being told he's going to get checkmated any moment. So let's take a look at what is happening here. King g2, yeah, he sacrificed that knight, but look at that threat on h2. King f1, and is there a direct win here? Because bishop f6 is a major threat. So let's just point out that queen h1, queen a1, and suddenly it turns around with bishop f6, queen g7 mate. So you can't get greedy with this.
Yeah, that's for sure, but that's not intended.
That is not intended. Well, king f1 played. If only you could have gotten your rook to e8 somehow.
Yeah, actually the queen on d7 does an incredible job, yeah, covering all the center squares and also protecting the h3 square, plus returning also counterplay against black's king. So king e2 happened, and of course queen e4 check happened.
So king c1 runs into bishop. Now you go queen c4 check, but you still have king e1. Queen c4, you have to go king e1 because king g1, king g2 runs into rook g8.
Yeah, but then also black has, for example, a nice little move, bishop b4, and you know that you are 2 pawns up, you should be winning. On the other hand, okay, maybe you even want more than that.
I do want more than that for sure, but it's kind of hard to find a way because Bishop f6 is a threat. Bishop b4 looks nice and simple for sure.
Yeah, I mean, there is also the question that can we just play a move like rook f8 and then insist that then we're going to go b5, b4, kick the bishop away, and then it should be game over. I mean, the position looks hopeless. Exactly, yeah, that's what also Tania is mentioning, that already here black can just play rook f8, stop the only threat, and then we are combining queen h1 check, queen c4 check, b4, and it's over. I mean, with queen c4 check included or without.
Wow. All right, so king f1, rook f8 you're mentioning here is quite strong with all these ideas of going b4 or queen h1 later on. You just stop bishop and he goes for queen c4. I like it. King e1 played. Another big question, will he choose bishop b4 or rook f8? I really like rook f8 as well because it just keeps the attack and the pressure going. He's gone for rook f8 and white might play rook d1 here.
Rook d1 and then b4.
Rook d1 and b4 has no time to even take on d6.
Yeah, I think no time, yeah. Well, it looks just game over.
Maybe rook d4 might be a move, no? Rook d1, b4, rook d4. That might actually be a move, Peter.
Wow, I mean, you know how I will react to it. B takes c3 just to play for the galleries.
You are so brutal.
Yes, bc, rook c4, c takes b2.
Wow. Okay, does this really work? Like a rook h4, you have b1, queen c2, so that's not an option.
Exactly. I gonna queen with a check. But I mean, okay, it's so fancy that it's not necessary. but it was so beautiful, I had to mention it.
That's a stunning end. All right, let's see what the live board is.
Yeah, so rook d1, of course, Duda is professional. He just goes queen e4 check, king f1, queen h1 check. And I think he goes queen h5 check and it will be over. Yeah, that's it. The rook on d1 is attacked. King e1 is met by rook e8 check. King f1 runs into queen takes d1. And king d2 runs into bishop f4 check. It's game over, finished.
And that's a forcing sequence of moves. And Magnus there just knows that this is hopeless. And just like the previous game, you know, it's he kind of messed up with his rook c3. On his own here, voluntarily allowing e4, and Magnus resigns. And with that, it's 2-0 to Duda.
Yeah, that's it. I mean,
it just feels like we've got a very different Magnus today, completely struggling with his form today.
Yeah, and he's running out of the playing hall. I mean, he knows that now he needs to win on demand with the black pieces, and he has to adjust his strategy. I mean, he has to think about how to do that at all.
We might have an interview with the player. We've got Duda with us.
Are you now releasing all that frustration that has built up in the start of this Crypto Cup?
Yeah, I still have to win the match, you know. Yeah, but I mean, the game was very mysterious, I guess, for everyone, because yeah, actually, I wasn't happy with what I did in the opening. Like, possibly I castled a bit too early. I mean, I allowed him to have this king's A attack, and that wasn't very comfortable. And it was very welcome for him in terms of match situation. Yeah, but I mean, G5 move was big shocker. I mean, it looks so bad for him, to be honest. That I mean, he must have, of course, miscalculated something, but I mean, it was very surprising because after that, I guess I'm just much better with black.
Going into this situation where draw is good enough, do you try to play defensive, or do you think you still need to play your normal game to be able to play as good as you can?
Yeah, I guess I have to play just normally. Like what happens, that happens. I mean, there is never like an easy solution if it makes sense to play for draw or not. I guess I will just play, you know, normally and see what happens. But of course, if there is a forced draw, I would take it.
Congratulations on what has been a great start for the day.
Thank you.
Duda quite honest there, yeah? Saying that if there's a straight draw, he'll be very happy to take it. Makes a lot of sense. Well, Magnus Carlsen in big trouble. Needs to win on demand, or this might be a wrap-up in just 3 games. Peter, you got a smile on your face. What do you...
Yeah, I'm smiling because of the the innocent question of the interviewer, yeah, that do you go on the defensive to make a no? If you go on the defensive, you're gonna lose. Yeah, that's it. Finish. I mean, people might think that if somebody plays no, you have to play from strengths. Yeah, you have to put the pressure with the white pieces, force your opponent to, you know, in order to try to play for a win, not play objectively the best openings. Yeah, because those lines very much lead to a forced draw if the white player wants. Yeah, so it will be Magnus who will have to play some g6, bishop g7. Okay, give me the center, and then you are the one who has the upper hand, and then Magnus will have to try to fish in the muddy waters. Yeah, but never just go on the defensive if you want to draw.
Especially not against this guy. I completely get it. But also Duda's style is not that. I think he's going to take this head on and stick to what he does best. Magnus with the black pieces, we might see a hippo structure like you're mentioning. We'll find out, Peter. The other big result has been Alireza taking the lead in his match. And this one was also a crash through.
Yeah, let's just very quickly finish it where we left. Yeah, knight h6, queen g7, g4, knight e6, g takes h5. I'm in a clear direct attack. Knight d4, h takes g6 check, queen takes g6, rook d7 check. Yeah, this is the problem, that suddenly the 7th rank is opened. King h8, queen e3, and Hans resigned because he doesn't have a defense against rook g1, basically trapping his queen or checkmating his king. The position is completely busted. We can see the bishop on b6, rook on a8 do not participate in the game, and all of white's pieces are in the attack. So a great victory for Alireza. We also see, okay, kind of a peaceful, more peaceful game in Prague's position. So that's why we might be focusing on first on the other game between Anish Giri and Levo Naronyan, where I feel like Anish is having a wonderful position, should be a technical win.
Yeah, I mean, that pawn on a6 is one big pawn. Levon trying to trade off the queens immediately, taking advantage of that knight on b3 hanging. But I don't think Anish will have a problem swapping the queens in this one. You trade and you simply put your knight on c5.
Yeah, well, Levon definitely is intending to hit that knight with rook b5, yes, just to show, for example, takes, knight c5. If you get time to play knight d2, knight db3, then it's game over. So I have to immediately attack this knight.
And after knight e6, you'll go rook a7.
Yeah, then, okay, anything but just not to let you place your knights perfectly.
And then the knight on e6 will be trapped. So definitely don't want to end up with that kind of a position. So probably not put your knight on e6. All right, the queen g8, he goes knight d2, and our bar does not like that move.
Yeah, rook b6. Now, suddenly it feels like Anish is losing some momentum because the pawn on a6 is vulnerable. Yeah, he was dreaming of getting knight to c4 and covering the b6 square, and Anish down to 30 seconds.
No time to get that knight to c4, no time on the clock either. Peter, we've seen this narrative so many times where Anish plays masterfully well. He gets these better positions out of the openings and a strong middle game pressure, but then the clock ticks low, and then there seems to be a bailout or something, some inaccuracy that turns the game around.
Yeah, that's what we are with. Now we also see the benefit of Levon's strategy of playing so quickly, but I'm still not loving it, you know, because in my mind, Levon is like one of the best players in the world, yeah, who doesn't need to try to put clockwise the pressure, because he puts so much pressure on the board with his incredible moves already, yeah. So I'm a little bit surprised to see this kind of strategy that in every game he rushes so quickly, but now he's surviving thanks to it. Or, okay, he did not survive yet, but basically I'm assuming that somehow he will hold it already.
All right, so this one looks like, but there's still problems to be solved. I mean, the a pawn, you can't really pick it up because the e5 pawn is hanging. So he puts another piece to put pressure on it. Queen b7 now threatening rook into a7. And if the a pawn is picked up, then the worst is definitely over for black.
Yeah, the position is still unpleasant, and Anish is putting pressure, but I mean, okay, you just can't compare it before, yeah, when he had a very clear a-pawn advantage, and also with 20 seconds on the clock, when there is a shift in momentum, it's very difficult to adjust again.
It looks like he's putting the pressure, but in the wrong way. With every move that we are seeing, it feels like Lev is getting more and more control over the position. Queen e6 felt like a natural move. You put the queen on that dangerous spot, attacking e5. What is going on after rook a7, picking up the pawn? Do you trade and go for knight e5? Well, he's gone for it, but maybe there's just takes on e5 and move the knight to g6. Is that the idea?
Yeah, probably. I mean, somehow black gets too much activity. I mean, I'm not liking it from white side. Okay, now he has a choice to take on e7 or take on e5. More or less, it leads to the same position. But yeah, queen e5, knight g6 on the board.
All right, so this looks like the worst is over for Lev and he's back in control. He's down a pawn, but a lot of piece activity. Peter, let's switch over to Prague because I see that we're being informed that there is trouble brewing.
Wow, but this is also shocking kind of development. The players are down to 1 minute each. I mean, it looked like he's the one hunting Black's king, but Black's king is suddenly quite safe on h5. The pawn on h6 guards from the h5, from rook g5 check, and Black's bishop, the light square bishop, is in fact now much stronger, eventually also hitting on a2, maybe able to target the g2 pawn. Black is also settling some rook d3, maybe rook 8 to d3 or rook 1 to d3. Bishop protects back on the only weakness on f7, and Prague is down to 30 seconds. It might objectively not be so bad, but practically it's very unpleasant.
And that is so counterintuitive because with Liam's king on h5, you would be really scared of some rook h3 check coming in or h3 g4 ideas once the king moves. But to think that it's actually Black who's doing fine here, he goes king f2, watch out for rook h3 mate, but I think you at least have the move rook d3 here to counter it all.
Exactly, yeah, that's the
rook
first
f1
thing.
check is also possible, by the way, forcing the king back to g3.
Yes, rook f1, king g3, but not exactly sure what does this rook f1 does to the... On the other hand, okay, it's also very tempting. Yeah, you force the king back, nothing is threatened, and then maybe you even collect some pawn on the a2 on the other side. But yeah, rook d3 is the professional move. And now Prague probably falls back, but then rook f1 check, is that a problem? Wow, let's show this, that rook g3 runs into rook f1 check, king f1, rook d1 check, king f2, rook f1 checkmate.
But Peter, there's rook e1. Oh no,
No,
there's no rook e1.
no rook
rook
e1.
d1
This
to king f2, you have to go. Unbelievable.
I mean, that was the devilish trap, yeah, but Prague is not falling for it. He goes rook e5. What a defense.
Unbelievable.
Wow. Yeah.
Okay,
because-
so wait, there's g4 ideas now, but there's king h. Wait, what is going on? So rook c3, there's rook h5, king h4, g3, rook h5 mate. Let's just show that really quickly.
Yes, that would have been made. So yeah, Liam jumps back with the rook to d5. Now g4 check is on the board. Both players down to seconds, and we have this craziness.
This craziness with opposite color bishops and both king under fire. We saw mating nets for even the white king. That is absolutely crazy.
Yeah, unbelievable. Yeah, it just shows. And now after rook e3, apparently Prague is lost. Apparently Prague is lost. But why and how? Because also bishop f6, but bishop f6 checkmate is a threat. But maybe can Black just take on g4? Yeah, just f takes g4 solves the problem, because the Black king, you have fg4 on the board, and suddenly the h5 square is vacated. Oh my God, now Prague will be very angry. He saw all this craziness with little time on the clock and then misses f take g4, and it might cost the game.
And that's why Liam is such a dangerous opponent. He just keeps his calm, he keeps control over his nerves, and he finds all these, this whole maze with checkmates, and there he is with a position where only if anyone can push it to Liam. And this looks like it's big chances to win this now.
Well, look at even the computer evaluation. It just says that it's completely winning, because you can't, you actually can't get to this construction. Black can just collect all the pawns, and okay, he has the a pawn. He has two pawns advantage plus the positional advantages as well.
And the white rook on g7 is actually stuck. So you need to spend some time getting it back onto the defense. You need to spend a move, and he goes for it. He goes for rook g8, but it's basically a position, 2 pawns down. Black has a free roll.
Yeah, you also have rook d2 check targeting the h2 pawn. Okay, Liam even goes after the c pawn. But whenever the check on c2 happens and after king g3 you go bishop d5, yeah, this is one of those constructions protecting the a7 pawn and then going rook g2 check, winning. So yeah, Pragg goes bishop e7, completely hopeless. King g3, bishop d5, and it's resignable.
On the board, we might be seeing bishop d5. You can try to create some chances with rook a8, but you don't care. You just go rook g2 and pick up the h2 pawn.
Exactly, and then everything just falls apart.
Peter, what a crazy day we are seeing where both leaders of the tournament, Magnus and Pragg, who've been unstoppable so far, it's a disastrous day for them.
Yeah, it just shows on that how tricky the whole tournament is. Yeah, it's a major after all, and nobody is safe.
Okay, watch it. Rook
yes.
d6, bishop f8, rook h6, some ideas.
Okay, I would be saying it's dreaming. Yeah, rook g2 check, and then I put the bishop on e6 just to make sure that that's it.
Wow, Peter, you just give no hope at all.
Well, that's how it works. Yeah, I mean, these guys also don't have any mercy.
Okay, what about rook h8, bishop f8, rook h6, checkmate?
Well, rook h2 and then king g6 sidestepping, protecting back is already enough.
But wait, there might be no rook g8. You'll have king h7. Okay, he goes for the b pawn. He goes for rook b8, rook h8, gives a check, and now the g pawn will start advancing.
Yes. I mean, once the g pawn starts advancing, then also black's king will be able to get to g3, and that's it. Now rook f3 check.
Oh my God! By the way, Peter, crazy stuff going on the Anish Lev board as well. Is Lev on a piece down?
Yes. Yes.
I don't. But
I needed to take a look, but yes, it seems like it is.
Okay, so Lev's a piece down, but we'll stick to the Pragg board, Peter, till that finishes, and then we'll switch back.
Yeah. So rook f3 check, king h2. Now already Liam is calculating. Can I just go g3 and win on the spot? Or should I just not calculate anything and go bishop d5? Very tough. Well, it's a moment, yeah, that Alireza actually won his game, so he's leading. He has a chance to win his match. We see that both Pragg and Magnus can eventually lose today, and then Alireza is catching up. He will be only 1 point behind.
It will actually leave the field wide open then. If that actually happens at the end of the day, our two leaders suffer a defeat. Well, they still have chances to come back, of course. But in case that happens, then we've got a big leaderboard ahead of us. G2, and that's it. Praggnanandhaa resigns. Peter, is this the first loss for Pragg in the event?
No, he has lost to Hans Niemann.
Right. Well, he did eventually go on to win the match, but in this case, Liam takes the lead. Rook f1 is an unstoppable threat, eventually queening the g-pawn. And with that, Pragg has to win a game to level the score. Peter, let's head back quickly to the Anish board if they're still, and it's still live.
Yeah, and it's still the same position, and Levon is also not done to 45 seconds. He is some kind of a state of shock. Maybe he had calculated something. He thought like it works out in his favor, and this Queen f3, the last little touch, this is the crucial, the winning move, yeah? Stopping mate from rook h1, and you can't take on g6 because of queen f5 checkmate. And after queen b5, king g1, white is just a piece up. Now the knight starts coming back, and it should be an elemental win.
Unbelievable stuff. And we just felt that Lev was out of troubled waters just a couple of moves ago when he managed to get his knight onto e5, pick up that a7 pawn. But Anish, on the brink of taking the lead in that match, and we see Lev shaking his head. Rook b2 played. Hard to imagine any counterplay here.
Yeah, very hard to imagine. Yeah, because the knight will just fall back. Yeah, knight f4. That's what you feel like. I mean, you just want to, double protect everything. And if white will be able to push e5 and then queen e4 check is appearing, then it's automatically over. Now probably he will defend the second rank with rook e2.
Nice. So queen h2 is the only threat. You just got to block that out. Well, yeah. Rook e2, maybe he wants to go queen d1, rook b1, try to do something on the 8th rank.
Of course, yeah, he will do. But I mean, after rook e2, queen d1, king h2, rook b1, we will have simply queen f3 covering everything. Yeah, so it's no need to panic. We just win.
We are going to be seeing this line. Queen d1 check, you go king h2, and after rook b1, you cover the h1 square.
Yeah, it looks good enough. I mean, okay, maybe Anish even has some other thoughts, like maybe he wants to go king f2 and then
3
play rook
seconds,
b1.
Anish needs to make a move, Peter.
He has to.
Wait, what? Did he forget about his clock?
Can't believe it.
Because I didn't really see any movement on the camera, but I mean, if he forgot his clock, then we would have had an update by now.
Yes, yes. No, I mean, in this position, it's impossible to forget about the clock.
Let me just quickly check what's going on.
Yeah, king h2 happened. Yeah, rook b1, and he has 33 seconds. No drama there. Yeah.
No drama there. Queen f3, as you mentioned, just keeping everything defended. Rook b3, and now white can even go queen g4.
Wow, you are in an aggressive mood. Yeah, I'm old school. I just want to protect. I'm peace up. Let me first protect, and then we win.
Queen f2. So after rook b1, he wants to go
G2.
queen g2.
We go queen g2, yeah. And we protect everything, and we push e5, and then we're gonna give one queen e4 check, or we keep on pushing our pawns.
We keep pushing. Very nice. So queen on g2 defends everything. Peter calling out the moves before they happen.
Well, I'm good in defending. I mean, I don't like to be checkmated. Yeah, that's a big advantage. Yeah. Yeah. Wow. I mean, also Anish taking his lead, and Levon is suffering. He started the tournament very well. Yeah, he was up there with the leaders, and he lost 2 matches in a row. And if he ends up losing today, that will be really hurting him. And Anish, on the other hand, is catching the momentum. Yeah, he's bouncing back.
He's bouncing back, but it's a pity that he's catching the momentum a little late in the day, a little late on the tournament. But if he does take this one home, that'll be a big win for Anish. While he goes for e5 after placing that knight on d5, no threats to the white king on h2, not a single check, and he can simply not care and keep pushing the pawn e6.
Exactly. That's what he's gonna do. But now he has so much time that he did not have for the last, I don't know, 30 moves. Yeah, he's enjoying the momentum.
There we see the players with their play zone and the screen. He's just thinking. He's got his mouse hovering over the queen, and he's just deciding which square. Levon.
What?
Well, he takes on c7.
Going pawn hunting. Why? Okay, it's completely winning.
He's calculated it. He's calculated it, Peter. Still under control. You don't approve of it. I can see it.
Well, I mean, it's just completely unnecessary. I mean, okay, why do you? But okay, he probably wanted to get the knight to f6 to protect against queen h5, any possible queen h5 checks. Yeah, okay.
Nice.
Now I understand. It wasn't about the pawn. It was about rerouting the knight. Wow. Okay.
Well, the knight could have jumped to f6 in one move, but he also picked up a pawn along the way.
Yes.
And queen a8 check feels like it's a move to watch out for. And you might have king g7 here. And queen trades, well, that's game over.
Yeah, that's it.
As Tad puts it, combining business with pleasure, that little knight rerouting. Nice stuff.
Now e6 check. Yeah, and Levon will design now. Enough is enough.
Enough is enough. E7 coming in, and there we have it. Anish takes the lead in his match against Levon. Let's see if the players stop by for an interview. But a nice and a big win there for Anish Giri.
A very important win, yeah. I'm expecting an interview.
Well, Lev's had a tough one, so he needs that rest. He needs to make sure he's able to get his focus back for the next game. Anish not stopping for this one. He just wants to keep his focus. And Peter, I look at you and I see you approve of this decision.
Yes, very professional. I mean, just forget about interview. This is just the second game. Nothing is given yet. And the next game will be super important because Levon will have the white pieces and will try everything. Yeah.
Let's take a look what is going on with our scorecards. So Alireza wins against Hans Niemann. Peter, it's been such a tough tournament for Hans, and at some point it's just hard to even find your form or find your rhythm. And we've seen his interviews. It almost feels like he just wants to get done with this now. He's not interested in the results anymore, and it just feels like it's too much. He's got 2 more games. And of course, for Alireza, this win means a lot, especially considering that our two leaders could potentially face their first match defeat today.
Exactly. I mean, they are having very shaky moment. I mean, Magnus is 2-0 done. Yeah, I mean, Duda is just one draw away. And basically, it means that Magnus has to go all in. And Duda has the chance even to wrap it up with a 3-0 win. Yeah, it's very much in the air. So it's not about trying to grab that one draw. It's much more about using eventually Magnus going crazy. And Prague's situation is a little bit different because he's just 1 point behind. If he plays a normal game with the black pieces, for example, then he will still have a nice shot with the white pieces in the fourth game.
Well, absolutely. So big game 3 coming up. Before we go into a break, I'm going to ask chat a question and we're going to put this poll up. What do you guys think? Is it going to be Duda in 3, Duda in 4, or will we see a Magnus comeback, which is not short of a miracle? Let's ask our chat and see how much faith they have in the world champion's ability to make a comeback in this very difficult situation. We'll be right back.
Carlsen, Caruana, Aronian, Mamedjarov, Tomaszewski, Dubov, Nepomniachtchi, Sigurov, Elami, Marmerdam, Panforest 1, Panforest 2. Okay, 1 second. Iturizaga, Vallejo, Shirov, Salgado Lopez, Santos Latasha, MVL, Firuja, Frestine, Lagarde, Musar, Roma Edouard.
Air quality isn't the first thing that comes to mind when you think about chess and esports, but it affects our focus, decision-making, health, sleep, and more. What's in the air you breathe? Find out with Air Things.
Grunfeld is a very good opening for those of you who are striving to get a double-edged.
In this video, we're going to look at the latest developments in the 6 bishop g5 knight draw.
I'm going to start with sort of my first official Stonewall game.
The idea is not to fight against any opponent move, prevent everything, defend and so on. No, it's just to know.
He played the Berlin, which I sort of expected, but I didn't really know what to do against, because in reality very few people do.
When we are playing an even game against someone of similar strength to us, usually we need to give something in order to obtain the initiative.
Just how shrewd and cunning Alireza can be, even with very little time.
I want to show you a game just to prove that I play these lines that I played against former world #2 and a bit of a superstar, Catalan.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John's spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of space.
And welcome back. All eyes on Duda versus Magnus Carlsen. Duda is leading 2-0. Magnus has committed suicide in 2 of his games, building up his opponent. And now it's the very big question. How will Magnus, first of all, calm down? Because he needs to calm down. He mentioned after the post-game interview of the first game that it was some insanity. Well, that happened. The second game with G5 was even more of an insanity. He basically just threw away 2 games. He has to forgive himself. But we know if someone is able to do it, then it's Magnus. I'm kind of expecting some King's Indian kind of structure. I don't know if Duda will go e4, then I'm expecting Magnus to go g6, as he has already done during the event, and against d4 to go for some King's Indian setups, just like Levon did against Magnus himself. We see that this match has not started yet, but already Hans Niemann and Alireza Firuza are battling it out. It's a Nimzo Indian with e3, bishop d3. Yes, d5, there we go. This is my Nimzo. We have been talking about a3, so takes on c3, take on c4, and then c5. We're gonna get that structure that I have been talking about. Yeah, takes. I'm expecting Alireza to take on c4. However, we have to move because there is development. Duda has started with d4, so basically I think he's forcing Magnus into King's Indian territory. I just don't see anything else as an option for... Yeah, there you go. It's going to be a King's Indian. Now the big question, if Duda wants to be super professional, he can play g3 and then invite Magnus to play this g3 system in the King's Indian. But no, he's ready to go for the very principal King's Indian lines and see what Magnus really has in store. Which system will he choose, by the way? I mean, I believe somehow in the classical knight f3, bishop e2. That's what I'm expecting from Duda. On the other hand, I'm not really sure. No, he goes for h3. So, but hang on. This is good news for Magnus because this h3 line is a very ambitious line, but it's also famous to leading to very double-edged, complicated positions. And what? Magnus goes e5. He's basically inviting, you want to draw, you want to trade the queens, but it would be a very bad idea. Don't even think about it because the pawn structure with c4 is compromised. The d4 square is a problem. Black has the chance of reaching to d4 with his knight and then put the pawn on c6. It's a very bad position, so you should never get provoked like this. But what does it mean? So should he go d5 or should he go knight f3? And that's a big question. And I think Tania is also coming back, joining us, and there is a pending poll. I believe we will have to check what our audience, what our chat believes in Magnus's comeback or not.
You know what, Peter? First, I just want to say that I don't think we could have termed it better than how you did for this match. That the 2 losses feels like lost by suicide by Magnus. I mean, messing up the first game with that rook c3 idea, and the second game walking into this e4 blow up of the king, just completely shocking there. And we see a King's Indian, but very smart approach by Jan-Krzysztof Duda, where he's decided to trade the queens early on. And I can't remember which player, was it Lev or Anish, who actually mentioned that when you're playing for a draw, this is the most annoying line that you can play. Because Magnus has to win on demand, but to face this queen trade is just very frustrating for Black.
Well, it was actually Liam. I remember very well, yeah, that it was Liam who pointed out that, but how can you play the king's in there with e5 because d takes e5? But this is something of a slightly different move order, because what Liam was referring to is the classical knight f3 castles, bishop e2, and here after e5, that the problem is that if white wants, he can just force a draw by taking on d5, and it's a very famous line. On the other hand, now with h3, the reason why I was actually quite skeptical of white playing here the d takes e5 move, because Magnus provoked it. Yeah, he's in a must-win situation. One could have argued that he could have just castled first, and after waiting for white's move, then to go e5 next. But he voluntarily offered the chance of d takes e5. So he is maybe kind of happy he wanted to provoke it.
I don't know, Peter. I don't know. I'm reading our chat and I kind of agree with them. Magnus tilted, Magnus in self-destruct mode. Hard to understand why Magnus walked into this. I don't know how much of a chance he sees in this. Maybe he was hoping that Duda will not play d takes e5, go for the middle game. But looking at him, he does give the vibe. It looks like he's got very little hope. We'll take a look at our poll meanwhile. What chat feels about this match. Duda in 3, 50%, which means that Duda just needs to draw this match to wrap it up. 17% for Duda in 4. And wow, Peter, get this. 31% of our chat still feels, despite Magnus trailing the match by 2-0, that he will make a comeback and we will have a playoff.
Well, I think that's only because of Magnus. I mean, I even feel like, okay, the chances of this match ending in 3 games is like 90%. I really, because actually Duda only needs a draw. It's not about finishing 3-0 or whatever. He just needs a draw. But for Magnus, draw is just not an acceptable result.
Yeah.
So he will do everything to burn bridges if it comes to that moment.
Well, Duda in 3 doesn't necessarily mean 3-0. It was more like Duda in 3 games.
Exactly,
so,
exactly.
Yes.
But this means that the chances of this really finishing in 3 games are very high.
I completely agree, especially with this opening approach that Jan-Krzysztof has had. Very smartly done by him. Peter, but of course, Magnus is going to play on till the very end. Only queens have been traded off. He's going to try and do everything he can to try to complicate this. It's going to be a long grind. Let's see if he manages to create something or not. We've seen him very capable of drawing water from stone, and it's never over till it's over when it comes to this guy. So let's move on to and do a quick opening tour on some of the other boards. Now, Prague, our other leader, also is trailing the match. So let's get an update on that. And this was a Queen's Gambit accepted.
Yeah, before we move there, just one remark. Basically, if Magnus manages to bounce back now in this game 3, when he has the black pieces, then he has all the chances to bounce back to the tie breaks, yeah? Because in game 4, he will have the white pieces plus the momentum. So there is so much stake in this game, yeah? If he manages to bounce here, he will still have all the chances.
And 31% of the chat does believe in Magnus's power to bounce back from a 2-0 score. So we'll keep an eye out on this one. Let's head to the Prague board and get an update on this, because I see Bishop E7 black still.
Oops, no, pardon me, because yeah, this is the other game. Yeah, it's the Hans Niemann against Alireza Firuza. Let me get the game. Yeah, Liam against Prague here.
And Peter, maybe we can take it from the beginning, and it still looks like early days here, but both players have burnt the clock a bit.
Yeah, because again, Prague actually goes for the Queen's Gambit accepted. I'm just misremembering, but I definitely don't recall him having this as his main weapon before. And now Liam is taking much more cautious measures. He doesn't go for this E4 line. He just goes for this because he took the lead. Yeah, there is no reason for him to complicate matters. Yeah, the knight c6 move order. Yeah, this is the so-called relatively new line. The traditional way was always to play with a6. He goes knight c6, rook e1, a6, bishop, first h3, and after b5, bishop f1. I mean, it's a very new way from the white side, basically anticipating that eventually black will take cd4, and then after d4, my rook on e1 will be perfectly placed. Maybe white is also intending to go a4.
Yeah. I was just going to say, Peter, the one thing about QGA is that once white has got a knight on b1 which hasn't been developed to c3 and black has committed b5, the move a4 is so attractive because you provoke black to go b4, take a decision with that pawn, and then the knight often finds its way from d2 to the c4 square. So it's very useful to put in the move a4, and I am expecting Liam to go for it right now.
Yeah,
on the
that's
board.
it. Yeah. On the other hand, I would say that if Prague would, if Prague would not be behind, I believe he would just take b takes a4 and say like, okay, you know what? Maybe you get that is a weakness, but you also have a weakness, and it will be drawish. But his move b5, b4 shows that he's trying to go for some unbalanced positions. He doesn't want to just play for liquidation.
And bishop e3, so you defend the d4 pawn before putting that knight on d2, because otherwise it would be hanging. Knight d2, knight b3 ideas, knight d2, knight c4 ideas from the b3 square. The knight can often land on c5 as well. So it's always nice for white to provoke the move b4. Bishop e3, Prague taking his time and having a think here. It's probably correct that he's not super familiar with these positions. We haven't seen him employ the Queen's Gambit accepted so often.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, taking his time, there is no rush. He has already proven many times that with little time on the clock, he is still very confident and very comfortable. So making sure that he gets a normal good position, that he's kind of agreeing to a position, because we have seen that if you are rushing like Levon, it can heavily backfire. And Prague is definitely doing completely different approach. Yeah, he always wants to control his game and takes into account that maybe I will invest more time, but I want to have a good position.
All right, well, a knight a5 played, so kind of controlling both the c4 and the b3 square we've been talking about for white's knight. But still, it does feel like the knight on a5, not that beautifully placed. It also allows white to go knight e5 in certain moments once the knight from c6 has moved. Speaking of left, Peter, let's jump over to his game against Anish. We saw Anish snatching a big win in the previous round, and currently Lev is trailing. So opposite side castling, which means that it could be a race to each other's king.
But not really, because this is not such a strategical position that also white can't really look at this. Okay, for example, you go b4 and what's next? Yeah, black has really incredible strong pawn structure, the bishop on b7 also protecting the king. On the other hand, also black doesn't seem to be able to put any pressure, because this FTX is the structure with e4 is the positions, the semi-open f file. It means like it's more of a strategical battle. I mean, I'm imagining Anish going for king b8, eventually somehow trying to prepare f5 at the right moment. Yeah, just okay, lot to play for. And I would like to mention one thing that usually, and I think that's why Magnus made this incredible big blunder with g5 and allowing this bishop f5, ef5, e4, because always traditionally, like for the last 5-6 years, whenever white was getting this attack with g4 and then the knight was heading to f5, the queen was always on e2. Yeah, the queen usually was e2 right from the beginning. Yeah, and then whenever you push g5, bishop f5, ef5, the queen was controlling the e4 square. And I think that's kind of explains why Magnus suddenly had this kind of hallucination. He just rushed and missed that black can simply take and play e4.
Well, only Magnus would be able to tell us what happened there, but very possible. All right, you were discussing that it's hard for Anish to create pressure, but the last move, rook f8, is he hinting at going f5 and striking in the center?
Yeah, f5. This is his move. Yeah, Levon has also played b4. It's all about center up. I'm expecting actually Levon to, okay, he goes d4. It definitely wasn't the move I wanted to mention as I'm expecting from Lev. I was expecting something like knight d2. Yeah, and inviting f5. Okay, you really want to play f5? Okay, please do it. Rook f2, rook f1. Who is this f file gonna open up? That was kind of my very first intuitive take. But Levon maybe also feeling the pressure because of the match situation. He wants to do something himself. So the move d4, I'm not a fan of it, but it's kind of psychologically understandable.
And it puts pressure on e5. Black doesn't want to trade on d4 because then that just solves all of white's pawn structure problems and gives him a dominating center. Instead, now giving up on the f5 idea, he decides to keep things solid with the move f6. So controlling the e5 square, now that f5 is taken care of, he goes rook b1, hinting at a4, a5.
Yeah, he's hinting at a4, a5, but still even a4, a5 doesn't seem to lead to anything. Anish blitzed out the move rook 8, g8, which means that does he eventually think about advancing his pawns on the king side, but still f6, f5 doesn't seem to work? And but then what was the idea behind rook g8?
Both players are definitely trying to get to each other's king somehow, slowly, step by step, provoke some weaknesses. Rook g8, does he want to start pushing the h-pawn with h5, maybe g5, h4 next?
No, now he takes
trades in the
d4.
center. This is a bit strange because I thought keeping...
He wants to go f5. Yeah, f5 on the board. Yeah, that's why he played rook g8, because now against e5 he's able to push g5. Yeah, and then comes with dangerous counterplay.
That's actually a nice point. So e5, you immediately get the move g5, and then you're really gunning for a kingside attack.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, you get all the... Imagine this knight eventually landing on e6. We'll be talking about the winning position for black. So this structural transformation, and maybe, you know, maybe Anish has already discovered the weakness of Levon. He knew that Levon after rook a b1 will be blitzing out the move a4, and this slightly little rook a g8 move was the shift and the change of momentum was not taken care by Lev. He just blitzed out a4 and missed this ed f5 reaction.
All right, Peter, we'll come back to this and see how Lev tries to create his chances with the white pieces. Let's head back to the Magnus board because I look at our eval bar and it seems to say that things are looking more and more bleak for black here.
Well, but it's very concrete and very sharp. I mean, I'm expecting that the critical move is somewhere, some sacrifice on g6, but I don't see it working yet, or could it work? But I mean, look at this. Okay, what happened? So c5, very ambitious move. You have to put the pawn on c5. Magnus goes h5. He wants to trade the dark square bishops with bishop h6. Bishop c4, bishop h6, all happens. This is also now from white side very uncompromising play, because you're probably going to lose the c5 pawn. So it had to be calculated very well in advance. He goes rook knight d6, rook h7, knight d6, rook h8, g4. So he's giving up the c5 pawn because he believes that he crushes through on the, because g takes h5 would run into some rook h g1, rook g7 with basically devastating attack. So it was clear that Magnus is counting on b5 counter strike, hitting the bishop, and please make a move. So what is the killer punch here, or how should white continue it? I'm not... Yeah, b4 played. B4, wow, this is very smart.
So what is going on here? Well, if you take on c4 after b takes c5, loving that situation of the knight on d6. So b takes c4 doesn't look like a move that you want to make, but if not, it's hard to come up with an alternative.
Yeah, well, I mean, okay, just to see what happens if I fall back with the knight to a6. I know it's terrible, it's ugly.
Can you go for this idea with hg, or it still doesn't work? Yeah, hg, you just take on c4, g7, rook g8.
Yes, exactly. I mean, okay, it's super sharp, but I mean, I'm not sure. If we are not winning, we definitely don't want to do it in this circumstance.
Yeah.
But who knows? Okay, the players are into this battle.
I mean,
yeah, they are calculating.
Peter, just to show the kind of compensation that white can have, you can just take on c8 and try and go h4, h5. It's probably a bad idea and doesn't work, but it's just the kind of stuff that black has to constantly watch out for.
Yes, of course. Yeah, the only question is that black is also coming very quickly with his king to f7, attacking the pawn, and also some knight takes before knight d3 check will also come. So feeling wise, I don't think that it could work. But Duda definitely has something specific in mind, because he's playing quite quickly and it was his idea. Yeah, he has to justify it.
Maybe after b4, and if the knight falls back or defends itself, he just plans to move back with his own bishop. And, you know, you've got these problems to be solved. What is your decision with the g6 pawn?
Yeah, still, exactly. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, because rook still can't take because the bishop is hanging, and g takes h5 still runs into rook g1 with
Rook
this
G1,
terrible...
that's the dream. I mean,
Yeah.
that looks actually really bad for black. Look at the pieces all cramped up on the queen side, no development. It looks like actually the king is going to get checkmated in this endgame.
Exactly, yeah. So it's understandable why Magnus is taking his time. He might actually then have to take on c4, but it's very ugly.
It still doesn't solve your problems, right? Because you take b takes c4 and then you capture the knight. And then once again, the question is, what do you want to do with that g6 pawn? The h5 pawn still remains. If you take on h6, the g file opens up. All problems remain. This is not the position you want when you're wanting a win on demand.
Definitely not, yeah, because, okay, you got the mess, but you feel like the mess is on your opponent's side. Yeah, that's the problem. Wow, okay, all eyes on Magnus, that how he will handle the situation. I have to say that I'm at least loving what Hans is doing. I mean, let's just get an up, yeah, and computer confirms my feelings that, okay, the two bishops and I mean, this pawn chain is very interesting because the knight on g3 and the bishop on b1 are covering the weak light squares, yeah, and white will be able to get a very strong attack. I mean, I see Hans bouncing back here. Of course, this is not the most important at the moment for us, so we can't be sitting on this game forever, but just to highlight that Hans created chances for himself.
And that's really incredible because it's so hard to be in Hans's shoes right now and to keep the intensity going. I was just mentioning that, you know, it's easy for a player to just go into a spiral and let go of it, just want the nightmare to finish. But against Ali Reza, who's clearly in form here, he's been winning game after game and he finds himself on third spot. Hans Niemann looks like he's bouncing back in this game and might potentially level the score. Peter, but let's go over to the Prague board and get an update on that, because Prague as well needs to find a way to level the score. But Liam looks like, as always, he has everything under control.
Yeah, he has a nice position, but I mean, I would not agree with the computer that white is really better here. I mean, maybe with some computer play, yes, but if just some human moves happen, I mean, if black gets the bishop back to b7 or black gets pawn to g6, for example, then what's the problem? I mean, white has an isolated pawn, the knight on d5 is strong, so I think it's more like some combination of some clear-cut moves. He wants bishop d to queen e4, provoking some weakness and take it from there. Okay, but still all to play for. I mean, nothing tragical happens here, and Magnus has opted for b takes c4 after like some 5 minutes thought. Not a happy choice, but probably a obligatory one.
We saw all the lines. What happens if the knight fell back? The bishop falls back as well, with keeping a lot of pressure. So Magnus decides to at least trade one pair of minor pieces. Here, Duda having a think. Well, I don't think he needs to rush with knight c8. It's the only other option that he could perhaps be thinking about instead of recapturing the knight on c5. And it just feels like b takes c5 is going to be the choice that he finally makes. While he thinks that, Peter, we will come back to this, but we're getting an update that Anish might be winning this. And if he does, doesn't he wrap up his match in 3?
Well, that's for sure. I mean, for example, the move that's begging to be played is somehow f2 check. Yeah, because opening up the diagonal after knight takes f2, we're going to have queen takes c2, hitting into white's camp. The queen on h4 is completely out of everything. But Levon's last move was queen h5. I mean, queen h5 to h4. He did not block. He did not block the pawn because his queen was trapped, or what? Wow, rook f5, queen g6, and that's the problem. Okay, so he actually wanted to just get a fortress, like a blockade, but there is this clear-cut way of going rook f5, queen h4, and queen g6, trapping the queen with rook h5.
But there's queen e7 as well then, no? So it's kind of...
Yes, but basically it means that you will not be able to go king f2.
Right.
And without king f2, basically then the whole construction makes no sense, yeah, because the c2 pawn is too loose as well.
Queen h4 played. So how does black crash through? Because it looks like he's very close here. What is the move?
Yeah, again, the only good news for Levon is that he's up 6 minutes on the clock. The bad news is that the position is as bad as as it could. It's I mean the queen is also in trouble. Yeah, this is a game changer. Maybe then just queen g6.
Maybe Tad's idea anyway, yeah, with this queen g6, rook f5, rook h5 that you mentioned.
Yeah, but on the other hand, I don't know. I mean, f2 is also so tempting, but maybe f2 does nothing. Yeah, let's just, in order to eliminate it out of our options,
Knight
let's just
f2,
take a look. Knight f2. I have two options. Queen takes c2 or to take on f2 even before. But okay.
Well,
first,
queen c2, I think knight d e4.
Exactly. Knight d4. And okay, if there is nothing immediate happening, then we might survive at least the next couple of moves. Which is still not a given, but yeah, white has some ideas with e6. Yeah, okay. So we're not going to go f2.
Why rush? But I really like this plan that you were pointing out, as mentioned, that queen g6, rook f5. You can double on the f file, put a threat of playing f2, or go rook h5, hitting that queen on h4. Meanwhile, how is white creating play? a5 doesn't get you anything. Black can simply ignore it.
Yeah, well, I mean, a5 is just really nothing. And
On the board, Anish finds it.
Anish goes for rook. Well, basically, it's the last move, queen h7. Yeah, let's just highlight that move because we missed it. That here, the move queen h7 highlights that he definitely wants to go queen hunting. And I think it was the first time when suddenly Levon realized this idea, because otherwise he was probably just thinking in general terms that, okay, come on, I have a good center, I have great knight. On e4, the knight on d7 is not moving anywhere. Bishop on c8 is not a bad piece in long terms, but right now is doing nothing. And I'm taking care of the f3 pawn, but this is a completely new element that actually white's queen is in a lot of trouble.
All right, we'll come back to this, Peter. We've discussed this plan that Anish is potentially heading towards. Lev in big trouble, but let's go back to the Magnus board because Duda, and let's back up to that moment when the piece on c4 was snapped up by Magnus. Duda decided to trade off the knight with the bishop and then picked up the knight on c5. Black can't afford to open up the g file, so he goes g5, keeping it blocked. Duda insists on trying to open up the g file with h4. Magnus says no again, and g4 played. The c5 pawn eventually got traded for the g4 pawn. There's no good way to defend it. And it still looks like white is dominating this because of the h pawn. But it feels as if Magnus might get some play in with that knight jumping onto d3.
Yeah, exactly. Knight, it all depends on white's next move. Yeah, because if black would be to move knight d3, would just win the game. Knight d3 followed by rook b2 check, and suddenly
f2 pawn is hanging.
Yeah, and the white's king is in a lot of trouble. But the problem is that it's white to move, and wow, Duda just goes h7, meaning that after knight d3 he will just sacrifice. He will just give up his rook.
Because what do you do after giving up the rook? I've got two rooks on the 8th rank. Rook g8 is not a possibility. Knight d3, rook d3, cd3. Black might be happy. He goes rook h8.
He goes rook h8. I mean, he just doesn't want to give up his knight. Interesting. I mean, my intuitive feeling was that Magnus was worried of rook takes d3, but maybe actually the king was just running out
to e3. I feel that makes a lot more sense, because then rook g8 would be a very big threat.
Exactly, yeah, with the pawn on h7. So yeah, that's the way how Duda wants to deal with it. In any case, he has everything under control. Time advantage. The position is kind of messy, but it feels like with the knight on c3 nicely blocking black's double pawns, the pawn on h7 and rook on g7 should wide the advantage.
All right, and knight d3 threats are still there on the board. So white has to be slightly precise here, Peter. Do you want to jump over to the Prague board and get an update on that? A lot of developments there. And I mean, I see our eval bar and it says that Liam is doing really well. But is it as good as the bar suggests?
Wow, queen a8 move. That's a stunning move. That's the reason why the computer is believing so much in white's position. This queen a8 could be easily missed by Prague because it's such an empty square, yeah, that usually unless white is grabbing your rook on a8, this queen is not reaching this square. And now the bishop on c8 is in a lot of trouble.
You're attacking it. Bishop d7 is impossible because you just simply pick up the a6 pawn then, right? Like if you go bishop d7, do you just go queen a6?
Well, we definitely have queen a6, and it looks good enough because then also the b4 pawn is hanging. Besides, who knows, maybe there is some
crazy tactics, but I'm not able to see it.
Yeah, I'm also not.
Because
so
bishop b4, queen b4 simply.
Yeah, if you don't, but hang on, queen b7, double attack on the bishop and bishop takes b4.
Ooh,
Is that an
that's
idea?
nasty. That's super nasty because queen d4, you have knight d7, yeah?
Yeah, but still, I mean, many things are hanging. Yeah, bishop d7 on the board. There was no other move. Will be
Yeah,
very
it was
interesting.
forced.
Yeah, and just takes. Yeah, this is
Simply
the logic.
takes. This makes a lot of sense, but black can recapture on d4. So, but not anymore because the knight on d7, the bishop on d7 hangs.
Yeah, this was the line. Yeah, that you have to take on a4 and then we take on b4 with a tempo. And because of the back rank issues, I believe you are not able to get active. Yeah, bishop takes b4, rook b8. Okay, so what is it?
Well, it's a pawn down to start with, and white looks like he's the one with the more active pieces as well, with that knight on e5. And for some reason, we are being told that rook a1? What? No, it can't be rook a1 here.
Ah, wow, after bishop takes a4, there is rook a1 kind of trapping the bishop, yeah? Wow, rook a1, okay, you still have the c2 square, but then the c6 square, wow, okay, so yeah, if the bishop is forced to c2, then we take on b4, and everything is falling apart. Rook b8, knight, no, bishop c2, simply knight d7, okay. We can't move with the bishop to c2, then it basically depends on Liam finding rook a1, then let's just go back to this position and wait.
Well, he's paused. That means he's definitely looking
and
at
it's on the board.
On the board, Liam doesn't miss this tactic. He spots rook a1, and the problem is knight d7. You never want to make a move like bishop e8, and that just looks real. Bishop e8, bishop b4 looks like game over.
Yeah, wow. But if yeah, Prague loses this game, then it's match over. Then Liam seals it immediately.
This is amazing, but I don't see a move here. Maybe you have to take on e5 then.
Yeah, which is kind of capitulation. Yeah, bishop e5, d5 with all the dark squares and the pawn on b4 is lost. It's clear that you can't really hope to survive that.
Can you start with knight d4?
Knight d4 here, but it runs into knight g4 double attack. Yeah.
Oh, Peter, you give no chances.
Well, you see the evaluation, but it doesn't give. I mean, if it would be showing equal or something, then we would have chances. But like this, it's a one-sided affair.
Rook a1. What a stunning move by not rushing into bishop b4, and Prague down to 2.5 minutes. Big trouble on the board.
And look at this. It was queen a8 move first, and then rook a1 in a sequence of 4 moves. These 2 squares proved to be critical.
Yeah, but queen a8, an absolute stunner, yeah? Bringing the queen onto that a8 spot. You're absolutely right. We don't see that happen often enough unless it's a piece that you pick up. Also placing it on the rank where you can be attacked with a discovered attack, but it didn't matter. Precise play by Liam there. Peter, can you give us a quick update on the Magnus situation? Well, this one looks tough news for Prague. And what about this for Magnus?
Yeah, well, I mean, it doesn't look so clear to me as the computer indicates, yeah, because the computer says that white is clearly better. Yeah, Magnus goes for pawn hunt with knight f2. I mean, my guess is that if white's king will be safe, then it will be a clear advantage for white, yeah? So the pawn does not really matter. It was more like Magnus took it out of frustration. He just didn't know what to do. And then he thought like, okay, then let me at least grab. Maybe you also want to take the tempo with knight h3, yes? So for example, if white plays the move king e2, then he goes knight h3 and then knight f4 comes with a check as well. So winning 2 tempos.
Peter, our first match of the day is already over with Anish taking a win. And with that 2.5 to half, Levon loses his 2nd consecutive match in the event.
No, third, because it started with his losing to Magnus, then he lost to Prague and lost now to Anish.
Wow.
Yeah.
That is a bit of a spiral there. All right, so he goes king c2, not allowing knight f4 check, not allowing the rook to come to b2. But does this give the chance to go? But the thing is, knight d3, rook b2, that draw, it works perfectly for Duda.
Well, knight d3 jumping back.
But jumping back where? You just have rook b2. For example, if you just move the rook from g7 to, let's say, if you grab the pawn on a7, for example, is that a possibility? I just want to go rook g8 next. If you go rook b2, king d1.
Yes, I understand. I just wanted to highlight that the good news for Magnus is he's pawn up. Yeah, that's the only, and then you are so cruel to eliminate this pawn. Yeah, immediately. Rook a7. So okay, we're gonna jump in there with rook b2 check, king d1. We're gonna go rook d8. Let's go all in.
All in, and knight f2. Okay, I still have king e1. So can I go rook g8? It's getting scary, but what is rook g8?
Yeah, unfortunately, I think you can. But okay, knight f2
knight
check.
a4. Knight a4 played, and the eval bar dips down, but still says things under control. Knight f2, king e1, I thought.
Yeah, king e1 or king
c1.
Yeah,
correct.
I mean, if you want to win king e1, if you're happy with draw king c1, yeah, so wow. But what happened here? Yeah, he goes knight a4, giving Magnus the chance of sacking the exchange for this h7 pawn. Let's just go quickly back. Yeah, knight d3, knight a4, and Magnus grabbing the chance, rook b4. By the way, he couldn't take on a7, yeah? Anyway, rook, yeah, this is what happened. Yeah, rook takes h7 comes already. Takes, rook takes a4. I mean, imagine if somehow black is able to activate his king, then it's game over almost automatically, yeah, because this knight domination and the active king plus the active rook. But I just can't believe that Duda blundered like this. He should have some idea here.
All right, well, rook a2 is a direct threat, right? You've got to defend this pawn.
No, I'm not sure, because rook a2, I'm going king c3. It does not really, disturbs me so much. I mean, the thing that disturbs me that I don't know exactly how do I create some play, yeah?
All right, but then, okay, what is your move? Then are you starting with king c3 here?
Yeah, maybe I'm starting, yeah, but then knight c5 comes.
And I'll attack your e4 pawn.
Exactly. I mean, I'm not liking this. I mean, why on earth would you ever give this chance to the knight on c3 was so nicely protecting everything. I don't get it. It might be, this is exactly the turning point. I mean, Magnus definitely has some hopes. Duda down to 2 minutes, and Magnus has 5 minutes, 3 minutes time advantage, and there is life in the position.
And for a change, we're seeing life on Magnus's face as well. He doesn't look as woebegone as he has in the previous games. Rook a4 played, hunting any chance that he can get in the position. h5 on the board, Peter. So Duda making his intentions clear. He just wants to pass the pawn. And with your idea, king d6, king c5, and then he'll take on a2.
Yeah, he's coming. The big question is, yeah, what is this that Duda pushes h6?
It looks too tough, Peter, because this h-pawn is far too advanced.
Yeah, but the rook is in front. Yeah, this rook is very stupid on h7. And we see computers saying that now white is in a lot of trouble.
What?
Kings,
How?
knight b4, rook c2 checkmate.
Oh my God.
Big
and rook
idea.
c1, so knight b4.
And knight f4, knight e2 as well. There are all kinds of mating ideas.
Wait a second. What is this a turnaround?
This is a turnaround.
One second,
it.
Peter. If knight b4, rook c2 is mate in 1. White can go rook c1 and defend it. So at least
yeah, but then I move the rook, then I'm gonna threaten knight a2 checkmate. But also knight f4, knight e2 check. I mean, it might be just lost.
And Magnus knows that this is a moment for him. He is ready to pounce on the opportunity. Duda in big trouble after a game where we thought it was hopeless for Magnus.
Well, hopeless in the sense that, yeah, he needed to win, and Duda should have never moved his knight on c3. We see that was the soul of his position. He just got careless. He thought like, okay, there is no way he's gonna get checkmated, but miracles do happen in chess. Wow. And now he's in a state of shock, down to a minute, and now he's going crazy. Besides, his h6 pawn gives absolutely nothing, because black always has rook h2, and then the knight threatening checkmate will be also decisive. Magnus bouncing back. I don't see Duda saving this. I don't think Magnus can save this. I mean, Duda can save this. Magnus is about to bounce back, and then we might be seeing an incredible fourth game. Of course, that's what everybody was hoping for, but it looked like it's a hopeless situation for Magnus. But not here. Yeah, wow. Wow, we also get the message that everybody lost connection. Duda got disconnected. Wow, that's too much tension. Yeah, this incredible heat. I don't know if anyone can hear us at all, because apparently everything went out of our controls. Internet disappeared. We are fine. Okay, at least we are fine, but the playing hall collapsed. So we're not going to see moves. But this is not really tragic for Duda. Yeah, that now, no matter how much time you get, there is no way that you can defend the position. It's heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking, and we do see that it's written that Magnus won, but this I think it's not true. Knowing of what happened in the first game between Hans Niemann and Duda, I think the game will be played out after the situation clarifies. But yeah, Magnus is about to bounce back. This also gives us a chance now to take a look at other positions. I mean, Liam in total control against Prague. Also, the result is not yet. Nobody resigns here at this moment. This game is definitely still on, but Prague in a lot of trouble. White is pawn up. White has the two bishops. Very powerful pass pawn. The b5 pawn is incredibly strong. The pawn on e5. Also, White is threatening to get the bishop into the stomach of Black's camp here with bishop d6. Very unpleasant. And also the big question, what about Hans Niemann against Alireza Firuza? Again, don't look at the result, because the players got disconnected, so they were not able to make their moves. The games will be resumed once the situation back under control. Wow. I mean, what a drama. Also here, this gives us a chance to take a look at the last couple of moves. We have seen that here Hans has built up a very dangerous initiative. I mean, usually if you get this pawn chain with bishop on d3, knight on g3, covering the weak e4 square, the light squares, yeah, then everything is fine. And king h2 slowly, like showing that, you know what, I got everything that I wanted. You are in a sitting box, because until the knight is not moving from c6, White can't really advance e4, but with the knight on and we are having Tania back. Wow, what a relief.
Peter, we just had a complete internet blackout. By the way, meanwhile, thank you so much, chat, and sending you all my love from here in Miami. It's so sweet to see you guys, and thank you to Chesspace India as well for all the wishes. That's very sweet. So, what happened, Peter? Do we have a decisive result?
No, well, I mean, we actually got the news from Sotiris that, I mean, from Tadeas, that the disconnect was also in the playing hall. Yes, so yes. Yeah, we actually need to wait for the resuming of the games.
All right, so we're going to do that. We're going to wait to see what happens, because the players are all on pause mode. And wow, this is a big moment. This is sort of so crazy that at this very point, when Magnus is ready to make his comeback into the match, and all these decisive moments, and suddenly there's no internet anywhere in the hotel.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it just shows that the tension is too high. Yeah, the voltage just couldn't handle the situation. And poor Duda. I mean, also for Duda, yeah, it's a terrible situation that suddenly in a game where he was in total control, the outrage comes exactly at the moment when it looks like there is no defense anymore. Very, very tough.
Let's take a look at some of the other positions and see what's happening. So this one, we've got king c5. Do we have the other boards? What is the position when everything, all hell breaks loose and there's a breakdown on the Prague board? Wow, Liam won.
No, I mean, this also needs to be resumed. I believe everything needs to be resumed. So forget about the result, but the position is bad.
All right,
Yeah, all games are part of Lev. Yeah, Levon Aronyan has resigned against Anish Giri. That's the only correct result. Everything, all other 3 games will be resumed. I mean, Prague in a lot of trouble. I mean, no matter if it resumes or not, very hard to see him saving this. On the other hand, in Hans Niemann versus Alireza Firuza, it's a complete madness. I mean, please try to evaluate it. I would take that already Alireza is coming back out of the problems and he got counterplay.
All right, so all the players we can see, they're just waiting. Wow, the last time there was a disconnect, we saw Hans very, very angry, but this one is for all the players. We see Hans there, he gets up. Duda there shaking his chair. He probably is just thinking about what a mess he's made of his position.
Absolutely. I mean, okay, now it's to his horror, he realizes that he's just completely busted, yeah? His king is in such an unexpected mating net, yeah, that this knight before rook c2, and eventually if you protect with rook c1, then the rook moves, and then knight a2 checkmate is also a threat. It's heartbreaking, yeah, that suddenly there are so many mating ideas against Black's king. So he will basically, in order to defend it, he has to give up the h6 pawn for free when Black will have like 3 pawns and better position with the exchange. With this powerful knight, yeah, this is a real horsey now, as Levon would say. Wow. I mean, do you see some defense? Would you try some defensive move here from White? I mean, I'm just so shocked that I can't see any defense.
I'm just a little distracted by chat, Peter, to be honest.
Yeah, what is our chat saying about this heartbreaking moment for Duda, or they are cheering for Magnus?
They are on a different zone right now, but they'll come back to the chess.
Okay. Yeah, because
this is a very difficult moment. All right, so chat, Peter's got a question for us. King c5 played. Do we see a way out for White over here? Big threats on the board. Knight f4, knight e2. It's crazy how Duda's managed to get his king into a mating net on c3. And probably just, I mean, kudos to Magnus for his creativity in finding this idea. Yes, chat, please stop distracting me. And now knight f4, knight e2, or knight b4, rook c2 is a big, big threat. How are we countering this? I need Tad to help out.
Yeah, and you know what was incredible? Because here the trick was that, what did I show you? Yeah, I immediately showed you that, wow, the reason why I'm a little bit worried for White, that there is king d6, king c5, king d4. And it turns out that king d4 is the move that is so important to take away the c3 square from White's king, but king d4 is never a threat because White always have rook d7 check, yeah? I think this is exactly the feeling that Duda got, that, okay, Black has no threat, let me just push the h-pawn, and that's it. If you have perpetual check, congratulations, I don't care. But in fact, it turned out that after king c5, there will be a mating net. And this is so unexpected.
And I think there's some announcement going on there for the players. Magnus not happy about something there. We see that on the screen. Just the fact that Duda gets, I think, this time as well, you know, it's such a difficult situation for him. Definitely benefits him more that this breakdown, this internet breakdown that we're experiencing here happens at this moment. Can be frustrating for some players more than the others. Peter, do we have any other position that we want to look at meanwhile the internet gets fixed?
Yeah, well, I mean, okay, we can actually take a look at the incredible craziness that happened in this Alireza Hans Niemann, yeah, because it looked like Hans have things completely under control, but then suddenly things escalated. He went for a very direct approach with e4, d5, trying to break through in the center, takes, and Alireza, yeah, this is the moment when I noticed that he got knight g4 in. I felt like a new game is beginning, because suddenly after knight g4 check, completely new dynamic appears. Takes, king g1, queen takes g3, the knight, the very dangerous knight, was eliminated. Black's knight on f6, which was kind of a target when White starts rolling with his pawns, was traded. And suddenly White has also overexpanded, yes? So now it's clear that it's gonna be a very big fight. g5, h5, rook d3, queen g4, rook h3, very nicely activating the rook. But actually Black king is ready to be evacuated to e7. But first he goes king g8, bishop d3, ed5, grabs the pawn, e5, d4, opening up the bishop. Black is pawn up. Black is 2 pawns up. But of course the position is still very messy. Bishop h7, king f8, fg5, d3, queen d2, king e7, bishop f5, queen d4 check, and rook f2. That's the position when we have the where the players have to resume their game.
Very interesting stuff. And yeah, they're still struggling with the internet, fixing it in the playing hall, as we can see. So rook f2 played, and how do we feel about this? It still looks like black's the one who's doing well here, no? With this pawn on d3, well guarded.
Yeah, it feels like, okay, black should definitely be fine. But before, Hans was doing so well, yeah, so I feel like, again, there will be a lot of emotions involved in Hans's case. Depends how the game ends, because this break can even help him, yeah? Things went out of control, now it's very messy. On the other hand, black's move now is very important. Black's next move is clearly very important because, okay, the rook is hanging. You don't know, do you want to give this exchange? Is rook takes d3 a threat, or is bishop takes d7? Where do you put your priorities? Do you give queen a1 check? I mean, there is so much to think about from black side.
Where do we put our priorities is the big question. Magnus' game is on, we believe. Let's take a look if it's on, because it's a big moment. King c5 and has the
yes,
game
because yeah, that's it. We have it. Rook b7 had been played, rook h2, h7, and knight b4, regardless. Beautiful.
Two mates, Peter, there are two mates on the board. Rook c2 mate and knight a2 check.
Yes.
And if you go rook takes b4, picking up that knight, which is causing havoc, what he wants to do is go rook h3.
Yeah, this is what happened in the game. Yeah, king c2,
it
king
happened,
takes
but this
b4.
is completely lost now for white. No, black has got two extra pawns. The h7 pawn is going nowhere, and we might have a match on our hands.
Well, definitely. I mean, knight, it's basically game over. Rook g7, rook h2 check. I have to tell you honestly, I did not see it coming. I did not see it coming, but I have been already so often proven wrong by Magnus. Yeah, I mean, it seems like all the logical reasonings do not really apply to Magnus if it's his case. Just unbelievable. Yeah, he's turning the tables again. King c1, and okay, you just go king b3 and it's finished.
King b3, and if there's a check from
Or,
b7,
okay, king
then you
c3,
go
I
king
mean-
c3, and he wants to just go king c3 directly. After rook g3 check, he'll go king d4, attacking h7, as well as the e4 pawn. And it looks like Magnus is going to have a game 4 finally.
For sure, yeah. He will have the white pieces, and then it will be super tough for Duda to handle the situation. Yeah, the pressure will be enormous. Wow. I mean, kudos to chat. Yeah,
Kudos to chat.
They know, they feel that Magnus has done something like this already before.
Because 51% of our chat believed in a Magnus comeback in this match, which honestly 2-0 is a very tough call to make. And the way this game started, it looked like Duda will wrap it up in 3 games. Peter, I'll be surprised if this time he stops for an interview. And no, we don't have it. It's been a tough game for Duda. He goes straight back into his resting area. I can see the camera. It's waiting for the Magnus exit. Will the world champion stop? And he does.
Wow, that was quite a finish to this game.
Yeah, I mean, it was an awful game, but got the result I needed, so now I need one more.
How much does the whole stoppage matter to the outcome here?
I don't know. I thought it would be a huge negative for me because he was clearly losing the thread. And the position was very tough for him, but I don't know. He blundered immediately afterwards, so that was super weird. Like, position was very difficult for him, but probably still holdable, and then he just lost it in one move with h7, which is crazy. That's the way it is.
You're still punching?
I don't know. I'm somewhat alive at the very least.
Good luck.
Wow, somewhat alive is what he says. Definitely a big shift in momentum in this match, you know. For Duda, it's going to be tough now because there's this feeling that you're so close to just wrapping it up and then it just slips from your hands. And we see Hans there. He's got a bit of a smile on the face. The game hasn't resumed between these two. Peter, what is it that he finds so funny?
I have no idea what he thinks.
It's not his position for sure.
Yeah, not the position. I think the situation that for Magnus it works, for me it doesn't. Yeah, maybe that's the key. But I think that Magnus was also a little bit harsh on on Duda blundering after the break, because I think Duda was just in such a state of shock that how things have happened, and he has given up on the game already. It was just finished, yeah. The change of momentum, and okay, his king getting mated. Otherwise, always there are these tricks. I don't know what kind of magic did Magnus see for Duda, how he could have put up better resistance, but it looked like Magnus will bounce back for sure.
And of course, there's a big question now. Now I wonder, let's also run this poll actually, chat, and see how many of you think that we will have a playoff in the Magnus Duda match. Duda needs just a draw to win the match. Magnus needs to win the second game on demand. He's already done it once. He said, well, the game didn't go according to plan, but the result did. Can he do it again? And will we see a playoff for that? Let's run that poll. Meanwhile, I think, Peter, I see the players and one gets the feeling that action is on and the game has been resumed.
Yeah, I see Alireza leaning forward. It kind of indicates, but yes. Yeah, there we have it. Yeah, very tricky because in fact, the old game is the right one. Okay, so Queen A1 check happened. Rook F1, Queen D4 check, Rook F2 back, Queen A1 check, and wow, Hans was the one who did not want to repeat. Is it true? I mean, King H2 allowing Queen takes E5 with a check, and now going back King G1. What on earth is happening? That's why Hans was smiling, yeah, because he's trolling everyone, including himself.
Yeah, but this makes no sense, yeah, because you can at least go Queen A1 now. After Rook F1, you anyway repeat. King H2, you go Queen E5. You can't go Rook G3 because there's Rook H8 stuff. You don't want to play G3 because you'll get mated on H1. I don't see the point of this.
Yeah, I don't see either, but he's trying to say that I got rid of the E5 pawn, so I will have some threat with Rook E3, yeah? For example, if Black keeps on checking Queen A1, now probably we play Rook F1. And after Queen D4, we'll have Rook E3 check. What it really gives us, I have no idea, but who knows? I mean,
he can probably just go King F8 and give up this exchange.
Yeah, I mean, with this dominating Queen on D4, Pawn on D3, I definitely don't feel like, but Alireza says, you know what? I don't need to give you any checks anymore because I can simply go Rook D4 and I will have Bishop E4 after Rook E3.
Hans is it just feels like he's on tilt mode.
Yeah, wow. I mean, now Hans will go completely crazy if he goes on to lose this.
But
after
Peter,
the break,
1 second. If Alireza wins this, is that match over for them?
Wow, yeah, that's also true. That's
wow,
absolutely
so
true, yeah.
Liam has already won his match, right?
Well, we don't know exactly. I mean, I'm assuming that that game still should be resumed, but maybe he resigned because it's such a bad position.
I'm not sure what happened. If we can just, Liam is still paused is what we're being told. We'll get an update on that shortly. So that is still on, but if Liam wins, that's match over. Anish has already wrapped up his match against Lev. This one, if Alireza wins this, it's match over for him. So potentially, we might still have a fourth game, but only between Magnus. The update is that indeed Prague's game is still on, so there's hope there.
Yeah, there is hope there. But I mean, okay, the position looks very bad. On the other hand, it feels like, you know, maybe Levon Levon and Anish were super professional to finish their game before this outage happens, yeah, because that can really distract the players. On the other hand, Anish was already completely winning, so it would not matter anything in that game if that break would have happened.
All right, so Rook F1, King F8, just stepping away from that pin. Well, unfortunately for White, you can't even double up on the E file because Queen F5 is coming in. So that's not an option. It's kind of hard to come up with a move for White. The Queen is paralyzed. You move it, the D pawn advances. The Rook from E3 can't step over anywhere because Bishop F5 will come in. It's tough to see a move for White here.
Yeah, absolutely. And the big question is, what did Hans really miss? Because I mean, he definitely missed the move Rook D4. That was the key moment that he just thought like, I'm giving up the E pawn, but it opens up the E file for me. But this Rook D4, Bishop E4 closing down the E file is devastating. And yeah, now the position is just hopelessly lost. I mean, Black is super active and has the pawn up. The computer also confirms after Bishop G6, probably there are no real threats. But okay, come on. I mean, we are hitting the f7 pawn with bishop f7, with rook takes f7. So black still has to show some computer precision to handle the situation. Maybe he just goes rook 8 to d7.
All right, let's take a look. So bishop g6, your idea is that you want to just simply pick up. Yeah, why not? Rook d7 looks like a nice move.
Yeah, just protecting.
And queen g5 is a threat, by the way, because your queen on d2 will be pinned.
Yeah, that will be, yeah, that's true. Yeah, queen g5 and yeah, I mean, seeing the computer evolution, and I feel like, you know, after the first game, yeah, what Hans was saying that Duda got the extra minutes, yeah, to think, yeah, 5 minutes extra, and here he also got the 5 minutes extra, yeah, that it's not necessary that you get the extra time and you are able to think with a quiet head, yeah, it's in such a messy positions, it gets out of your rhythm and everything. So difficult to adjust for both players. It's just very, very challenging.
But Hans's position was also so bad already. It's kind of hard for him to come out of it. And he probably took that decision that he will just not repeat this. And maybe that's just the thought process that he had. Because a repetition wouldn't help. And the computer is not happy with this move, queen to d5. What is it that this could be Hans's chance, but what's the move here?
Wow, I mean, maybe did we bury Hans too early? It would be a big mistake. I mean, he definitely, I mean, he's targeting black's king.
Is queen h4? No, queen h4 is king e7. Queen h4, but maybe queen h4
no, queen
here,
h4,
Peter.
Yeah, queen h4.
It's a move because queen h8, king e7, then the f7 pawn hangs.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, okay.
But there's bishop and bishop g6, queen h8 is checkmate.
That's checkmate. Yeah, that's the point. Yeah.
Wow.
That's the point behind queen h4. Queen h4 on the board.
On the board, and Hans leaning in. He's back, just as we were mentioning that he took this very risky decision, but it might be paying off.
And Alireza are down to 15 seconds, if that's true. I'm not sure that this is true.
I have a feeling the clock timings are correct, but we'll ask our producer Tad to confirm that if the clock is accurate. 4 seconds for Alireza. It is accurate. He needs to make a move, Peter. He's played it. He goes for queen c5. And now the tables have truly turned. What happens after queen h8, rook f7?
Wow. I mean, okay, now I'm trying to, you know, catch my breath. That what a change of things, yeah.
But we got to look at the most direct stuff, Peter. Queen h8 check, king e7, rook f7. Where are you going with your king? He goes bishop e4.
But he goes bishop e4, yeah, because the queen protects the bishop, so black is not able to use the pin, yeah. And now white is just a piece up. He can maybe just sidestep with the king to h1.
All right, so well, instead of trying to mate, he just goes for a simple line where he does pick up the piece. Also makes a lot of sense instead of calculating long lines. King e7 played, and now is he thinking about putting in a g6 check on the board?
Yeah, well, but g6, f6, I mean, unless it's winning on the spot, I'm really tempted to just move out of this pin, yeah?
Sidestep.
Exactly. Sidestep anything, then I will have also the chance of going bishop f3 check, for example. But Hans calculates. He goes for bishop f5 check, king d8, so we're going to see queen h8 check now.
Queen h8, then he wants to go king c7.
No, he takes bishop.
And
what?
it's a big blunder. Rook into h4. Oh my god.
Oh my god, what happened here? This is completely insane. This is completely insane.
Wow.
Oh my god. Yeah, I mean, it shows what this break does to the players. Yeah, they are just completely out of rhythm, and it's so easy to blunder anything in such a crazy position.
I don't think this was as much to do with the break. I think just Hans's mind space in general is a bit shaky right now. But that was the moment, and it was going so well for him. He could have grabbed the win, but he just misplayed it by one move, completely forgetting that the queen on h4 is hanging. This is heartbreak.
Absolutely. I mean, okay, just queen h8 check. But anyway, I was just suggesting that practically speaking, just sidestep and then you win. You with so much tension, just try to play the simplest. But on the other hand, okay, with queen h8, he could have won the game. I'm hoping to get some interview from someone because the match finished, yeah. So it's the right moment to to give an interview, I believe.
I don't know, Peter. It's going to be a very angry Hans. I don't know if he'll get an interview or not. But this was the moment, chat, where it happened. Suddenly, Queen H8 ideas, King H1, Hans is a piece up here. Everything under control. Queen H8, Bishop D7 just looked like an easy line, a simple way to play. But instead, Hans just missing that moment. I don't know what happened, a blind spot probably. And instead of giving a check first, he decided to take the rook on D7. And we've got Ali Reza with us.
Following your game at the end. So could we please ask what happened at the end here?
Yeah, I was completely lost. He could have just gave a check, but he blundered his queen in one move, which is very strange. He normally doesn't do this, but yeah, I guess it's my luck today.
Are you happy with your play today, Alireza?
Yeah, it was pretty good, but this last game was very low level from me. He played very good, but in the opening I made a lot of mistakes.
It's interesting what is happening in the other games now, because Magnus may lose to Duda. He's down 2-1. Tomorrow you play Magnus. How do you feel about that game?
Yes, I think it's going to be very interesting. He's in a very good shape. He's losing today, but maybe he comes back. Also, nothing is clear. But yeah, I'm looking forward to the match because it's always very interesting to play against Magnus.
But how about you? You're in pretty good shape now too, right?
Started playing decently after the Prague's match, but yeah, I'm happy with my play until here. Yeah.
Thank you, Alireza. Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Peter, I have to say, I mean, this was the moment when it happened. We've got Hans still on the screen. I think he's just in absolute shock there. As Ali Reza put it, that he just got very lucky. Wow, chess is brutal.
Yeah, chess is absolutely brutal. I mean, clearly, as Ali Reza said, yeah, just a check and then it's finished. Yeah, it's completely winning. And if we can believe what we have seen with the clock situation, then actually it was Ali Reza who was much lower on the clock. Yeah, so Hans still had like a minute or a minute and a half at this moment. Yeah, heartbreaking. Also, we can go back a couple of moves. Yeah, because in fact, I feel like we didn't do justice to the position. We were carried away by computer's evaluation. Yet after King F8, Hans came up with this stunning Bishop G6, using a pin on the F file, using the pin on the E file. It's a move that basically creates hard attack in your opponent. Yeah, because after the move Rook D7, he could still put up the pressure with Queen F2. Apparently, there was a computer win or a very good move for Black. But I mean, humanly speaking, yeah, you are setting Bishop takes F7, creating mating net, and the opponent has less than a minute. It's very difficult to react like a computer. And Ali Reza blundered the move Queen H4. Yeah, so again, after Queen D5, Hans gets in this incredible Queen H4, and we saw that that's it. He will win the game. Then Ali Reza, out of complete panic with few seconds on played the move Queen C5, which we have seen computer was screaming that, okay, that's it now, white is completely winning. Hans reacted well, just picked up the bishop, King E7 runs into from where Black was actually already trying to run away. Now he's running back, being a piece done. Bishop F5 check, complete finish, King D8, just give the check and it's game over. I perfectly understand that Hans is in a total state of shock.
He was laughing about it. I think it's, it's the kind of laughter where you hide the frustration on the inside. But what can you do? After such chess, you just feel like things are not working your way, and it can be just very disappointing. This means that what happened to the Prague Liam game? And once again, thank you so much, chat. That's really sweet. And you guys are making me miss home even more right now. But thanks for all the love. And yes, what's happening on the Liam game?
Well, the Liam game is now officially over. Liam has converted his advantage, so there were no dramas there. Bishop B4, Knight C8, Rook C7. Okay, it was also clear that you can't expect any dramas here because the position is stable. Yeah, there are no crazy attacks against your king whatsoever. Knight B6, Bishop C5, Knight A4, Bishop A7. Yeah, the bishop got to A7 and now the pawn is just unstoppable. Bishop A7, B6. Takes, Rook A1, the only chance of pinning. If suddenly now Black could jump with the bishop to D3, everything would be fine, but it's white to move, goes back Bishop E3, flippers Rook C1, and then the game is over. Prague designs, and Liam takes the match. Yeah, not only wins this game, but also wins the match.
Wow, so that's the first defeat for Prague in the event, the first match that he's lost. Liam, a power show today by him, 2.5 to half in 3 games, but of course 2 big rounds remain, and things could not have gone too wrong for Prague, because it really depends on what happens on the 4th game for Magnus and Duda. All other 3 matches have already ended, with Alireza defeating Hans Niemann, Anish Giri defeats Lev, all of them with a 2.5 margin. We don't see that happen too often in this event. Usually we've got 1 match that finishes in just 3 games, but we've got 3 matches that have already wrapped up, and the only one requires Magnus Carlsen to actually win on demand to force a playoff.
Yeah, it almost feels like the players understand the importance of this situation. Yeah, that all eyes will be on Magnus anyway, trying to bounce back with a 2nd consecutive win against Duda, and then tying the match. And if it happens, then we are in for an incredible playoff.
I'm hoping for a playoff. It's been a couple of days we haven't had a playoff, and a Magnus Duda playoff will be a lot of fun. But of course, may the best player win. Let's discuss it, because I think we've just got about a minute to lift off. Let's discuss what actually happens then. If Magnus doesn't make it to playoff, then Magnus and Prague will still maintain their lead going into the final 2 rounds. If Magnus does make it to playoff, then of course we've got a full-on match again with 2 blitz games, 5 minutes with a 3-second increment, and if that ends in a tie, it might go down to the wire to an Armageddon. We've seen that happen between these 2 even at the World Cup. We might see an encore, a repeat of that. So lots of excitement. Peter, what do you think is going to happen in the 4th game opening-wise?
Very good question. I mean, first of all, now the situation has dramatically changed. Yeah, Magnus is coming back from a situation where probably he believed that there is no way back already. So he gets a lot of energy, but even more importantly, Duda is now in a state of shock. Yeah, because he felt like he could have sealed the match. Yeah, it was in his hands. It wasn't about Magnus. It was all about Duda. He miscalculated. He made some bad decisions. I mean, he should have never let this exchange sacrifice happen. At that moment already, it was clear that, okay, anything can happen in that game. Now, all the momentum is in Magnus's side. And while after the 2nd game, I was thinking like, okay, it's just 10% for Magnus or even less to bounce back. Now that in order to tie the match, I think that he has very, very good chances.
And Jan-Krzysztof Duda is already in his place. This match is the moment of truth for him. Can he do it again? Can he beat the world champion? He needs just a draw. Peter, we had a poll running asking our chat, will Magnus take it to the tie breaks? And we had about 1,400 votes coming in. 61% of the chat saying that yes, he will, which means that 61% chat feels we're going to have a Magnus win in this one. Magnus does start with the white pieces. So that's good news for him. 38%, no tie breaks on this one. 1% is just the void as we know it. Nobody knows where that goes. That's one of the questions that even science can't answer.
Well, I mean, I also perfectly agree with the poll that the chances that Magnus will bounce back now is much bigger than Duda holding the match. It's just the shift of momentum. Magnus's body language also, I mean, all this energy, all this kind of, you feel like you are alive. Also, it was very uncharacteristic. I don't know what happened with the players. It felt like they were too much on the sun, yeah, because there were so many unexplainable blunders. Yeah, it's like if the sun hit you and you are not able to fully concentrate in. And this event, we have been seeing this all the time, that the total focus is the only way to success.
Peter, let me tell you, you're on point with that. I mean, this place is just so unbelievably beautiful. We are right by the seaside, and the players do have a good relaxing time by the sea. So it's a bigger challenge to keep up that focus. And this kind of a format does demand that. We've got our only match that's still going on. We've got our players ready to go. Magnus starts with the white pieces, and this time he opts for d4.
Yeah, he doesn't want to be facing the Berlin again. But he takes it slow. So d4, knight f6, knight f3. What? Wow. Okay. So no theory. I mean, Magnus just wants to say that, you know what? I already experimented with first move a3, but this is now an improved version. It's like we already fixed that we are playing the symmetrical stuff. Now please play c5. Thank you very much. D takes c5 and I win the game. Yeah, because now you can take the pawn.
And I win the game. You win that pawn and you're never going to get it back because this a3 pawn will allow b4 to come just in time.
Exactly, yeah. So basically it means that, wow, the stylish response to a3. The big question is that if Magnus is actually into the position and he knows that after a3, a6, white might be able to benefit at some position, then it's an incredible psychological achievement.
This is some great mind games going on here. Magnus has played 1a3 in the event before, and he was very defensive about this opening. He did come join us for an interview after where he said it's an absolutely acceptable move and useful in many different situations. And this time he does show the same ideas, but just a couple of moves later. But of course, it's a move that can be beneficial. Duda not coming in any psychological pressure, but just saying, you know what, I'll play a6 as well. Because just like you, it will be useful for me as well at some point. Bishop f4, but Peter, black can't just keep imitating white's moves here.
Exactly. It's very tricky. I mean, I remember that I was thinking about this, that if you play, for example, with a training partner, yeah, that with someone whom you don't really feel comfortable playing some theoretical clash because you analyze together, then what if you kind of agree that you play h3, a6, and then let's take it from there, or you play h3, h6, and let's take it from there. But I always had the feeling like, not that afterwards, you know, the friendship ends because it turns out that one of the moves was more useful than the other. And Duda is sticking to his imitation mode. And I believe that the move a3 is kind of quite useful for white here because there won't be any bishop b4 checks in the position. And if he gets the knight to c3, then yeah, black goes bishop d6, tries to trade these bishops, but white gets some kind of a small initiative. I mean, it's not full equality.
Not full equality, and that's exactly what Magnus would like in this game. So bishop d6 played, and it's always the question, how do you react? Do you leave that bishop on f4 so that you can take e takes f4 and then really put pressure on the e5 square? He says, no, I don't even want to trade it with bishop g3, but instead plays bishop g5. Now, many times in such positions, black can also retreat with the bishop to e7, but he goes knight d7 and normal development moves.
Yeah, he went knight d7. Now I'm expecting the move knight c3, of course, to be blitzed out, kind of.
So you sort of keep delaying the development of the light squared bishop so that when black takes on c4, you can develop with just one move, go bishop c4. So knight c3 makes a lot of sense here, Peter. How does black continue? Do you go castle, or at some point do you strike in the center with c5 as well?
Yeah, well, I'm guessing or hoping that now with the pin on, and c takes d5, knight d5 being a threat, you might have to react to it. Yeah, that's what I'm hoping at least.
And I don't want to take on c4 because then you just get this tempo of development with bishop c4. But if I don't do that, because short castle runs into the idea of c takes d5, e takes d5, knight d5, might have to play c6, which is also not a very happy choice.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised that Magnus is taking so much time for this decision. I mean, what else if not knight c3? I mean, what is he thinking about? Or he thinks like if black goes c6, now with the bishop already developed on f5, it will be a rock solid structure. Maybe this kind of explains, but I don't see him like going for some very fancy queen b3. I don't believe that. Black seems to be really developed. I don't approve a move like queen b3 here.
Well, he's taking a long time here. He's really getting into a bit of think. Is he goes knight c3 eventually after taking about burning 2 minutes on the clock. d5 under attack, and he plays c6. Makes a lot of sense. You don't want to rush with clarifying the center. After c6, now what? Do you still wait with development with a move like queen b3?
No, I don't want to wait. Yeah, now I have to develop, but yeah, actually, Duda got a very nice, and now he gets h6 tempo. I think this is the reason why Magnus was slowing down a bit, that maybe this bishop g5 idea actually was an ambitious one. However, it might have not achieve the benefit that Magnus was hoping for. I mean, it does feel like black has solved all his problems, and now we can't be blaming the h3, a6 moves in any case.
Rook e8. So, all right, he might be eyeing knight f8, knight g6 ideas to get rid of that pin. Also, sometimes you want to get e5. So, after taking on c4, so central breaks also become possible. How does white respond to this now? What are white's ideas in the structure?
Yeah, that's a big question now, because usually we don't have this bishop on f5 in this structure.
Magnus answers it.
Yeah, b4, I mean, okay, white has to grab some space. Of course, white doesn't want to play c5 because then black falls back with the bishop and we'll have a very easy time pushing e6, e5. So white will try to keep the tension between these pawns, that black will not be able to play e5 because of the pin and the problem on the d5 pawn. So now it's all about the move that you mentioned, knight f8, knight g6, a very interesting plan if the knight lands on g6, but after knight f8, probably white is able to play knight e5. But you anyway go knight g6, so it's not the end of the world. I just want to say that probably anyway white should stop knight g6.
All right, so b4 on the board. And Peter, in these kind of positions, does black ever want to aim for a central break after dc4, bishop c4, e5? It looks a bit shaky.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, somehow dc4, bishop c4, and then after e5, there might be even a tempo with queen b3 hitting on f7 and still this pin. I mean,
this pin is so annoying. I was hoping after queen b3, we might either have a bishop g6 or queen e7. I just want to try to break open the center.
Yes, I understand. But also there is some idea like maybe d4, d5 also could be a potential move as well. I mean, I don't see, especially in this match situation, Duda opening up the position voluntarily. I mean, if he has a strategical solution, he would prefer that.
Fair enough. All right, let's take a look at what chat is saying. So it was what? It was about 60% for a playoff. That's quite possible. Well, for that, Magnus needs to win this game. And let's take a look. Probably thinking of c5, b4. Well, b4 has been played. Isn't this more of a semi-Slav formation?
Exactly.
Well, in the semi...
Yeah.
But in the semi-Slav, very often the bishop will be on c8, which is a lot better. But here, the bishop is also out on f5, which is favoring black.
Yes, exactly. I mean, that's why it's a rock-solid construction. The bishop on f5, I mean, Magnus does not want to trade it because then there is less tension. So he wants to keep. The good news is that at least he forces Duda to think a bit. And Duda opts for a very natural strategical idea, queen b8, with the idea hopping with the knight into e4. That would resolve the pin problem very nicely, very effectively. It's very stylish, very classy move by Duda.
Indeed, right? Because we were thinking about how this pin knight on f6 is the biggest problem in black's position. And all these other ways of knight f8, knight g6, or bishop e7 are not very comfortable to make. But he just simply sidesteps with the queen to b8. Also eyeing that h2 square, h2 pawn at some point. So for example, knight e4, you can't even trade the knights because after d4, the knight on f3 is under trouble.
Yeah, exactly. Basically, one of the very natural reactions, I think, in the bullet game, bishop g3 would be instantly blitzed out. Magnus anyway does it even in a rapid game because one really feels like this bishop on d6 and queen b8 construction shouldn't be tolerated. This bishop needs to be traded.
So bishop g3 and knight e4 anyway. So after now that you trade, you definitely want to pick up with the bishop, not block your own bishop with the d pawn. The knight falls back. I'm expecting black not to give up this bishop on e4 and just fall back with it.
Yeah, probably black falls back to f5. But now Magnus actually has a nice plan that he might be going knight b3. Yeah, bishop g6 on the board. I'm expecting some knight b3 with the idea knight c5. Yeah, it would be strategically quite nice to get that. And we still keep this tension. Yeah, we just don't want to go c5, not allowing any nice counterplay with e6, e5.
Peter, but it might be time for black to start looking at d takes c4 and e5 options. For example, if you go knight b3 now, and let's say we try to make this idea work, but you know what? Queen g4 is really scary after e5.
Yes, yes. Also the question, do you first trade on g3 or not? Because Otherwise, you keep this pressure on yourself, maybe.
And knight c5 is coming in. Interesting position. So bishop g6. Magnus having a think here how and where to place his pieces.
Yeah, I'm expecting knight b3, to be honest. I just because also it fits very much, yeah, knight b3 on the board, very much fits into the match situation, yeah, that you have to keep as much tension, you have to put some pressure, and exactly knight b3, knight c5 is something that really disturbs black, yeah, because you never want to trade on c5, then b takes c5, you will have a forever weakness on b7. You definitely don't want to allow this.
Does he want to go knight f6, knight e4 in return?
Well, but even if you go knight f6, we might be able to jump knight c5 in.
All right, let's go. Let's go on with knight e4 so that bishop d6 can be met by knight d6.
Okay. Yeah, this is clever. Yeah, that you can recapture with the knight on d6. Important, very important. Then maybe knight b6. I mean, knight f6 is a very important move. No, but he takes on g3 first.
Well, at least after d takes c4, bishop c4, e5, this queen g4 idea, let's just show that on the board. Just an interesting concept, because at first it felt like there is this big double attack on the knight and the bishop on g6, but at least black still has knight f8.
Yeah, protecting the bishop, and I understand, but okay, the knight comes
Knight
to c5 anyway. It's not so comfortable, but you also have maybe the other option of including some knight b6, that you kick the bishop first away and then you're gonna break with e5.
That makes a lot of sense, actually. Solves a lot of problems.
Yeah, and it's a rock solid formation. Yeah, so maybe one could. On the other hand, there is also no reason why we have to give up the center control immediately. Yeah, because white is not planning to take cd. White is also not planning to play c5, I believe. And Duda
goes for the
for
knight f6.
Yeah.
But he first trades. He first trades on g3 and then he wants to put the knight on e4.
Yeah, and okay, Magnus just plays rook c1. So basically after knight e4, okay, knight e4 will be played. It would be very logical to follow it up like this. On the other hand, also black in some ways would like to activate the queen. Yeah, now that the queen has already done its purpose, maybe the queen on e7 is much better than on b8. Yeah, there are arguments for this. Magnus having 2.5 minutes time advantage. I mean, it doesn't sound too much, but in a 15 minutes game with so much at stake and so much tension, it could be eventually something. And it's anyway a position where nothing is really happening. Yeah, you are holding the position, you are keeping the position, you are trying to find as many little useful moves like rook c1. Maybe just queen d2, queen b2 would be another two moves here that you improve the position, opening up the way for rook fd1. You just keep the 10, you don't want to do anything, and always pass the ball to your opponent. Please spend as much time as possible.
This is a really like a slow strategic fight, and usually when a player has to win on demand, we often expect fireworks and blow-ups, but this is quite the approach that we see top class grandmasters make, where they just go for a slow long fight. And it feels like it's the preferred choice by Magnus in many instances when he needs to win on demand.
Well, also now the situation is that he knows that how frustrating Duda feels himself after this mischance in the third game to basically just finish the match. So if he can put him in some little uncomfortable situation, yeah, and keep the pressure, it might be very unpleasant for the defending player, yeah, because constantly it will be on your mind that I could have just wrapped the match up and we would be not even having this discussion here. It's a lot of mind games as well.
Rook c1 played, so just keeping all the tension on the board. No pawns have been traded, keeping all the complexities alive. Peter, I still get the feeling knight e4 is an idea, but at some point maybe we might see an e5 break with these lines of trade on c4 and trying to break in the center.
Yeah, Duda is also spending way too much time, which basically indicates that he's definitely considering that should I change the structure or should I just sit tight? Where does it look? And look at this. This is what I'm not liking. After 2.5 minutes, making an undecisive move like rook e7, yes, it does protect the b7 pawn, so it's a prophylactic move. And maybe he wants to get ready for eventually doubling on the e file, but still it somehow feels like you shouldn't have been wasting 2.5 minutes on this.
That's a strange little move. A4, Magnus just keeps slowly advancing, and Peter, if Jan-Krzysztof Duda doesn't make some decisions, either a break in the center or going ahead with activity like knight e4, knight d6, forcing Magnus to take a decision in the center, Magnus will slowly build up a dominating position in this one.
Yeah, now already he is more than 4 minutes ahead on the clock. Yeah, it started with 2 minutes, then 2.5 minutes, now 4 minutes, and the position still remains the same, that it's more or less balanced. You can't really say that what white is threatening basically nothing, but there are some positional threats. Yeah, like for example, black has to deal with that. Is, for example, a a5 knight c5 combo? Yeah, is that maybe strategically a really dangerous situation for black, because you will forever be stuck with this terrible weakness on b7? And if, for example, your answer is yes, this is kind of a problem, then you feel like you have to do something. But then why you didn't do something before?
Yeah, rook e7 was, it just goes on to show the slight pressure that Duda is facing, or the change in momentum that we are seeing here. Also, let's not, and he finally goes for it, Peter, but without grabbing on c4, immediately breaks with e5, trades on e5, picks it up with the queen. And this is the moment that Magnus needs to decide now what pawn structure does he go for. Does he go for c5? Or does he keep the pawns as they are and instead go in with the knight, maybe to a5 as well?
Yeah, well, I mean, somehow I feel like c5, I don't, yeah, on one side I like always this, yeah, that we fight for the d4 square, but I can't really assess because of the bishop on g6. Yeah, if the bishop would be on d7, it would be clear, yeah, we go c5, but the bishop is open. But maybe the bishop is open, but anyway, Magnus thinks like, you know what, if I get this construction and I'm gonna go b4, b5, then maybe the pawn on c6 will be even more vulnerable with the bishop on g6, because nobody is really protecting this c6 pawn. White does have something, it's not empty.
So queen d4, even though offering a queen trade and going into this endgame, I agree with you. It's the kind of endgames that we often see Magnus shine in. And after queen d4, knight d4, this bind with c5 with that knight forever on d4 can put a lot of pressure. This bishop that you were mentioning, it doesn't have any clear targets. So that's the good news for white. And if you take on c4, then you probably just take bishop c4 here.
Yeah, but this is a big question for me. I mean, I would be kind of tempted from black side to release this tension, not allowing c5. Yeah, Duda takes on d4, and I believe he's gonna take on dc4 played.
And which is why I was wondering, Peter, why not go c5 before you go queen d4 and really just cement that position with for the knight on d4? But maybe that would give black the chance to also go queen g5 and try to build something on the king side.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, Magnus wanted to get that endgame with pawn on c5 and the knight on d4. If the queens are on, then black has queen g5 and then h5, h4 counterplay is coming. And it's not clear. But now what I like for Duda, that he actually has clarified the situation. So the clock doesn't really mean that much. Yeah, he still has 7 minutes. He has also probably a very clear idea of, you know, getting the bishop to e4, then putting the pawn to g6, putting king to g7, eventually playing the move bishop d5. And he just waits and asks Magnus that, how are you going to break through on the queen side? That do you break with b5 and we trade everything? Or do you just try to play, for example, for a grip? Let's make a couple of moves. So bishop takes e4, bishop e4, and now to, for example, rook fd1. We talk about this g6. And the question that if white plays the pawn to a5, then white will have this long-term pressure with knight bc, knight c5, targeting the pawn on b7. But is this enough? Yeah, this is a very difficult question to answer. That is this one weakness going to be enough for Magnus to grind out something?
Well, it's something, right? It's something to play for, and it's still far from equal in a normal practical game. And that's all that he can be hoping for. You can't anyways calculate till the very end or end up in a winning position. So I think the fact that he does maintain some pressure is the most important thing. And the game keeps going. He's taking a bit of a think here. So if not bishop c4, the other line that he could be thinking about is rook c4, or is he just thinking that maybe he's got the time to do something else?
Well, or is it that after bishop takes e4, suddenly the move a5 disturbs him?
And b5 here?
b5 then c5. And then we will be able to get b6, for example. Yeah, we suddenly get a completely different structure. Even maybe somewhere knight d7, knight b6 also might be an idea. It's like you might even have to put the knight on b3 in order to, but okay, after b6, rook d1,
Rook
then
d1, this still looks like there's some weakness in black's position.
exactly, yeah, this is okay, very difficult to say. Black will also start jumping, yeah, with knight e4, active pieces, but yeah, lot to think about.
g4, f3 in that position. Yeah, it's just, well, he's taking his time to really make a decision here. So bishop, he goes for rook c4 is the line he chooses, and immediately Duda puts the bishop on e4.
Yeah, he just wanted to make sure with rook c4 that after a5 he simply plays b5, and there is no way that, yeah, no way that black can change the pawn structure with c5. So logical, takes, and now he might be able to get his pawn to a5 if he wants.
But after a5, black can also maybe think about putting the knight on d5 so that at least your rook on c4 is stuck.
Yeah, definitely. I mean,
it's not so easy to break free with f3, for example, because the e3 pawn is hanging.
Yeah, I mean, e5 is a tough decision, yeah, because, for example, knight d5, I will have to play very slowly, yeah, like rook e1, bishop f1, triple f3, king f2, yeah, and eventually e4. So maybe I even have to put the pawn to g4 ready to make sure that you house. I mean, there are all kinds of small little ideas on the king side combining with eventually reaching the knight to c5. Those are the ideas. It's very easy to explain them, very difficult to get the right momentum. And Magnus goes immediately f3, very nice. f3, bishop d5, rook c3, and now he will get king f2, I guess.
And this is, I think this is the right approach, to not fix a5 quickly, like you mentioned, and get f3, your center freed up first. King f2 to defend this pawn. Well, e4 looks a bit loose right now, but it is an option, Peter. What happens after e4?
Yeah, e4 is an option, absolutely an option. I just feel that maybe then black has knight takes e4. I mean, I did not really want to give such options. Yeah, takes, and we have some problems with our pieces.
Oh, and after rook d1, you might even take on e2.
Yeah, exactly. On e2 or on d4, it basically reaches the same position. Yeah, so you shouldn't be hurrying. You have to play king f2. I believe you have to. Just normal little move, and then the big question is also from black side. You want to get h5, g6 in as quickly as possible to stop any kind of g4 expansion. And because then slowly white will be able to go e4, yeah, king f2 on the board. Now, of course, e4 is never the threat because then black can simply take on e4.
Or bishop e4, yeah.
Yes.
And then rook on c3. So h5, I like this move, stopping g4, so making sure there's no kingside expansion.
Yeah, and now maybe rook, okay, I even wanted to say that maybe rook fc1 also makes sense in order to be threatening with e4. Magnus thinks that, okay, anyway, I will play e4 when I want.
g6 played.
Yeah, how to, I mean, black still has now the next natural move, king g7, and yeah, Magnus goes knight c2. I mean, yeah, Magnus wants to get e4, knight e3 construction. Clearly, this is what
e4,
he has.
there's still bishop e4, right? You don't have time.
Exactly. I mean, still, that's why a little bit rook d1 surprised me. I was expecting rook c1 to protect the rook and push e4.
Maybe he wants to go, no, I'm wondering how can you get he goes rook d4, so slowly setting up e4.
Yes, he wants to go e4 next.
So e4 next is possible, right? Because then you can sacrifice your rook for two pieces.
Yeah, but it's not clear. Yeah, it's probably not preferable for us. So probably we don't want anything yet. We just keep the pressure.
Maybe he just moves his king back and then goes e4 because the knight on c2 defends the e3 pawn.
Yeah, probably that was his idea with knight c2. Okay, basically the main idea is he's also trying to make quickly the moves. Yeah, to put the pressure, but actually recently Duda was playing also very fast. Yeah, I mean all these moves, h5, g6, king g7 were kind of blitzed out in bullet mode. So now Magnus is only like 1.5 minutes ahead. But a tough call for black, yeah. How do you, because you can't really change the structure, yeah, that's the problem. Yeah, he goes king f8.
Yeah, black has just got to kind of sit tight and wait.
Yes, but it's easy said, difficult done to do. Maybe his next move will be king g7 back, yeah, just to show that actually he doesn't know exactly what to do.
I'm at a5, so he finally takes the decision of clamping down the queen side.
Yeah, sooner or later it had to be played because you have to fix this pawn on b7. It's clear that you won't be able to win the game with a standard break with minor attack. So you have to fix and then get this knight somehow to c5 and then push e4. Those are the dream scenarios.
I think we might even see it the other way around. We might see e4 first, with after some preparation of moving the king away perhaps, and then knight e1, knight d3.
Yeah, it's of course it depends, because otherwise the knight even can't really reach there. Yeah, knight e1, knight this is never possible because the e3 pawn is hanging, and we never want to give black probably a chance of trading his bishop for the knight.
Okay, now is an opportunity. Now is an opportunity to get e4 in. But maybe after e4 is there f5.
E4, f5, yeah. This is probably what Duda is counting on.
And this is something, because suddenly the e4 pawn is under trouble.
Yeah, the bishop on e2 is targeted by the rooks. So it just shows that, yeah, you have to be super careful. And it also indicates that white for white, it would have been so nice. But e4 played anyway.
So what does Magnus have in mind after f5? Because I thought this pawn on e4 will be in big trouble after f5.
Well, it's a
maybe you go bishop d3, Peter. Can you go bishop d3 after f5?
Really? You can? I mean, why can't I just take?
Because the knight
is hanging. Okay.
Yeah.
But anyway, I mean, this fe4, bishop goes back to e6, then you created a weakness for yourself. I'm not sure about
this is not the dream. I mean, and this knight jumping onto e5. So e4, what does he want after f5?
F5, he also has a move knight e3, for example. This is also possible.
He doesn't play f5, by the way. He goes back. So knight e3.
But there is knight e3, yeah.
And after taking on e4, you take on d5?
We take and then we take, and I don't know. There is this weakness on b7.
E3 check, you just move back. And this probably he did not like, so he decided to go back with the bishop to e6.
Yeah, but then already Magnus made a giant step forward. Yeah, knight e1 played, knight is coming to d3.
But knight e5 is an option. You can play knight e5. Do you go f4? Because then that leaves g4 a big hole.
Yeah, maybe I just in time to go knight e5. No, he goes f5. He breaks now with f5, yeah.
No more knight e3, so you get f5 in.
Yeah, it's clever, yeah, because you have to eliminate this powerful pawn e4.
And let's not forget, Jan-Krzysztof needs just a draw. He needs to just neutralize white and he takes the match.
Exactly, yeah. It's Magnus who has the little pressure. On the other hand, if it would not be the situation that he needs to win at all costs, he would probably be enjoying this position. But given the match situation, I'm not sure that there could be this problem that it might be too little. Yeah, he knows that he has something, but he might not be believing that he will be able to succeed. Yeah. Bishop d3, okay, the logical move.
What do you think, Peter? If at this moment you had to make a prediction for this match, what would it be?
Well, now I feel like it's more going towards the draw than Magnus win. I mean, I feel like Magnus lost his momentum a bit. Definitely also the clock situation. And yes, he has 2 minutes advantage, but Black has a rock solid construction and eliminating the e4 pawn.
Yeah, and if you go bishop e4, then Black might even have a move like bishop f5 or bishop d5. And just hint, you can't even take it because of rook e2, rook e1.
Exactly, well, or even rook e1 and then rook 8 e2 check as well. Yeah, it's I mean all kinds of tricks, but I don't see Magnus breaking his structure. Fe4 is like taboo. Then Black gets the g4 square. That's not an option.
But then what are you recapturing with?
Yeah, that's the big problem. Yeah, that
Maybe then you have to take it with the rook, because this bishop d5 and you take bishop d5, rook e2 check, rook e1 check, and you win the piece on the spot.
Exactly, you win the game. So this doesn't work, but rook e4 is very much not the move that white wants to play. Yeah, it's yeah, but it's a sad necessity.
It's a necessity.
Yeah.
And knight f6 hitting that rook, knight d5 jumping in as well.
Yeah, suddenly the b4 pawn is vulnerable. Rook e2 had to be played. Yeah, Magnus is very upset. I'm pretty sure that he was hoping to get much more. When he played the move knight e1, he was really hoping to get something, and then this f5 countered him nicely.
And look at this, Peter. Now g6 is hanging, but before that, white has problems to solve. Rook c4 played. Is there a good jump, or do you just make a move like king g7 and first safeguard the g6 pawn?
Well, if there is no immediate special jump, then okay, king g7, bishop f7. This is very clever, yeah, because we want to trade a pair of rooks, and bishop protects the pawn on g6. The knight on d5 is a monster now, eyeing the b4 weakness. So it's not only that black has g6 and b7 weaknesses, also white has some problems.
Also, this knight on e1, right? It was on the journey to find itself on c5. But we see that the way Jan-Krzysztof has handled it, the knight on e1 is now just badly placed and very far away from its dream to get to c5. I think what really went wrong in Magnus's position was that he never managed to get that bind with a5 and knight c5. It's of course the dream, but very hard to achieve it. And Duda made sure it didn't turn into a reality.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, and then Magnus had a misjudgment by timing. He pushed e4 when he was expecting f5, and he had an antidote. And after bishop e6, like he forgot, he thought like, okay, so now f5 is not going to be played. He automatically played knight e1, and I think this we have to highlight, yeah, that this knight e1 f5 was the game changer. Now it's black having things under control. White is trying to get something. I mean, for example, rook takes e7, slightly surprising. I would have thought like maybe black wants to use the momentum to bring his king to the center, but it's always a difficult choice. Yeah, he picked his rook to recapture. Now Magnus goes bishop e4, and he's planning to get the knight.
And now it's something, Peter. This is something, because we were just discussing about this knight on e1. The biggest problem, you can't find itself on c5. But now there's a clear path. The path has opened up. But is there a way for black to use this discovered attack on the rook on c4 is what I'm wondering.
Well, I mean, the point is that, for example, knight f6, rook d4, and knight takes e4, now f takes e4 is already wonderful for white, because the knight is getting to d3, the knight is going to c5, and we will see this typical good knight versus the bad bishop construction, yeah? This black should never allow.
What if after knight f6, rook e3, oh, I wanted to say bishop d5, but the g6 pawn is hanging as well.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the bishop on f7 is tied to the g6 defense.
Rook d7 could be a move here.
Okay, king e3. I'm coming, putting the pressure, because no matter how much, even if you trade rooks, you can't trade my bishop on e4.
I don't want to trade rooks. I'm so scared of king c5, king b6 getting in. That would be a disaster.
Yeah, and also once the knight comes to d3, there is not even given that the knight jumps to c5. It might also jump the other way. Yeah, that you also have a g6 weakness. I feel like black should keep, but I really feel like it was an automatic recapture by Duda. Yeah, that you feel like you don't want to waste time when it's a natural move, but maybe not have taken with the king and bringing the king to d6 was a serious strategical mistake. Now he jumps knight c7, he regroups. He wants to get knight to b5, or he also maybe wants to get bishop d5.
But you can go rook d4 and rook d8, no?
Yeah, you can.
Does he want knight e6 instead to keep the c5 square covered? But knight e6, this whole cramped up position of the pieces doesn't look very healthy. Knight e6, rook d6, knight g5, maybe knight e6, Peter.
Not at all. I don't really believe in knight e6 unless you want to follow it up with c5, breaking out. No, okay, Magnus goes rook c2 anyway.
All right, so no giving a chance. Rook c2, and now the big question is, where do you want to land the knight? White has a clear plan.
Yeah, and the position is such that at this moment it looks innocent, but if the knight lands on c5, we'll be talking about very serious winning chances for white.
And we've been talking about this plan of knight c5 and a5 from the very start of the game. And it looks like eventually white has found a way to get there.
Yeah, now again, momentum is shifting towards Magnus, that he is achieving something, and Duda's clock is ticking down. Yeah, he's down to less than 3.5 minutes.
Okay,
And
question.
yes.
What if I want to get bishop d5 with this g6 pawn?
Yeah,
King
you
g7.
need. Yeah, you need king g7. Yeah.
Yeah.
You
And
need,
now king f6 he's played. I was wondering about bishop d5, but okay, knight is finding itself to c5. Now knight can jump on to c5. Maybe after knight c5, you'll start going knight e6.
Yeah, that's what he wants. Yeah, that's what he prepared. But I mean, it just shows on that he could have saved himself so much trouble by going king e7, king f6, or king e7, king d6, that he has given like 3 tempests to Magnus.
This is such a tense situation in the match for so many reasons, even our tournament standing, right? Because if Magnus doesn't manage to win this and loses the match, that actually means that Alireza really gets close right behind them with 11 points. And of course, these are standings if Magnus loses this match. But if he does manage to make it to playoff, then anything is possible. That would mean that Prague potentially could be on second spot then, because Prague has lost his match against Liam. Alireza winning it, Peter, it's like Anish is climbing up the leaderboard. He's currently on the 4th spot. He had not opened his scorecard until 2 days ago.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he's mounting an incredible comeback. And yeah, Magnus played now the move rook d2. It's kind of clear that usually players, I believe, are focusing on their own performance, but since they already finished their match, now all eyes are on this, and believe me, probably Prague and Alireza, of course, are rooting for Duda. Yeah, it's clear, it's absolutely logical, it's human. Yeah, because after you have lost your match, you feel like for example for Prague, wow, but actually if Magnus loses, then nothing happened. Yeah. But if Magnus comes back, then the loss today will hurt you even more.
Knight e6 played, so that's the square he wants to control the c5 square from.
Yeah, but now it gives also white some additional options, like maybe going king e3, and Magnus goes king e3.
So you don't want to play knight c5, bc5, because rook e5 would actually put pressure on the c5 pawn instantly. So you never want to trade off these knights.
Well, not yet. Maybe at some point, yeah, there might be a moment when I will jump on this chance and hope that the bishop endgame can be very nice. But before doing that, I want to achieve some things.
Is
Rook
that
c7.
point now? Is knight c5 an option now? Because there's no more rook e5.
Exactly. Now, for example, it's already a serious option. Knight c5 takes and then takes, and keep on putting the pressure.
But it's very committal as well, you know, and you have to decide if it's enough or not in this very moment, because if you trade off these knights, there's no going back from there, and black might step back with the rook to e7, threatening to go rook e5 anyway. So he needs to be really precise, but knight c5 is a serious option here.
Yes, yeah. I mean, basically, knowing the tournaments, yeah, he goes f4 because he wants to eventually have the option of going knight e5 and maybe also with g4 trade these pawns. Yeah, that get rid of the double pawns, then the knight can jump back to e5. You can start pushing the g pawn, and the pawn on g6 is a target. I'm loving the way how Magnus is handling this.
So taking it very slow. I like this move f4 a lot, Peter. That's one classy move.
Yeah, basically after the move king e3, it was hanging in the air that Magnus definitely wants to go f4, even when even if the rook would have been on e7, yeah, because then also you want knight e5. Just keep on putting the pressure. Yeah, well, it's really tense. Very difficult to say what Jan-Krzysztof should be doing now. He's under severe pressure, and Magnus got the direction, and he's up on the clock with 2 minutes, and he has a clear vision of what he's gonna do.
Well,
knight e5.
I'm watching chat, Peter, and we're being asked what happens. Is c5 an option here for black?
Yeah,
goes
well,
bishop e8.
Yeah, bishop e8. Duda is kind of hinting at c5 somewhere, yeah, that if he can get his bishop to b5, but still, let's not forget about the weakness on g6. it won't be so easy to break out.
So after knight e5, c5 might become a serious choice for black, actually.
Yes, that's clearly the idea with bishop e8 covering also the d7 square, yeah, eyeing the d7 square, protecting the g6 pawn, so it's a multi-purpose bishop.
All right, so if not knight e5, does Magnus need to go into prophylactic mode and go rook c2 here?
Yeah, that's an option that I would basically expect him to play if he doesn't want to commit anything immediately.
It's all about the clock situation as well, you know. It's slowly running down, 2.5 minutes to Magnus, 1.5 minutes to Duda.
Yeah, it will be super tense. Yeah, this game.
It's so crazy, right, Peter? Because it's just the two of them in the playing arena. All other matches are over.
Yeah, it should be also a completely different feeling, yeah, right? That all the attention is on you and you know it. Yeah, Magnus goes knight e5, so and Duda blitzes out g5. Interesting that he wanted to break with g5, not with c5.
I am kind of surprised because c5 looked very tempting, and the speed with which Duda played g5, he was preempting knight e5. So after g5, gf4 is not a real threat, right? So white does have time to react with something, and I see our eval bar doesn't approve of g5.
Yeah, but I wonder why. Yeah, because on the other hand, also from black side, it's kind of
Can
very
you go
natural.
rook d6 here?
Yeah, but then king e7. Yeah, what did we achieve?
Rook d6, king e7, knight c4. I want to try and get f5 in.
Like this, yeah.
I mean, it's
on the board.
We might be seeing this, Peter, because if white is able to create an f5 passer, that's something knight c4 played as well. So maybe this was the path.
Yeah, this looks actually now very powerful. Yeah, because black's concept was based on this defensive knight on e6. If this falls or if it's pushed by f5, then we also see that the weaknesses still remain on the queen side, and also white's king will be able to enter. Yeah, this would be devastating.
This is getting tensed now. This is getting super tensed for black. Duda there shaking his head. He's under pressure here.
He's under pressure, and look at Magnus. Yeah, he feels that he got in. Yeah, he broke the construction of black, and with little time on the clock, this is the most important. Duda has to shift defense.
All right, so rooks have to be traded, but now you have the option of creating a passer on f. I mean, the f pawn is a passer already. You can go f5, but you don't need to rush in with it.
Yeah, because f5 runs into knight g7.
And then it's just difficult to save the pawn. So don't go in with f5. Just come back with the knight.
Yeah, knight e5, and okay, now different ideas will appear. Yeah, that, for example, what white wants to achieve is that to provoke g takes f4, g takes f4. Yeah, when situation clarifies, that would be heavily in white's favor. And he also has still this idea of going knight d3, combining ideas like going towards c5 square. For example, he can try to offer the trade of his bishop against the knight and then knight c5. I mean, there are so many little problems for black that he has to take care with 1 minute on the clock.
Super tough. And also knight d7, king d7, bishop f5 ideas. Some king pawn endings might just completely be lost for black because the 2 pawns on the queen side take care of black's 3 pawns, and white will have a passer on the king side. So just sidestepping any of those trades, he moves away with the bishop against bishop f5 threats, against knight d7, bishop e8, knight d3 played. He wants to get that knight to c5. Bishop f5 is an option now. But he might even jump in with f5 now.
Or king d4. Yeah, there are so many options.
No, king d4, not yet. You first need to push the knight. He goes f5.
F5 is a little bit common. I mean, I'm not sure about f5. But okay, Magnus probably knows what he's doing.
Peter, I think he's coming in with the king. You can't go king d4. There's knight b5 check. Maybe knight c5. How are you defending the b7 pawn?
Yeah, he's counting on this very direct way. But
knight d5. Is knight d5 the move? No, he goes king e5.
King e5. I mean, I feel like we were giving up too much control. Yeah, because knight takes b7 can be met by bishop d7, and we will lose this. This f5 move was just.
But there's knight d8, no, Peter? Knight b7, bishop d7, knight d8.
Yeah, but then knight d5 check. I mean, black is getting way too much counterplay. No, I mean, practically speaking, I mean, Magnus had the time advantage and everything under control. He should have just kept on, you know, no squeezing with the pawn on f4, king d4, and so on. Yeah, now he gives the check, okay. He might be able to, but how to, because king d4, knight b5 check is a problem. Yeah. Bishop f3, okay. He opens up some, but still, I mean, the pawn on f5 had weakened the dark squares.
So what happens after knight d5 check here?
Well, knight d5.
He goes bishop f7, so no check, just keeping the status quo so that king d4 can be met by knight b5.
Yeah, still the same issue.
Same issue. Yeah, Peter, you know what? Your point that f5 just a little too committal. Keep the structure going, keep the tension might have been the way.
Yeah, practically speaking, yeah, because he had the momentum. Black was in a miserable situation. Just don't do any. But I feel like with f5, knight c5, he thought like he's winning on the spot something. Yeah, he was emotional, and then Duda with king e5 managed to create counterplay. It's again knight c5, king e5.
This is so close now because f5 is hanging. You can't go g4 because takes and knight d5. He picks up the pawn on b7. And after king f5, he wants to go knight d8.
Yes, he wants to go knight d8. That's
but even idea. That, Peter, you have knight d5 check there.
Knight d5, then king d4, then it's fine. It's no, he goes knight d5 check. Yeah, he tries this, but now okay, this should be wonderful for Magnus. Come on, I mean.
And Duda just suddenly realizing that he's in trouble, I think.
Well, knight c5,
because
okay.
The a6 pawn.
He has to go bishop c4. He needs to go bishop c4. Is there a trick? And
knight e6. Oh, this is amazing stuff. And the f5 pawn survives, Peter.
Yeah, this is it. Yeah, this is what Duda probably has missed earlier, and why he's shaking his head.
All right, but what happens if you just move away with the bishop? Then f6 is the problem. So bishop d5, f6 anyway.
Yeah.
This is amazing.
Yeah, bishop f1 played out of desperation. This is the played out of desperation. Yeah, now f6. Okay, king e6 has to be played.
Wow.
And okay, you can't expect to, yeah, king f2. I mean, you just gonna be pawn up, and with this terrible weakness on a6, weakness on h5.
f7 is coming. It's on the board.
Finish.
This is over. And Duda shaking his head. We get a playoff.
Unbelievable.
How does this guy do it? I mean, these endings, how does he make this happen?
Well, we just see king e7, but now knight g5, and okay,
you just take the pawn. That's it.
Yeah, bishop d5. I mean, okay, knight hopelessly lost. g4.
Oh my god.
I guess h4 will be played by Duda, but okay, it's hopeless. I mean, white can just go king g1, king h2, king h3, collect this pawn.
All right, that is some crazy endgame play by Magnus. Maybe not the most accurate, but Peter keeping his chances alive practically and getting this position, it's all about that, and he's done it one more time.
Yeah, he finally got his bind. Yeah, with a5 and knight on d3, ready to jump to c5. Then with king e3, f4, he opened a new front. Yeah, like they say, yeah, the golden rule, the classical rule that you can't win a game against one weakness. You have to create a second one.
And we see on our computer screen, Maxi Bogues versus Husarius. Their play zone names.
Yes, Husarius. Yeah, this is the name of Duda.
And it looks like this one is going to end any moment. What is our chat saying about this crazy play that we've seen? What a thriller.
And look at Duda.
Winning for white. Duda threw the game away. I don't think he threw the game away. I mean, it was just Magnus doing the things he does with this endgame play, just keeping that slight push. And it's always difficult against him to hold these positions. Yeah, we're going to have another tiebreaker after all, and that is it. We absolutely are headed for a big playoff. After losing the first two games, Magnus Carlsen strikes back with two big wins. And he's the one who gets to decide the color for the Blitz playoff. We're going to have 2 Blitz games, 5 minutes with a 3-second increment. And Peter, with the way the match has gone, the momentum clearly favors the world champion.
Yeah, and knowing Magnus, he will pick the white pieces. I'm pretty sure about it. Yeah, he feels like this is the momentum. He has to keep on going, putting the pressure on Duda. We have seen the body language of Duda, that he is just very upset with everything that happened. I mean, it shouldn't have happened.
Let's hear it from Magnus, Peter.
Yeah, but I mean, it's a pity because felt like I was playing a good game in the second game and then blew it. But he blundered back, fortunately. That was not good. I mean, I felt to a certain point I did everything correctly. I was just trying to play a quiet game, outplayed him a bit positionally, and then, you know, when it was time to strike, I couldn't properly. But he made a mistake. You know, this could be a very crucial point, and I'll hope to get one more now.
Yeah, it guarantees that you're in the sole lead after today, actually, because Ferdinand lost. But going into this tiebreak, it must feel a little extra good coming back from a 0-2 score, though.
Oh, of course. Far from happy with my play, but never mind that. I have 2 more games to play.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Peter, that looked like a very relieved Magnus. We're seeing him smiling after a long time today. And, well, we've got a big playoff ahead of us.
Yeah, of course, there are all reasons for him to be smiling. I mean, he came back after 2-0, and also those 2 losses were very painful because completely unnecessary, all created by himself, but he's trailing and he had to make it up. And he forced himself to fight, and he came back with an incredible fighting performance. I mean, really one of the most stunning comebacks I have seen here.
Let's see what Chad has to say about this stunning endgame play that we saw as well. Magnus never gives up. Magnus's hair is looking very voluminous, all right? There's a lot going on in chat, Peter. Never lose hope, keeps on playing. Look at that smile. Well, he did have a big one after that game. What did I say? 100% Magnus comeback. Well, he's done it, but there's still a big Blitz playoff ahead of us. We're going to have an update what he starts with. Do we know what color has Magnus picked? Well, not yet. Peter, your prediction is he starts with white?
He starts with white, yeah, definitely.
He starts with white, feeling the momentum, so wants to go from the word go.
Exactly,
right,
yeah. Putting the pressure, I mean, okay, Duda is now in a terrible situation. On the other hand, there might be, you know, this kind of feeling that, okay, now there is no more tension on Duda, yeah, because Magnus came back and now you have to forget, erase everything that happened. It's a new playoff and it's new luck, new game. But very difficult to do that.
Very difficult in practical sense because there's such a little turnaround time for these players. And, you know, you're so close to just wrapping up the match. And actually in that game 3, Duda had a massive chance, Peter. He got a good position out of that King's Indian structure opening where he took this great decision of trading the queens off, had that pawn on 8-7. And it's constantly playing on your mind, right? That the match could have just been wrapped up at that moment. And then it slips. And then you come on with this position where you're holding on and everything's fine. You've managed to equalize. You can feel it. But slow by slow, pressure by pressure, at some point, you collapse once again. It's going to be really something if Duda can show strong nerves in the Blitz tiebreak.
Yeah, I mean, now he needs to calm down. He has to forget everything that happened because otherwise he has no chance. Yeah, if he carries all those negative emotions, because the negative emotions of Magnus that happened earlier on the day have already vanished. Yeah, he overturned them into positive, and Duda was so happy and so proud, I guess, for just crushing Magnus in that first 2 games, that and having that lead, having everything under control, and then suddenly this change. I mean, when he let that exchange sacrifice happen, I think that was clearly the turning point, because ever since we could feel that Magnus is very much feeling that he has a chance to bounce back.
Matt is saying, how does this guy do it? The question everyone's been asking for the last 10 years. Well, that's quite well put. Everyone knew this will happen. Wow. I mean, honestly, guys, I have to say it's hard to bet against Magnus, but the way the day started with the first 2 losses and what we saw, I was actually, Peter, now that I can say it, I can put it out there. I thought it will be over in 3 games, especially with the way the third game went.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I felt like I'm trying to be polite by saying that it's 90%. I did not believe, I felt like maybe there is this hanging 1% chance for Magnus to bounce back because, okay, I know what it takes and what it means to be winning with the black pieces on demand when things are going horribly wrong. But there are believers, yeah, and Magnus has proven, as we see, proven often enough that you should never write him off.
And no one does. Well, chat, we do have an update that Magnus has chosen the white pieces. So I think there's going to be a name switch on our boards. Magnus starts with white, Peter. As you predicted, he is going to try to win that point from the word go. Trying to keep that momentum. Let's run a poll and see what our chat says. Who takes the playoff? Or do we see an Armageddon? Is it a Duda win, a Magnus win, or an Armageddon? What do you guys think will happen? Chat, tell us. Meanwhile, Peter, E4 or D4?
I have no idea. No, I have no. I mean, basically, he won with D4, so maybe one could argue that maybe the temptation is to play another quiet game is quite high. It's a blitz game. You don't want to get into some messy big fight against Duda. There is just no reason for it. Just try to squeeze something out.
Did you just, Peter, look at Duda. It just feels like he's still a little lost, and he had that little head shake just a couple of moments ago. He somehow needs to forget what has happened, but it looks like he's still struggling with it.
For sure. I mean, I would be shaking my head forever. I mean, okay, it's just so difficult to forget about these things, yeah? And exactly that's why I mean that for Magnus, the ideal setup would be to play some slow game, yeah, that Duda will not get a chance, with some combination or some energetic play to solve all this pain, yeah, because he's clearly in a lot of pain right now.
All right, well, let's see what our chat says. We'll wait for some more votes to come in. This is the big moment to see who will be the leader of the event, also going into the penultimate round. Magnus walks in, definitely feeling the confidence from the last 2 games. Duda shaking his head. It's been a tough 2 rounds. He's got to pull himself up together. He starts with the black pieces. Big question, will we see 1 E4 or 1 D4?
Well, even maybe knight F3, I wouldn't be surprised if... No, B3, yeah, but slow play, that's the key.
We know one person who's celebrating right now, Peter.
Adivan.
The beast. The beast is happy to see that Magnus has chosen 1B3 for this epic game.
Yeah, basically wants to take a slow play, and the big question is, does he go for a double fianchetto? Yeah, now he's taking his time. That we are probably expecting knight F3, or does he want knight F3 E3 or knight F3 G3? Yeah, those are the big questions right now. Magnus goes E3. After some hesitation, yeah, interesting. Yeah, bishop F5. So we might be seeing a reverse London system. Yeah, it's a clever choice by Duda. Yeah, he just wants to be as solid as possible.
All right, so bishop F5 played. And what are the development structures? Magnus wants to put that knight on F3. And where does this bishop from F1 actually go to?
Well, probably to E2, but on the... Yeah, wow, and Magnus goes for bishop F6. Very strange decision.
That is very committal very early on. So giving up the double bishop to destroy black's pawn structure, but it looks like... and Magnus took a bit of time making that decision.
Yeah, what he's probably opting for is like after EF6 to go D4 and then bishop D3, yeah? And then try to go for C4 ideas later on. But yeah, G takes F6. Yeah, G takes F6, G C6. Okay, now we see a completely different structure. But I don't, I honestly don't really understand this bishop F6. Why do you give up your dark square bishop?
C6 played, knight F3. All right, so development, and it's all about where does black king go? Does he eventually go short castle, or is he eyeing the long castle spot for the king?
Yeah, difficult to say. I mean, okay, one of the points is that black can always put the bishop back to G6. So probably Magnus actually is hoping for some knight h4 F4 ideas to provoke F5, and then this bishop on G6 would be buried. kind of that could be an idea. Yeah, Duda goes bishop g6.
So Jan-Krzysztof putting the bishop on g6, but the big question is going to be, where does he decide to place the king? Does he go short castle or long castle? Well, looks like it's heading towards short castle.
Yeah, I mean, this is the most logical stuff. Yeah, that bishop e7, and then against f4, you want to be ready for some f5, and then maybe even bishop h5, trading that bishop. Very complex. I mean, it's strategically complex, and Magnus now switches direction. He goes to d4.
Some strange stuff, yeah?
Yeah, okay, he just wants to play chess, but I think also for Duda it's kind of not bad that he doesn't, you know, feel himself, wow, h5, really? No, I don't believe in this h5. Why do you weaken yourself?
And this actually means that no more plans of going short castle. So you just continue development with knight d2, and eventually you can try and break in the center.
Yes, I mean, I wonder that Duda now wants to go f5 and then knight dfc, knight f6, knight e4. He just wants to go for it. But yeah, now I mean, knight f6 is met by knight e5. You just can't really do this short castle. No.
This looks very strange. What is that bishop on g6? That could be a pawn.
Yeah, well, and maybe pawn would be better. I mean, it's unbelievable. And Magnus bishop h3 blitzed out, so knight g2, knight f4, and he's regrouping.
I am not liking that bishop on g6. It's crazy that Magnus plays this b3 setup and immediately gets this edge. Duda handling it a bit strangely with this h5 stuff.
Yeah, h5 was very unnecessary. I mean, creating weakness for no reason.
At this point, Carlsen can play anything and win. His confidence is skyrocketing. Might be true.
Well, I disagree. I mean, you still have to play good, yeah, because if you don't play good, you lose immediately this magic of being Magnus Carlsen. The reason why he's putting this comeback, because he's also playing very good. And if you suddenly make some dubious moves, the opponent's confidence will recover immediately.
Absolutely. But I think I do get what also you're trying to say, that you know, his confidence from the last two wins is skyrocketing. So even if he doesn't make the most accurate choices, Magnus, he will play with a lot more confidence, while Duda will be feeling shaky about his decisions.
Yeah, that's true, of course. Yeah, definitely. But on the other hand, now also Duda has at least managed to stabilize his position. So at first it looked like it will heavily backfire once he played this h5 short castle inaccuracy. But now situation stabilized. Now we can't be claiming after the game that the game went lost because of this h5 idea. It's more or less normal. The bishop can come to f6, for example, keeping an eye on the e5 square, keeping an eye on the h4 square, yeah, and the knight on e4 is very strong. And Duda up on the clock. I mean, at least it's equal. He's not behind on the clock. It's also good news.
All right, so bishop f6 is what you're pointing out. And so far now, Magnus is rook c1, he goes bishop h7. It's all about this pawn on h5, which is a bit shaky. So even moves like queen e2 come to mind, eventually trying to put pressure on the h5 pawn.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, somehow this bishop h7, but he wanted to make sure that there won't be a good time for white to grab on g6.
Knight g2, knight f4 ideas. But the thing is, once your knight goes to f4, black might have the option to play h4. So you can't rush with this reroute.
Yeah, Magnus actually decides to be very systematic. He just wants to get b4 in. It's the good logical positional plan. Yeah, b5 is played to stop b4. How do we react to this? Not so simple. I mean, we see the computer immediately jumped with the evaluation claiming that this heavily favors white, but humanly it's not clear at all. Besides, black also creates some counterplay with b4 and knight c3. Yeah, cd played, knight g2. Magnus is getting his knight eventually also to e2 if the knight gets to c3. Otherwise, maybe his knight could eventually also reach to d3.
Well, the good news for black is that once the knight moves from there, you will be able to try to create something with h4 as well.
Yeah, how much it helps, though, that's the big question, because I don't really see black really creating.
Well, I don't know if it's about the attack. At least you get rid of the weakness, and that's something.
That's something, yeah. Yeah, now again, a very big question that do you play b4 or not? Yeah, is this c6 square so important or not? Or do you let maybe white play b4 and then run the risk that eventually this knight reaches c5? I mean, there are many strategical questions.
Duda down to 2 minutes. He doesn't have that much time to come up with the answer to that. He goes rook h8. So Peter clearly making his intention clear for h4.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Now after rook h8, you don't feel like moving the knight unless you really believe that okay, please go on. You are actually doing nothing to me there. Because white needs this knight. White actually needs this knight to join the party. But you also don't want to give the rook c6. Okay, very logical.
This makes sense. You want to double up, get full control of the c file.
Yeah, on the other hand, the rook is slightly exposed. Yeah, that if black goes b4 and then knight c3, not that the rook suddenly gets trapped there. Bishop g8. What a move. Yeah, trying to get f6 bishop, but okay, it will never work.
Sure. I think he wants to get h4, Peter. I think he wants to go for some sort of an attack with h4.
Yeah, he definitely wants to go for it.
But it's still wow, this invites it. This is screaming
exactly,
for
but
h4 to be
it freed
played.
the bishop. Yeah, it freed the bishop. That's the point. Besides, white even has g4 ideas. Yeah, g4 on the board. Who is attacking whom?
Nobody knows who is attacking who is a big question. He takes on g4, but black had to go for it as well. And bishop g4 played. Now you move away with the king, get that rook to g1, and this is looking dangerous for black.
This is look at the rook on c6. Yeah, in enemy's camp, black's rooks are completely tied down. Bishop on g8, horrible because you can't fight for the g file. I mean, now black wants to jump out with queen on f6. That's the only thing white has to take care of. Yeah, knight e5.
All right, so he's happy to go for bishop e5, d takes e5, but I don't know if you can allow that knight to stay there for too long.
Yeah, no, this is...
And if you go queen g5, then still white has time to make a move like king h1, I think.
Yeah, that's always the point. Yeah, for example, bishop e5, d5, queen g5 runs into king h1.
And you just can't take because of rook g1.
Exactly. So Duda in a lot of
Peter,
trouble.
wait, there's knight g3 here? Or no? No. Maybe. No,
there is knight g3, but okay. Maybe we even don't need to give the piece. We just illustrated that. We can also just protect it with h3. There is just nothing running after us. So Duda down to a minute. That's this position backfires heavily.
And look at this. I think it's all about the king. The black king just having these pieces around it and feeling a bit cramped with that bishop on g8, rook on h8, and exposed king on g7. None of the other pieces are close to defend him. It might just be an overpush by black, rook h6. So taking control of the 6th rank, f3, pushing that knight away. It feels like you have to drop back with the knight. Do you go to f6? He goes to g5.
Yeah, he goes to g5. But it's
time to put your rook to g1.
Yeah, he is eyeing to get some f6 in. Yeah, f6 is played.
All right, so
clearly you can't tolerate the knight for too long on e5.
Also, rook g1 is just always in the air, just sacrificing because this g file is so tempting to open up. But I think he might just fall back with the knight to d3 now. Yeah,
but he's also calculating some direct ideas. Yeah, he's spending way too much time to just retreat. Maybe rook g1. Is Magnus really considering rook g1 piece sacrifice?
I was thinking about it, but I couldn't understand what happens after f takes e5.
D takes e5.
Yeah, d takes e5, and let's say you go back with the bishop to e7.
And then maybe bishop takes e6, because suddenly, let's not forget, the rook is then already on g1. Magnus is thinking about this. Seriously.
Oh my god, is he going to go for this? And he's down. He goes for it. Rook g1 on the board.
Putting all the pressure into the position. Yeah, fe5. Okay, Duda has to take the piece. This is his only chance.
Bishop e7, and now you were mentioning bishop e6.
Yeah, bishop e6 looked like the thematic move. But then suddenly the black rook on the 6th rank, will suddenly play.
Maybe you can just step away with the king then after bishop e6. It's kind of hard to say where exactly, but maybe king f8?
Yeah, king f8 or king h8. So difficult to say which one is more safer.
Super tough. But he's got
And
a
Magnus
take.
down to 30 seconds. I mean, he has sacrificed the
Goes for
piece.
bishop e6, Peter.
Yeah, bishop e6, yeah, and now king f8 or king h8.
You want to step away from this file, and it's so hard for us to say which square to go to. Just imagine the pressure on Duda right now.
Yeah, down to 15 seconds.
You don't want to go king h7 because of bishop f5. He chooses king f8, a tough choice to make, but he had to make it.
Yeah,
So
he
bishop
had to
g8,
decide.
there's still rook takes c6. So that is not possible to take on g8.
Exactly, yeah, there is still so much chance for errors for both sides.
And what is our eval? Oh my god, the eval bar says white is completely winning here.
Yeah, but I don't see why. Yeah, and look at this: bishop g8, rook c6, bishop d5 happened, but this is just a speculative sacrifice.
So white is down an entire rook, but black's king is under fire. And now black is completely winning. Rook c2 blocking that queen out.
Yeah, this is now going horribly wrong for Magnus. But still, rook take g5 is hanging there, but it runs into rook c1 all the time. King e8, anything, queen d3.
Oh my god. Queen d3, queen g6. This is such a scary position. Queen b6, defending b5, stopping queen g6 check. Also walking away from rook g5 ideas. Queen b6 is a nice move.
I mean, how you play this with 5 seconds on the clock? Yeah, bishop e4, apparently a blunder, but bishop g6, that is a move. Rook c1.
Nobody knows why it's a blunder, but rook c1 played, and after bishop g6, you just step away with the
King
king
f8,
to
yeah.
f8.
No,
and queen
clearly, I mean,
f5?
trading the rooks, yeah, now there is no more sacrifice on g5.
But Magnus is going all in. He's got that knight into the game as well.
But
after
I mean,
rook
g6 is hanging, so rook g1 and then rook c1 and queen take g6 wins the game.
But then you trade and go knight e7 and win c8 rook.
No, but that's
And
why
now-
rook c1 check was included, yeah.
Wow. And that's it. Jan-Krzysztof Duda is on the brink of taking home the first blitz game.
Wow, and knight h3, a beautiful finish.
And that's a mate. If you take queen h3, queen g1 check, queen f1 check, queen d1 mate.
Yeah, and okay, this is just impossible to survive with a king like this. Wow, Magnus
Wow.
resigns. What a turnaround. I mean, okay, that's why you don't want to get down to few seconds against Duda.
Unbelievable. Peter, we were just talking about how difficult it's going to be for Duda to come back into this match and how invincible Magnus seemed after winning those 2 games. But Jan-Krzysztof Duda, he's a champ.
Well, but to be honest, Magnus just completely outplayed him. Yeah, he was a while, but once the piece sacrifice happened, yeah, after f6, he should have just come back knight ed3, play practical chess, yeah, not go for these complications, because it's so easy to lose the control, and if you lose the control, you can just lose like this at the end of the day.
Unbelievable stuff. And we see Duda, he's decided to just hang around in the playing arena, get his focus together. So once again, Peter, for the day, he's a draw away from taking the match.
Yeah, and he has the white pieces again.
Magnus has to win on demand to force an Armageddon this time. Wow.
Oof, yeah, this is just already a little bit too much to handle, yeah.
Oh my god, chat, what do you think is going around? What did our chat say, by the way, about the poll regarding the Armageddon? Let me see if we've got an update on that. Let's take a look. So, who wins the Blitz portion? 65% to Magnus, 17% for Armageddon, 17% for Jan-Krzysztof. And I think if we ask this poll one more time, it's going to be a different dynamic, because Magnus needs to win the match to force a playoff. Jan-Krzysztof Duda needs just a draw. But Peter, this means that at least taking it to the tie breaks, Magnus gets 1 point for this match.
Yeah, that's for sure. But if he finally ends up losing this match, he will be very upset, because then all the big comeback means actually nothing. Yeah, then he will still feel like a loser today. So much at stake psychologically, and you don't want to go into the match against Firuza tomorrow with a feeling that you just got defeated. So all eyes on Magnus. He needs to bounce back psychologically. He needs it.
All right, well, we've seen him do that time and time again when he needs to. He's done it twice already in game 3 of Rapid, game 4 of Rapid. Can he do it for the 3rd time in the day? Big questions, chat. What do you think is going to happen? Let's take a look, Peter. Wow, we are clueless. Yes.
Correct. Yeah, that's how I feel. I'm just enjoying already the show. I mean, I have long given up of saying anything about chances or whatever.
Predictions and chances. It's just not everything's a shocker right now. But it's so amazing to see Duda bounce back, Peter, because it's genuinely super hard in his situation. Being a draw away in game 3 and the kind of position he got, and then losing 2 games back to back, to even come back with the black pieces, being under pressure with that bishop on g6, if you remember, just it's incredible what he managed to achieve in this game.
Well, I very much remember, and the bishop on g8. I mean, it was awful. Basically, if anyone runs the poll 1 minute before the final outcome of this blitz game, everybody would be saying 100% Magnus wins this game. Yeah, so that's why also this incredible turnaround that we are speechless about, because but Duda is famous for few seconds on the clock mess. It usually works out in his favor.
Magnus had that one in the back. He's getting it in the next one. It is true that he had a really good position, but this is blitz, and we've seen these turnarounds even in the rapid portion. So once again, it's all about being resourceful. It's as much a part of the game as putting pressure on your opponent. And Duda managed to find these creative ways of defense with rook h6, putting that bishop on g8, rook h8, looked absolutely ugly. And Peter, handling the pressure when that bishop e6 sacrifice came with your king in the open, playing on 10 seconds. That was some amazing moves there that we saw being, well, not even blitzed, I would say bulleted out by the two.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, Magnus was fighting with this queen d1, queen d3. Yeah, it looked like he's bouncing back. Then Duda managed to, with few seconds, find this queen b6, which stopped both queen g6 and queen takes b5. Then this rook c1 came just at the right moment. I mean, yeah, it was so much emotions, and we see that these players are handling the situation incredibly well.
And look at Duda. He's just walking in the playing arena, thinking about what he wants to do next. One can feel the tension. He knows he's so close, but he can't take it lightly because he's let the chances slip on earlier in the day. And it all comes down to this next blitz game, because Armageddon is just such a gamble.
Yeah, well, also the blitz is already a gamble. Yeah, basically Duda has to just keep the momentum going, cherish this moment, hope that also this defeat will put Magnus under a lot of pressure. Yeah, and he clearly expects that Magnus will go out of the openings, and so it's basically not about openings. Duda will play e4, Magnus will play g6. It's absolutely clear. Yeah, so he has to get into the right mindset to be ready to fight and ready to take his chance.
Wow, one more person who's definitely very upset right now, it's Adiban, because with 1b3, Magnus got this crushing attack in position, but the result just didn't go his way.
Well, but Adiban should be happy, no? I mean, B3 did its purpose. The rest, if Magnus was not able to use it, then it's already his own fault.
You know what it's going to be? The haters are going to say that even with 1b3, when you get a winning position, you can't win, Adiban.
Okay, if someone takes it like this, there is no chance that we can argue with this person. Yeah.
All right, Duda is ready to go. Magnus Carlsen walks in, has to win on demand to force an Armageddon. What a fight by these two players.
Yeah, epic fight, and d4 is on the board. We're gonna see another King Indian for sure. Magnus has not yet reacted, or because the game starts only when Black has played his move.
1d4, so are we going to see the same stuff? But will he go for that endgame with d5? I'm not sure, Peter, if he wants to do that.
Yeah, no. Wow, and we see the Trompovsky anyway, so no King Indian.
Magnus has got his playlist on.
Wow, that's why yeah, because one could see that he's doing something. Wow, but listening to music in a decisive blitz game, wow, I mean, okay, this is the new generation. Okay, e4, h6, takes. Wow, what? I mean, usually white plays like this if white needs to win, yeah, that you are shuffling things around, but Duda does it in situation where he only needs a draw. Okay, Magnus couldn't have asked for more, yeah, that it's a very playable position. Usually they do some d6, knight d7, g6, bishop g7, queen e7 kind of stuff, yeah? These are the standard moves. But Magnus goes e5 immediately. Wow. Okay.
Wow, that is actually something. So e5 on the board, and how are you reacting? Knight f3, so just everything under control. No need to react immediately. And after d6, you can keep the tension and continue with development.
Yeah, he relies on the dark square bishop, and this is the reason why I'm not really understanding white concept, because I mean, in long terms, black has the dark square bishop, the two bishops, yeah, knight d7. It's a very harmonious setup. How is white going to bring that, you know, justification that you have given up the two bishops so easily? g3. Okay, black can just play g6, then queen e7, bishop g7. I mean, what's the problem?
All right, well, no problem so far. It's too early on for there to be problems for either players, but we've seen that is the case always. That happens in the middle game. Peter g3 played, Magnus deciding where he wants to put the bishop. Fan chatter it, or bishop e7 doesn't feel right.
Yeah, no, because the queen on f6 is a bit strange. Yeah, that's why
knight c4, knight e3 eventually coming in.
Exactly. I mean, I feel like the queen belongs to e7, but for sure, Duda has some idea, otherwise he would never play like this. And forces Magnus to think, yeah, Magnus is trying to figure out what Duda is really up to. Maybe after queen e7, he wants to go bishop h3 like this, that he wants to trade the bishops, or otherwise he will put more pressure with knight c4 and quick development with short castle and knight c4. Magnus goes knight b6. I think he was really irritated by bishop h3. He did not want this bishop h3 to be played.
So bishop g2, and he puts the bishop on e7, and now short castle.
Yeah, now short castle will come for sure, I would assume. Yeah.
And black's also going to castle, and now it comes to, do you go queen e2 or do you go queen c2? He goes a4, a5 has been included.
Rook e1, so now he definitely wants to go knight f1, knight e3. Yeah, knight f1 played. Magnus will play bishop f8, and slowly Magnus is getting those Spanish type of positions, yeah, where he is so good at. This already resembles some kind of a Ruy Lopez. Magnus has navigated himself to safety, and he should be comfortable now.
Comfortable is not enough. He's got to create his chances, and where are they coming from? So he trades in the
takes
center.
ed4. Okay, this is connected with the situation. Otherwise, he would never ever take ed4, allowing this f4 stuff. So he will play g6, bishop g7, or g6, and then, yeah, okay, g6 for sure. I'm not sure about bishop g7 because the pawn on d6 might be vulnerable. h4
Wow,
played.
okay, h4 played. But Magnus does have the two bishops.
Yeah, exactly. But the bishop on c8 is kind of a terrible piece.
For the time being.
Yeah, it doesn't really have a big purpose. And yeah, Duda makes sure that he fixes the structure so that black will not have any real breaks on the dark squares. King h2, bishop g7, so queen c2 I'm expecting. Yeah, queen c2 followed by rook a d1 or something. Or queen.
Time to connect the rooks.
Yeah, do we want to play queen b3? But the knight anyway might want to reroute itself to c5. So that's why I wasn't so sure if I want to, yeah, queen c2, just tranquilo.
Queen c2, maybe get the rook on d1.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the knight on b6 doesn't look so devastating. I mean, now I get Duda's point very much. I mean, this is a very good position. You can play it automatically. He's way up on the ahead on the clock. And for Magnus, how will he? I mean, somewhat opting for this e takes d4, knight d4 structure. I think he's regretting it already. How do you create the dynamic, yeah, that you really want to create?
He's having a long think, and that's the question he's asking himself as well. He's down by 2 minutes on the clock, but he needs to find a way to create a disbalance in the position. He goes back with the queen to d8. So what does he want after rook d1? Does he want to put the queen to c7?
Yeah, probably queen to c7, somehow reroute the knight, knight d7, knight f6, targeting the g4 square, which is anyway under control by the knight on e3. He's trying to set up some kind of Dubovish position. Yeah, Dubov was famous in the Philidor. He did it against Magnus also, that he was just sitting tight in his structure, but this is now slightly different.
Also, it's a while. He's going for this plan that you mentioned, knight f6, and trying to trade off this knight on e3, but the d6 pawn is quite vulnerable, and white can try to make something out of it. Knight c4, he goes for a direct attack.
Yeah, bishop f8, and now he will insist, yeah, with some queen d2. How do you... Oh, d5 is possible? I'm not sure if it's possible. But maybe,
Queen
yeah,
d2,
queen d2.
maybe... Queen d2, will he have knight c5?
But then knight takes d6 in a must-win situation. You don't want to end up in some stupid position. I feel like after queen d2, we will sacrifice the pawn with d5, yeah, and hope for some mess. Duda taking his time. He knows he's up on the clock. He has things under control, so it's well invested time right now.
3.5 minutes, bf8, so he's not very careful. He's not very sure about putting that queen on the d file. I'm trying to think what else could he be thinking about in this position, if not putting pressure on the d6 pawn, because black's next move is clear. He wants to go knight f6, knight g4 if given the chance.
Yeah, and I'm thinking, does he really think maybe about e5? Is that a move just not to allow any counterplay with knight f6? I don't really want to do it, but if we don't want to give counterplay, but then d5 and the knight comes to c5, the f5 square opens up for the bishop. I definitely don't like it. I'm just trying to make sense. Why is he spending so much time?
The clock situation's equal now. Both players down to 2.5 minutes. e5 looks very committal, might be the way forward. He goes bishop h3, but this knight f6, I kind of like it. You trade off the bishop and come with your knight to g4.
Yeah, this is kind of... No, but knight c5. Why knight c5? Then suddenly bishop h3 made perfect sense. Why not knight f6?
Very strange, no?
Well, just it shows that there is way too much tension and pressure on the players.
And e5 now on the board. So if you take on e5, he's going to recapture with the knight.
Yeah, Magnus, I think, will go d5. He will try to keep dynamic in the position.
Well,
But
d5,
what kind of
knight
dynamic
e3
is
and
that?
f5,
Yeah?
Peter. It's just going to get very risky for black.
Exactly. Yeah. What kind of dynamic is it? Something that you like or you hate? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, he goes for it, and
No
knight
option
comes back
there.
to d2. Yeah, this is very important to cover the e4 square, so that black won't be able to jump with his knight to e4, and white is hoping to get something, break this construction there.
No,
Queen
f5 wants that.
d7. Yeah.
Sorry?
Queen d7. Yeah, we are expecting, yeah, to cover the light square somehow here.
Queen d7, stopping f5 is an option, but also b4 in the air. But okay, b4 is fine. We're not that worried about it because we can always take and come back with our knight.
No, but then we stepped exactly into knight e4. Yeah, very well spotted. Yeah, that queen d7, b4, and then knight e4 might be
nice.
some triple fork business.
Peter, you give me too much credit. I didn't see knight e4, but this seems to work. Queen d7, b4, knight e4, knight f6 is quite a nice little trick.
Yeah, it works nicely. So yeah, Magnus is kicking himself for not going knight f6. Yeah, finally he goes queen d7. Anyway, the move had to be played, good or bad. I mean, now also he asks his opponent, please calculate this b4, knight e4. Do you want to play like this?
But there isn't much to calculate, right?
Yeah,
What is
but
happening?
he will have bishop e7 after all. He's defending against knight f6, knight d6.
And so you trade and maybe you go knight a6, putting pressure on that b4 pawn. And after
Exactly.
knight e4, you go bishop e7.
Yeah, we might be seeing this because it's very tempting, but it might lead to some big mess.
And mess is exactly what Magnus wants with the black pieces. So knight a6 here, putting pressure on b4. Knight e6 is the other option, but let's say knight a6 and after knight e4, bishop e7. Is there anything directly that white can do?
Yeah, nothing very direct, I believe.
I mean, e6 is so tempting, but I think you can just take queen e6.
Yeah. Okay, Magnus goes knight a6. I mean, yeah, the match situation approves this decision. Yeah, you need to go for the mess, no matter if it's dangerous or not. Bishop e7 will be played as well, I guess. Yeah, on the board.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that there's no e6 here. You've got queen e6 and no good jump with the knight. There's knight c5 though, but then queen g4 comes in.
Yeah, very difficult to say what's going on. I have no idea. I have lost it. I just feel like actually this match does not even deserve a winner, because it just such a close fight. Yeah, it's just so equal everything. I mean, the dramas, the mischances, it has to go on to Armageddon.
Wow. But that's the thing. With such big fights, chess always deserves a winner. So at the end of the day, we are definitely going to get one.
Yeah, we're definitely going to get one, but whoever loses, we will feel very sorry for him.
What are the ideas? I'm really wanting to get e6 in. So maybe I move the knight back, but if I go knight f2, you just... What about knight g5 and then e6? Is that an option, Peter?
Yeah, but black wants already queen f5, yeah? So any jump with the knight to g5, then we will have queen f5. You want knight eg5.
Ah, yeah. No, I was thinking knight
case,
eg5.
Yeah.
Knight
In
eg5.
any case, now queen f5 comes and Magnus is... Ah, okay, he even takes first.
Wow,
But,
that
so
is...
E6 was nothing, okay.
I mean, I thought e6 was something, but I don't know
No,
why.
then queen takes e6 was possible.
Oh,
That was the trick.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I mean, the players are calculating. I mean, I actually understood that I wanted to highlight that, yeah, basically nobody deserves to lose this match, and I put it in the other way. Yeah, it was a bit confusing, but yeah, it's just a hell of a fight. Yeah, c5, making sure that no more knight d4, so black will be able to sit with the queen on f5, and this whole b4 knight e4 operation was so tempting, but was the wrong direction.
Wait, so what does this mean? What is our eval bar saying about this position, Peter?
Black is in total control.
Oh, wow. So the pawn really counts now.
Yeah, I mean, okay, look at the pawn structure and the knight activated. Everything is blocked on the queen side, I mean, the king side.
Can he try to... how do you get e6 in? I just don't see it. I wanted to say get the other rook to e1, but knight d3 is jumping in, so that's not even an option.
Yeah, besides after e6, maybe black plays f6. Yeah, rook d2
Yeah,
played.
it
Okay,
was a lot stronger with the queen on d7.
Yeah, the queen comes back, falls back to f5. I mean, and the problem is for Duda, he cannot create anything. And wow, I mean, will we really see the Armageddon? This is this is insane. This match just does not want to stop.
It's what you wished for, Peter. It's what you wished for. You said neither of them deserve to lose. Armageddon feels like the fair. Oh, look at that knight f7, big threat. Knight h6. Watch out. The queen on
king
f5.
g7. Okay, Magnus will watch out. Just king g7.
He will watch out with king g7. It's true.
Yeah. Okay, the Duda is trying to create some mess with few seconds on the clock. This is his territory, but Magnus
9 seconds.
Will not give him a chance.
Queen d2. Can he try to trade off queens with queen d3 now?
Well, he can try, yeah, but Magnus pushes
d3.
this now. Rook e5 will be played. Rook e5 will be blocked up by... No. I saw like fe. Wow. You see the mess is coming. Anybody's game it is.
What is happening? 25 seconds to 7 seconds. Queen f4 defending that knight on d4. Peter, this is anybody's game. You're absolutely right. It doesn't matter. The pawn doesn't matter. The eval bar doesn't matter.
Nothing matters. I mean, Magnus should have never let the option of his queen being kicked. But now he gets another chance.
Knight b5 played.
I mean, Duda is just down to few seconds, but Magnus also now 9 seconds.
Both players have no time at all. Queen f5. And you can trade on f5 and go knight d6 as well. He picks up the exchange first.
Yeah, takes on f5. Okay, now Magnus has now finally Magnus is in control again.
Yeah, because of these d3, c4 pawns. And that makes life really difficult. Look at those seconds going down on Duda's clock.
Yeah. Okay, now Magnus is relieved because he was almost getting checkmated. But look at f4. Pawn is hanging. You can't push. Knight e5, knight c3. White gets blockade with knight d1 also. Rook takes b7.
The players are playing on seconds. This is crazy. The rook on the bishop on e7 is hanging, but you can't afford to give that knight on c3. And can white go? If black goes c3, he wants to go rook c7, stopping the pawn advance.
Yeah.
Rook c7 played.
Yeah, and rook takes b4. Magnus blunders his bishop.
Oh my god.
That's it. Wow.
That is a heartbreak, and that is it. Handshakes. Jan-Krzysztof Duda takes the match.
Yeah, wow. Heartbreak for Magnus, but still sportsmanship with a handshake. Wow, what a match.
What a match. Definitely very gracious there. But also, Peter, what a day it has been with this fight and this fight alone. And it's almost like we set ourselves up for it and the players help. Well, let's hear it from the winner.
How do you stay calm through that ending?
I was anything but calm. There was pure furiousness in my veins, and I was like totally blind, just going, directly to checkmate.
Do you feel like this is why you play chess, this kind of drama at the end of the games?
No, I mean, I was extremely pissed off with, of course, by spoiling the edge in the match, but also in this fourth game, because I thought that basically I saved it. And after that, I was like not playing very good chess, but I said just pure emotions.
Congratulations on the tiebreak, Jan-Krzysztof.
Thank you.
Magnus, it was quite entertaining, that I will say, but not the result you were looking for.
Oh, this was, this was so pathetically poor that, it's hard to find words, really. I just couldn't think, but it's okay. At least I gained a point. Didn't look that way halfway, but no, this is just a horrible day of chess. I have no idea what went wrong, really. Then, of course, he keeps his nerves a little bit better than I did at the end, so credit him for that. It was just awful.
But you still managed to find complications with black when you need to win, and you've shown that you can do that time and time again now.
No, I was just making moves. I was pretty much just putting my pieces on random squares. It was, what can I say? It was terrible.
Thank you, Magnus. We look forward to tomorrow.
Thank you.
And we've got Jan-Krzysztof joining us. Peter, have a seat, Jan.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Hello, Peter.
Hi. Congratulations. What a match. I can hardly find the words. Yeah. Welcome.
My God.
Yeah, a lot of drama. Indeed.
A lot of drama. The day started amazingly well for you. 2 big wins, but then things went wrong. You managed to take it in the blitz. Share your day with us.
Yes, I managed to take it into blitz because I won 2 first games. But it was bizarre day, to be honest. And just winning 2-0 was very unexpected. Even in the first game, I was pressing, but I spoiled it. And okay, when I was with black, such a win also doesn't happen very often. And but to game third and fourth game were extremely. I was very. I did the same thing as Hans did against me when there was this Wi-Fi issue, and I got totally destroyed, I would say, and mentally. And also the thing was that I basically thought there was forced draw, almost in this position, and arbiter misunderstood me because I said I had 50 seconds left, and she gave me 15, but I was whatever. It's a forced draw, And then he played rook h2, and I was totally confused because I thought night before was.
What was the line that you were looking at with the forced draw?
Knight d4. I was thinking instead of rook h2, rook e1, knight e2 check. Okay, there wasn't forced draw. Yeah, computer shows some rook h2, knight d6 stuff, but I didn't see that. And okay, I thought it's just a drawn rook endgame. To be honest, h7, rook. I don't know, e3 check. Let's say king c2. Rook h3, rook d7. I think it's a fortress actually. Maybe it's not, but I didn't see how to break through. And of course, I wanted to get something similar in the game, but there his king was on b4 already, so it was. I was busted.
Yeah, but then hang on. Instead of rook b7, was there a solution? Yeah, that you could have saved it.
I have no idea, to be honest. I didn't check this game, but no, rook h2. Yeah, I didn't see anything else. Yeah, because knight b4 is knight b4, knight d4 are huge threats actually, and I have to part with the rook. So, and the fourth game was even worse. Okay, I was being outplayed, one can say, was just worse after the opening. But yeah, once I defended pretty stubbornly, I would say, and yeah, I basically thought it was going to be a draw, and then I totally spoiled the position. Like, okay, here is of course very unpleasant, yeah, because of the c5 square. I mean, knight there is very unpleasant, and as well as king d4, king c5 is always in the air. So that's why I put my knight on e6. But I mean, I'm extremely passive at this point. Yeah, but we were getting in time trouble. So yeah, I mean, okay, now I'm pretty worse, of course. But later, without the rooks, I think it was just a draw, and I just blundered a lot of tricks like this knight d4, and that there is fork. Okay, here I think it's a draw basically because there is no progress for white. So I thought. Yeah, and here knight d5 is okay, but bishop takes d5 and cd is a very important move, which I thought bishop takes d5 also actually was making a draw, but I just missed. I just missed that after knight c5, bishop c4, there is this knight d4. And
you can't take the pawn.
Yeah, exactly. Because otherwise it also would have been a draw, I think.
Yeah, even we missed this idea with knight d4. It's so easy to miss this. Jan-Krzysztof, I have to ask you, after these two games, you had this brilliant start, but then going into Blitz, what was your mindset like? Because you managed to keep your nerves and the tension so well in the Blitz games.
Not really. Not really. I mean,
That's what it looked like.
I was extremely angry and furious, and yeah, basically I was driven by emotions. I mean, my chess obviously was pretty ridiculous. I mean, in tiebreak, but yeah, happy to be to win this, of course.
And this opening of the first Blitz game, we were looking at this and we actually felt like you might be over pushing with h5 and it might get dangerous for you. How did you feel about this position with that bishop g8, rook h8 setup?
No, I mean, bishop g8 was too clever to be good. I wanted to play like f6, bishop f7 at some point, and yeah, I mean, but of course it's very risky. But I also kind of didn't know what to do and had to play something. I've played Magnus a lot of times, so I know that I cannot, get like low on time for no reason. So I just decided, to play something, and it's also kind of, provoking the opponent to punish you for such play, and actually it worked. I mean, it can be good. I mean, such coordination, but okay, the position was very tense all the way, and I was just better in the seconds.
Yeah, it was a completely crazy one. At what point did you feel that you're actually, especially this position, because it was so hard to evaluate, at what point did you feel that, okay, now things have calmed down and you're winning this one?
No, I didn't understand why Magnus gave away his knight, to be honest.
Okay, here, right?
I mean, yeah.
Rook g1.
I mean, I don't know what is this, but like knight e3 was, I mean, very natural to me, at least. And okay, there is rook g1. I don't know, maybe some knight h3 coming, but maybe also there is nothing direct, and Magnus thought it was just the quickest win to convert. I mean, the quickest way to convert or something. I mean, I basically have no idea what is this position because we were playing on seconds. Yeah. But I was kind of happy, At least I'm piece up and I'm not getting checkmated.
Peter and I were loving this game. Peter, your questions.
Yeah, well, I mean, that you are really angry and frustrated, I could judge by your move of going h5 in the opening, yeah, because we kind of were shocked that why on earth do you weaken your king side and then you go short castle? The only explanation is you are very angry. What is your thought?
Yes, I was. No, I also kind of wanted him, to be stuck with this knight on h4. Because after f5, I mean, he has to keep it, right? So yeah, I mean, it's difficult to explain, right? But I didn't see a big deal. I mean, I understand it's a bit weakening, but couldn't quite see how, I mean, it can damage me in the wrong rounds. So I just played it. That's the reason.
Yeah, and then there was this feeling. Yeah, I also had the feeling that knowing you, I have been commentating many of your incredible time scrambles and everything, and I noticed that against you, one should just not get low on time in some crazy messy position because you always come out on top. And when Magnus opted for this, we saw the evolution bar was showing that it's good for white, but it still felt like, okay, now it's anybody's game.
Yeah, I had this very same feeling, to be honest.
And yes, there was a moment, because here computer was showing after rook c2 you are completely winning, and then suddenly after queen d1, king e8, queen d3, did you get a hard attack after queen d3?
Not really. I mean, after king e8, I immediately spotted that there is
Queen d6.
potentially queen g6 check in there. So yeah, so queen b6 is the only move, I guess. No, but
yeah, it was.
No, I was kind of hoping for some checkmates, actually. For example, there was nice variation if I think it was working, but I'm not sure, earlier on after rook c2. If you could show, please. Okay, if white passes move, does nothing, I thought queen takes d5 might be working, actually, and knight takes d3. But I mean, it's difficult to evaluate because there is rook g8 check, but it it's nothing, right? G8. So of course he will play something like queen d1, queen f1, whatever. So yeah, but I mean, I was just looking for such such things, and I delivered in the end. So
you really did deliver in the end, and this was just a fantastic fight, Jan-Krzysztof. I want to ask you that, you know, today we had really complicated, tensed games, and it was just full of tactics everywhere. Yesterday you mentioned that you weren't happy with your calculation. Today, did you feel better?
not really.
No.
No, I mean, I basically, okay, maybe it's too much saying that I won first two games because of luck, but I mean, it was just some very like unexpected and weird errors by Magnus. And yeah, I was trying, you know, to keep composure and calculate better, but I mean it's difficult, you know, to make such a switch in one day. So such a switch. So I mean, yeah. But I was just, you know, trying to play fighting chess, and even if you know, not being in optimal form.
We loved it. We loved the chess you play, Jan-Krzysztof, because it's just so entertaining to watch as well.
Thank you.
Yeah, and there was one thing that you mentioned, yeah, that after the resumption of the game, you understood that you said 50 seconds, but you only got 15 seconds. Then did you not have this feeling that, okay, I should protest, I should call the arbiter and tell that this is a mistake?
Yeah, possibly, but there was no arbiter anymore, and I was like, okay, I was just happy not to lose, you know, one time earlier on. So as I said, I thought I had it figured out. Actually, I didn't, and yeah, but it's also kind of unfortunate, actually. I mean, it was to get such position, because earlier on I have a feeling I should have like made it easy, because I was so active with this with those H pawns. Like I mean I completely misplayed it. I guess I didn't see the engine operations, but yeah, no, basically the third game was yeah, very sad, but the fourth game was even worse for me, to be honest.
Oh, well, it was a very up and down day, but fighting chess throughout. Jan-Krzysztof, you came out on top. And do you know who you're playing tomorrow, by the way, or haven't checked yet?
Yeah, I do. I play Prague.
Oh, wow. And your thoughts on that?
Yeah, he's what did he do?
He lost today to Liam.
Yeah. No, I mean, he's of course very, very talented young person. I've played him a bit. Most of the time I was successful or lucky, or just lucky. Yeah, but it will be an entertaining match soon.
We really look forward to it, and all the best for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time, Jan-Krzysztof.
Yeah, thank you very much. Good luck. Bye-bye.
Bye, thanks so much.
Yeah, I kind of felt like I would have had many questions to Jan-Krzysztof. I mean, this was really such an incredible match, but we really have to feel for the players. We are very grateful for him that after this incredible battle, he joined us. It was nice to have his thoughts. And yeah, I think this diagram that we have on the board shows what kind of chaos we have witnessed today. Because if at this point somebody can judge what is going on, congratulations, you deserve a special prize. I have no idea who is better and why.
And he said he was in control here, but Peter, you're absolutely right. Like, the players are so spent and exhausted right now, and it's been such an epic fight, and it's been just so full of emotions, not just chess-wise, but it can be a very draining game as well, and one could see it in Jan-Krzysztof Duda, and of course, it's a big match coming up tomorrow for him against Pragnananda, and this was a massive win because this really puts him up then on the leaderboard.
Yeah, it also creates a lot of mess to the tournament standing. I think for the tournament itself, it was fantastic. Yeah, I mean, Magnus definitely is not enjoying it, but I mean, now we have Prag in fight there. We have Alireza back in business. Yeah, it's also very close. Yeah, let's take a look at our standing.
There we have it. So Magnus at 13 points. He gets 1 point for today's match because it did go into playoffs. So actually, despite losing the match, Magnus goes into sole lead entering the penultimate round. Pragnananda at 12, Alireza at 11. So a very close fight there at the top between these three. And then we've got Anish at 7, who's slowly and steadily climbing up the leaderboard. Jan-Krzysztof Duda, a big win against Magnus. It all comes down to his match against Prag tomorrow. A big one for him. And sharing that with Liam at 6, who also had a good day in office today. Levon, who lost to Anish today, is at 5. And Hans Niemann is yet to score a win.
Yeah, and what a match he had. Yeah, he had this incredible, crazy game against Alireza. Yeah, he had all chances to bounce back at the end. But yeah, as Alireza also put, yeah, it was crazy. Yeah, it was just insane that how lucky he got there. But he was leading. Yeah, so in that case, Hans would have just equalized the scores, and Alireza would have had the white pieces in the last game. So no very big drama, but it was heartbreaking. And we see that the whole tournament, it's so exhausting. I mean, I remember during this tiebreak, we almost got heart attacks when we saw the computer evaluation bar jumping from plus very big to minus very big, and the players are fighting out there, making mistakes, but also finding incredible resources with few seconds on the clock. Incredible dramas all around.
Just what a day we had. And the fact that the other 3 matches wrapped up in 3 games, one could, all of us, whether it's the chat or Peter, you and I, we could focus completely on this epic fight. It was as if it was meant to be.
Yeah, exactly. Like the players felt like, okay, we should get out of the way. Yeah, because now it's really about this, that is Magnus making a comeback or not? Then Magnus makes this incredible comeback. Then seemingly he dominates the blitz games, but I mean, the first one, it all looked like he has a big time advantage, has a big positional advantage, everything going his way, and then the tables are turning. Then in the last game, it was again Duda who set the it was then Duda who set the tone, and Magnus was not really, he was saying that it was a terrible game. I perfectly understand him, because it didn't really feel like he gets the chance that but then suddenly he had this incredible chance, then he messed it up again, and then went on to lose at the end. Now it hurts him all the more.
But despite that, Magnus looked like he was in a good mood during the interview. He knew it had been a roller coaster of the day, and honestly, even surviving the rapid portion and getting a chance to get that 1 point going into the blitz is a bonus, considering the way the day started for him. So knowing that he keeps his lead, I think we saw usually after a loss, it does hurt a lot, and but Magnus seemed rather cheerful, and he knew that it was an absolutely crazy day. Peter, just your final wrapping up thoughts?
Well, I think we have seen everything today. Heroic comeback, finally not getting the reward for it. Some incredible dramas in other matches as well. Also relatively smooth match winnings. Anything is possible. Anybody can win. Anybody can beat anyone in this field. Super tough, and there is so much to look forward to. Tomorrow we have Alireza versus Magnus Carlsen. I mean, that's an incredible match. If, for example, Alireza manages to beat Magnus, he takes the lead, depending also, of course, on Prag, then he can also overtake them. So much at stake and so much excitement. I can't wait to continue.
Just amazing stuff. You said that, Magnus made this epic comeback, but it wasn't rewarded. Well, that's not entirely true because, as we said, Magnus does get 1 point, while Jan-Krzysztof Duda gets 2 points for his win today. So it does put Magnus in the sole lead. I think us as spectators, as commentators, it was just such an epic fight and such a pleasure to commentate on this matchup. Let's bring up the action that's coming up tomorrow because we've got big games. In fact, Magnus in the next 2 rounds, he plays Alireza tomorrow and the final round is against Prague. So he's playing a very young opposition and the ones who are in 2nd place and 3rd place. Big games coming up. Hans against Lev, Anish against Liam, a big matchup for these two as well, who are in the middle of the leaderboard. And this one, Jan-Krzysztof Duda, currently not at the top of the leaderboard, but he can play spoiler to Prague's fantastic tournament that he's having so far. And it all comes down to how Prague handles Duda. And as Jan-Krzysztof mentioned, he has a great score against Prague. So it's going to be a tough one. Lots of exciting games coming up, Peter. Chat has been incredible today, by the way, with the action following it. And we had over 5,000 people watching with us this epic match just on YouTube. So thank you for that, chat. And tomorrow is a big day. By the way, Peter, I'm not going to be joining you guys tomorrow.
Oh my God, don't tell me this.
Chat, I won't be here tomorrow. There's so much excitement happening in Miami. We've got a lot of on-site events, tournaments happening. We've got an open playing arena open to audience tomorrow. So if you find yourself in Miami, do come and join us. There's going to be banter blitz. There's going to be a lot of there are simuls planned. There's a chess on beach plan. So a lot is happening tomorrow. So Peter, I'm going to be running around for all of that, but I'll try and drop in from time to time and give you all the behind the scenes action that's going on here. But you'll be in good hands. You'll have Lawrence with you.
Yeah, that's great. But I wanted to ask you that, please, join in whenever you have 2-3 minutes free time, because it would be lovely to hear all those activities.
100%. I'll also try and bring in the players, Peter, for you once they finish. So chat, thank you so much. I won't be seeing you guys tomorrow and day after, but enjoy the show with Peter and with Lawrence. It's been amazing doing this with you, Peter, as always. And I'll see you soon. Bye, chat.
Thanks a lot. Yeah, bye-bye.
Carlsen, Firoza, Dingdiren, MDL, Masimla Rafe, Fatia, Mamedjerov, Aronian, Sol, Dominguez, Nakamura, Firoza, myself, Susan Ponga, Judith Ponga, Kasparov, Kaspov, Fischer, Smyslov, Spassky.
Air quality isn't the first thing that comes to mind when you think about chess and esports, but it affects our focus, decision-making, health, sleep, and more. What's in the air you breathe? Find out with Air Things.
Is a very good opening for those of you who are striving to get a double-edged.
In this video, we're going to look at the latest developments in the 6 bishop g5 line draw.
I'm going to start with sort of my first official Stonewall game.
The idea is not to fight against any opponent move, prevent everything, defend and so on. No, it's just to know.